What's up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, October 29th, 2025. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours live from our home away from home. Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road. We will be here for the next couple of hours talking plenty of Texas Longhorns football, the latest surrounding Arch Manning and his health. We also have an update on Michael Taft's health as well. We've got more sound from Steve Sarkisian previewing this Saturday's matchup against Vanderbilt. We've got ESPN's Diana Rossini, perhaps walking back her report from over the weekend. We'll also dive into some NFL conversation, the World Series, Austin FC, and a little look at the college football coaching carousel as well. And of course, our world famous QVC segment with Jay, since we are here at Sue Patrick. Hope everyone is having a great start to their morning. We appreciate y'all starting your hump days with us. How are you today, my man?
I'm doing well. Welcome to winter.
Winter.
Yes.
Calling this winter?
My God, it's cold outside. The wind chill's got to be in the 20s.
Not in the 20s.
No,
Not too far off, though. The current feels like temperature in Austin, Texas, USA, America?
40 what?
40.
Yeah, right about 40. Yeah, I'd say about 40 to 45 degrees. It's a little bit of chill in the air. I had to go long sleeves today, but it's good to be here, man. It really is. And it is dark out.
It is.
It is dark outside. Sunday.
This weekend.
We changed that on what is Saturday at 2 a.m.
Yep.
2 a.m. we change back. We fall back.
That's it.
Fall back, spring ahead. Yes, and that'll be good. But it's beautiful. It's beautiful, BK. You're right. It's nice. It's better than being 100 degrees. I get the jeans on today. Go with the long sleeves. Get ready to bring the hoodies out. But it's great to be here and all the wonderful things at Sue Patrick. I went back in the back and saw Jay's got boots. They got women's boots here.
There you go.
They got it. They've got everything. The luggage is gone. The monster jelly cats are here. We got to sell out one of these jelly cats. Somebody needs a jelly cat, a monster jelly cat today.
Yeah, Jay's mad at us for not selling the jelly
I
cats.
can't believe that. I would expect that Jay would have sold a couple of those Bartholomew bears by now. We've talked about that bear enough. We don't even have a jelly cat sitting beside us. He wants it sold, but it's not sitting up here. We need Bartholomew bear or the sun. The big sun is the one. That's the one my granddaughter could use she could just lay on that, or I could use that at the house.
There's your emotional support pet right there.
Support son over there. I mean, here's Bartholomew. The bear is coming up here soon. So
somebody tell Jay we're Texas Sports Unfiltered, not Texas Jelly Cat Unfiltered. Our job is to sell the horns gear, not those giant jellies over there.
Oh no, those jellies are well worth it. I tell you what, kids love those. Girls love those. They're collectibles.
Sure.
Not only to say that I collect those.
You've collected a few in your time.
Look at that.
Oh boy, look who's joining us here at the table.
Big B. Look at that.
I have to back up the camera a little bit to make sure that
awesome.
Everybody can see what exactly we have going on there. That's Bartholomew Bear. Now,
don't put that around your dog though. Your dog will tear this thing apart.
Your dog will hump that thing apart first and
absolutely.
then tear it apart.
Yeah, he's got to get his kicks in first.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's great to be here. A lot going on this week. This place will start humming here around Thursday, I believe. I think there'll be a group from Nashville that will show up here. That will show up to Austin.
You are overestimating Vanderbilt football fans.
I'm not overestimating. No, Javier himself will bring. Elvis may even rise for this one. Who knows?
Elvis who?
Elvis Presley.
No
but he's a Memphis guy, he's not a Nashville guy.
He
still likes music. He still Elvis liked music. So I can believe the people, the music scene folks will show up this weekend to be hanging out in the real music capital of the world.
Speaking of music, I don't know if you saw this, Buck. I keep forgetting to bring this up. There will be a post-game concert at LBJ Lawn after Texas Vanderbilt Saturday afternoon.
Who's coming to town? Jelly Roll or somebody like that? Big jelly, lots of jelly.
How about the Beach Boys? AKA whatever's left of the Beach Boys.
How many are still remaining?
I think two of the original. Now, none of the Wilson brothers are still with us, but I think there are two of the original members of the Beach Boys, and I'm sure they've added a few others over the years. But they're doing a post-game concert here in Austin, Texas, right after the game.
That's awesome.
How about that?
That's a good get right there now.
Trying to prove that we are the live music capital of the world.
Absolutely.
Still.
No doubt about it. That's quite the get right there.
No kidding.
Whether they have one or two available, that would be quite the concert, I believe.
Well, hopefully they have others too, because I don't want to hear two like 80-year-old guys singing.
Screaming, trying to get it out, trying to get that hit those high notes.
I wonder if they still have it like they used to.
We'll see.
We will see.
Absolutely. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for the great job that you do. We do appreciate it. To you and your family, please be safe out there.
It's been a long time since we've been here.
It is
40 days and 40 nights since Texas has played a home football game. By the time we get to Saturday, 42 days will have elapsed between the Sam Houston game, of course, the final non-conference game back in September, and November 1st. It's absolutely insane that the Longhorns will get through September and October without having played a home conference game, but that's the situation. Obviously, the good news for Texas, 3 of the final 4 SEC games will be here in Austin. So some tough opponents coming up, obviously starting with number 9 Vanderbilt this weekend, but you do have 3 of your last 4 games at friendly confines of DKR, Texas Memorial Stadium. And some updates health-wise. We'll get our first official injury report of the week tonight, but the insiders are starting to leak some information regarding the status of Arch Manning and a couple of other banged-up
Are these
Longhorns right
your
now.
insiders? Because you're good. I'm still trying to figure out what happened to the wide receiver, the lower leg injury.
Yeah, that's all you need.
That's all I need. Okay.
Lower leg injury.
Yeah, I mean, for the quarterback, all I need to know is he's still in concussion protocol, which he will be. No matter what they say, he will be up until he walks out on the field, because anything can happen once you have a concussion. You can, slam your head. Anything can happen. Practice, somebody can hit you on the top of the helmet with their hand.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you're back in that. So hopefully everything will be okay with Arch Manning. I still don't see him playing this week. The 7 to 10 day deal is more in tune to what I think will happen. And most of college football, it's at least a week, and then you get back in. But who knows?
Well, maybe some good news here for Arch Manning. He was dressed out for practice yesterday.
Oh, in his gear, huh?
In his gear. Now, no word on how much he did. I can't imagine he was actually out there throwing the football or being a part of the offense itself. But Inside Texas is reporting that the concussion wasn't as bad as people originally thought. And there were some guys, a couple of days after getting concussed, that they don't want to go outside. They don't want to leave the bed. They don't want to go outside.
They don't want to stay in the dark.
They don't want to have to deal with the sun at all. So the fact that Arch Manning was at least able to show up to practice in some capacity yesterday may be a good sign. I'm with you. If you asked me today if I think Arch Manning's going to be starting for Texas on Saturday, I would say no. Just think the turnaround's a little bit too quick, and thankfully you've got a bye after this game.
Yes.
So some extra time to get ready for that trip to Athens that you have on November 15th.
Yeah, that works in the favor of those that don't want to see him on the field too quick.
Right.
That you have a bye.
Right. But, we'll see. Again, the injury report tonight, I don't think they're going to rule Arch completely out. I think it'll be questionable, maybe doubtful. Obviously, we'll get another report tomorrow, another one Friday night, and then one last one Saturday morning right before kickoff. But, again, potentially good news. I'm not holding my breath, but the fact that he was at least with the team out there yesterday, not the worst update in the world.
That's true. A lot of guys, they keep you inside during the course of practice. You go to the meetings and do things like that, but they generally don't have you out on the field unless you're starting to feel a little bit better.
Mm-hmm. And Steve Sarkisian obviously told us yesterday that Matthew Caldwell took the reps with the first team offense during Monday's practice. It's probably safe to assume that was the case for Tuesday's practice, and we'll see.
Yeah, like I said, by today, if Arch isn't actually out there taking snaps, he's probably not going to play in the game.
Right. Yeah.
This is the day. Wednesday's the day. This is another full work day, generally in pads. So
Steve Sarkisian didn't give us an official timeline. He was asked about that on Monday, right? Like,
yes.
Is there a cutoff point to where you need Arch Manning out of the protocol and back on the practice field so you can name him the starter? And Sark's like, that's up to the doctors.
Right.
So I think we know enough about Steve Sarkisian, not only from this year and the way he's been loyal to Arch Manning, but just from his entire time at Texas, it feels safe to say that if Arch Manning is cleared, he's going to start on Saturday. If the doctors are like, no, he's good to go, then he's going to be the guy. Don't you feel the same way?
Well, I mean, if he's cleared to go, and then it still depends on how he practices. I mean, if he's off, if he's not on in practice, if he's struggling, with communications between him, the receivers, communications, the huddle, and the whole work, the head coach still is not going to start him because he knows, how he knows his players well. You know how tight everybody is with Sark. So, he'll know if he's off a little bit.
I think it's if
And also, he's got to take into consideration the future of the kid.
sure.
The family's going to call. I mean, that kid is talking to his uncles, his dad, and if the kid seems off with the family, and nobody knows you like your parents and your family members, if they feel that you're off in your conversations and you're not quite there, they're going to let Sark know too.
Yeah,
And that's going to be a part. There's a lot of decision making within this family. There's a lot of decision making anyway. So,
that is true.
and the future of the kid is more important than what's going on with the team right now. So that and plus, as I said, the cautionary deal is BK. He has another week off. I know every game is so important right now. It's a playoff game, but the fact that there's another week in between this, it leans more towards I'll see you in 2 weeks.
Yeah, a number of different factors
Yeah.
at play here, right? The family point is worth bringing up, and something we touched on yesterday. This offensive line is really bad. So
Oh yeah.
you do bring
You
Arch
want to be
Manning
right back in
back.
protocol.
Yeah.
This is the group to be in protocol with again.
Obviously, a big risk coming back a little bit too soon, and something else happening to his head or to another part of his body. Here's some more Arch Manning news, Buck. This is a picture that went viral yesterday. I don't know if it's been confirmed that this picture was taken yesterday, but it was posted online and did start to spread throughout the day yesterday. Here is Arch Manning in his car, window down, having a conversation with what looks to be a member of the UT Police Department.
Yeah, I don't know. Does he should have a ring from the Big 12 championship that he should have let hang out there. He's not letting his arm hang out of the window enough.
This isn't you. People don't know you. Everybody knows Arch Manning.
Well, more so that he should have a ring hanging out
He
there.
doesn't need the ring. That guy could be totally nude. And it'd be, well, that'd be a huge story too. That'd probably be a bad idea for him. But this is like the most recognizable guy in the city right now. You don't need to be flashing the bling. This cop knows who he's talking to. He doesn't need to ask for his license. He knows exactly who this is.
Yeah, well, maybe that's he's been concussed, officer. Maybe he shouldn't be driving a car.
Well, that's the question. It's like, if this was taken yesterday, maybe a good sign. Arch Manning's already driving a couple days after a concussion. I don't know if he should be driving, but if he is driving, then all right, he feels good enough to at least do that. But yeah, now people are making jokes that he's going to be transferring to Georgia because he got pulled over on the road.
Oh, geez.
You knew those were coming, right?
Maybe he's just giving out an autograph. Who knows?
Maybe he's getting out. Yeah. The cop just saw him, pulled him over,
Right.
and he's like, you know what? Hey, can you sign something for me? And then I'll let you on your way. Hopefully, Arch Manning didn't get a ticket. I know he hasn't had the best of seasons this year, but come on, he's still a starting quarterback at Texas. You got to let that guy off with a warning, don't you?
Let's remember it is the officers on that campus. That place gets a little gray area there at times.
It's a lot of gray area.
Yeah.
They don't care about anybody or
No,
anything.
man.
It's amazing.
No, they need that. They need the coin.
They really don't like the press either.
No.
Now, they're not alone these days.
No.
But every Monday, got the Steve Sarkisian press conference down on campus, and it feels like UTPD hangs out right by where the media parks there. And if anybody does something just slightly wrong,
you're going to get ticketed.
They're going to pounce. They're ready to roll. That's how they make their money.
That's right.
UT doesn't make enough money these days.
No. Park in your proper parking area.
Yeah, and make sure you're not even slightly touching the line either, guy. And even if you only need to run in for the bathroom and then you're going to run right back out, doesn't matter.
I've had some good success there. I mean, the years that I was there, may have one ticket there.
Okay.
I've done pretty good. I had that special parking pass for coaches and stuff, and I knew better because I knew the players would always have like stacks of tickets and everything else. Hey, coach, you know how to get rid of these? Yeah, pay for them. That's how you're going to get rid of them. That's one way to get rid of
Can you
them.
do it, Coach?
So you can get this done, right?
We can't make any money. Can you
No,
take
no,
care of this?
no. Ricky's had a glove compartment filled with those things.
What happens when you graduate? They go away, right? If it's a UTPD, or maybe they won't let you graduate if
I don't know how that works out for
I don't know.
people trying to graduate. Regular students who have boatloads of tickets that have left that place with tickets. There's probably a little extra something in the graduation fund. That last payment,
Yeah,
there's probably a little extra on top of that.
I wouldn't be surprised if they're like, "Nah, we won't let you walk across the stage unless you've paid off all of those tickets."
Yeah, that used to be a battle. When I was there, that was a battle between athletes and police on campus about where you could park. And generally, dumbass football players would park wherever they wanted to, where they thought that where they were not supposed to park, they would stick their car right there
Right?
and wonder why they got a ticket. Well, it says no parking right here. It says no parking. That means your car doesn't belong in that
Is
spot.
that not optional?
Yeah,
Do we
no,
have to follow that sign?
no, that's there. That was some of that was ridiculous.
Yeah, and
Most of them didn't have an argument.
you said you didn't have much problem, or you haven't had much
Mm-mm.
problem with UTPD. When's the last time you've been on campus?
I was close the other day when we did the show.
We're in West Campus.
Yeah,
That's true.
you didn't even ask me what I ended up paying to get out of that parking lot.
Where did you park?
In the parking lot there,
In the garage or in the
in the
lots?
garage.
How much was it?
I couldn't do the little. Remember how I told you I have such trouble with the little ticket and doing all this stuff? I had like 4 cars behind me like, "Hey, let's go, let's go." I couldn't get the gate going and everything
Oh,
else.
no.
You know, I ended up paying the mat. I paid $36 to park there.
Oh my God. What did you push the button that said forgot ticket or lost
And
ticket?
that's the one I ended up
Oh,
pushing. I wanted
Bucky.
to get going. I wanted to get out of there.
It's so easy.
It wasn't easy.
What
That's
part
not
of it?
easy.
What
I
did you have to do?
I
Because I
s
was not in that garage, so I don't know.
stick the little thing up against this. It'll tell you, but then put your credit card in.
Yeah.
I did that. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. I stuck the credit card in. I called for help. Hey, did you put your card in? Yes. Do you have your ticket? Yes. Put it up against thing. Put it up against
Was
there.
it a QR code?
It was a QR code, a little QR code.
Okay.
The
And
ones that I still can't even take on my phone. If I see them, I can't stick the phone against it and get it done. And so eventually I said, hey, hit the lost ticket deal. How much is that? Came up 36 bucks. I said, I'm out.
That's what he said?
That's what I said
Oh.
eventually. I didn't want to keep doing cars. You know how cars start backing up? They start going, look,
Oh.
this old dude can't get this done. I should have had one of them get out of the car and come over and
I was
do
going
it.
to say, if I was in the car behind
You
you,
would
I
have
probably
done
would
that.
have gone up there and
Yeah,
been like, dude,
I was thinking the next time that happens to me, the person behind me, I'm gonna flag them down. You want to get out? Come up here and do this for me, and we'll all get out of
I would
here.
have thought you were dead or something.
Oh,
Like, how can this guy not
what am
figure
I,
it
my
out?
wife?
He,
Everything happens, I'm dead.
so he can't figure out how to get out of this thing. Well, he must be dead. He must be passed out in there. What's
Well,
going
I
on?
have a lot of experience from doing the golf tournament. You know how it is out at Lost Pines. They have the same little sticker at the golf course. You try to get out of it,
Yeah.
and it's like you end up calling help, and then they open up the gate and you go.
Mhm.
Here, they don't just open up the gate. They're getting their money.
They need their money.
They need their money, and they need it
Oh,
max.
it's the University of Texas we're talking about.
Is that a University of Texas garage there?
Yeah, I
Wow.
believe so. I think that's the San Antonio garage that's owned by UT.
Well, they got their max. They went max too.
But that was your decision.
Yeah, it was.
I would have thought it was effed up if they're like, "Oh, just hit lost ticket and pay the max." It's like you can't be telling your customers to do that. But
It was worth it. It was a fine day.
you voluntarily decided to
The
pay.
Longhorns won the game. Okay, it was a fine day. $36.
Yeah, you also missed half of it by waiting at that parking garage.
Yeah, that was a day that there were some spots on the street down there in that area on that Saturday.
That's where I parked.
Yeah, and I was kind of confused. Do I take this chance? Because I'm thinking max parking and a ticket around here. There's no more $25 tickets anymore, is there? Aren't they up a little bit?
I don't know. It's been a
You
while.
don't, you don't pay them. You get stacks of them too.
Nah, I avoided parking tickets. I didn't drive to campus. Like I always lived close enough to campus to where I would
You
just
could
leave.
walk where you need
Yeah,
to
I would
go.
just walk. Like I would leave my car wherever I was living that year, and then I would just walk wherever I needed to go. So I didn't have to deal with
Yeah,
any
I
of that.
was back in school. I was a dorm guy anyway for 2 years,
Hmm.
2 or 3 years, and then we had stuff called the quads, the mods, where you had it was like little homes. It was a little ghetto area that everybody went to. With my little hibachi on the back porch and stuff, everybody gathered there.
Nice.
But I did dorms for 2 years.
That's
I actually did the dorms.
that's weird.
Then remember they had athletic dorms at that time.
Okay, not as weird.
That was real weird.
You're just trying to bag
Oh,
another crop of freshman
dude, that was
chicks.
that was craziness.
Oh my gosh. I don't even know how we got
And how
there.
do we get away from athletic dorms? Crazy stuff started to happen. Who started the event where we had to get rid of athletic dorms? What group? Was it Bama or somebody that had all kinds of stuff going on at their at the athletic
Were
facility?
only athletes were living there?
Yeah, we're only
Because now there are dorms where all of the athletes live, but there are also other students who live
correct.
there. So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe some colleges around the country still do that. I don't know. But I don't know why Texas
I
made the
forget there was
change.
a school that had all kind. Was it Clemson? Why am I bagging Clemson for this?
I don't
Somebody had something back in the day that they got rid of athletic dorms because there was too much nuttiness going on in the athletic dorms.
It doesn't surprise me. It makes sense that there was nuttiness going on in
Mm,
the athletic dorms. More on the injury front. Oh, I know how we got there. We were talking about Arch Manning getting pulled
yes,
over by UTPD. By the way, I paid $7 for parking on Saturday. So
yeah,
nicely done by you there, sir. Another injury update for the Texas Longhorns. Michael Taff
yes.
was a partial participant in practice yesterday. Remember, he had surgery last Monday, so just over a week ago, was very quickly ruled out of the Mississippi State game in the first injury report of the week last Wednesday. Again, we'll get an injury report tonight, but it sounds like Michael Taff is back around the team, back on the practice field in some form or fashion.
Another week off.
And man, I'd really love to have Arch on the field this Saturday, but Michael Taft may be just as important.
Yes.
Like we saw what the defense looked like without him against Mississippi
Yeah, that wasn't
State.
good. That secondary play wasn't that good at all. The
No,
tackling and everything that went along with it was not good.
I don't think that's a coincidence that Texas had its
No.
worst defensive showing of the season when the quarterback of the defense was in street clothes.
Yeah, there was a lot of communication problems that looked like back there.
100%, right? I thought Texas looked lost in coverage at times. And,
Mhm.
Michael Taft, obviously an elite player, but he's also an elite communicator. Like you said, like he is able to direct
Sure.
guys and tell them, hey, here's where you need to be. Here's what you need to do on every single play. And I thought, you know, Leonga Lafau and Anthony Smith, they had their worst games of the season. Those are linebackers, but like in zone coverage, there were times where those guys looked like they were lost
Yeah, there
and
were too many gaps
confused.
there, too many openings.
Right. And I feel like, I don't know this for sure, but I feel like if Michael Taft was there, that wouldn't have happened nearly as often as it did.
Well, he's really coming off that surgery, BK, and I'm pretty sure that he can get in his uniform, but there's probably no ball drills in there whatsoever. You can't throw balls at him where he sticks his thumb up and all that. So he's probably still a ways away from doing those type of drills. And then once again, there's another week off, so
Ball drills and tackling drills,
no,
too.
he can't tackle
Right.
for sure. If you're
Yeah.
not doing ball drills, you're definitely not going to be in tackling drills.
We don't know exactly what the surgery was. I know folks have made the John Mateer comparison, right? John Mateer came
Sure.
back 17 days after his thumb surgery to play against Texas.
Yeah, but this guy really has to throw his body in there and everything else. You can't. It's hard to protect this. You'd have to have that whole thing all cast up.
It will be 12 days between last Monday and this Saturday.
Yeah, another week sounds about right.
Well,
Or two.
it's a must-win game, and we're talking about a guy in Michael Taft who came back for one last year of college football to try to make a run at an SEC and a national championship. And doctors are doctors. Doctors don't clear you. Maybe there's no decision to be made. But we're talking about a guy who has shown time and time again that he'd be willing to give his life for this Texas
Well, that
football
should do it.
program.
Then if it came down to just pain tolerance, because the doctors will end up telling you, "Oh, you can't hurt this. It's already been fixed. All you can do is if you can tolerate the pain, you can go play." But dude, there's just so much you have to do in his position where you got to throw your hands up and knock bat balls down, and I still don't see him playing.
Because you lose this game, and you're probably not making the playoff. You're probably not making the SEC championship. I saw some ESPN analytics yesterday that said with they lost to Vanderbilt,
Oh no, I don't. I think we all kind of thought that would probably be it. Every game, like you said, every
yeah,
game is a championship game now, anyway.
yeah. The analytics say 14% chance if Texas
Right.
loses on Saturday. They say 53% chance of making the playoff
Sure.
if Texas wins. And look, it may be as simple as you have to run the table the rest of the way to get in.
Yes.
Maybe there's a scenario where you can lose one more time and sneak in at 9-3, but that's a big maybe. You obviously need a lot of chaos around the country for that to have a chance of happening.
All in all, they need a leader. They need their leader in the secondary
That's it. Like that's my point.
on
Like
the
you're
on
going
the
up against
field.
a good offense, you're going up against a great quarterback. Like you need all hands on deck. And I just, again, I think you're going to have a hard time telling Michael Taft that he cannot play in this football game. I'm sure he wanted to get out there last week. You saw him on the sideline. He was wearing his jersey. Like, he was animated. He was yelling. He was trying to be in the game as much as he could be in the game.
Well, if you don't tear the thumb up, then get out there.
Yeah.
Tolerate the pain.
Yeah. If it's one of those things, I think
Yeah.
I think number 16 on defense will be out there. And, Xavier Filsaime and Derek Williams Jr., they were okay. They had some good plays last week, but
Miscommunications was that it just seemed guys weren't in the right spots.
Yeah.
They were too far away from even, a lot of zone coverages, guys were wide open, too much catching and running with the ball without guys being on there after the catch. They just weren't, there was just too many openings.
You're right. Too many openings and a lot of missed tackles, like you said earlier.
Yes.
And that's something that we haven't seen a lot from this Texas defense.
No, we haven't had a tackling epidemic around here in years.
No.
No, and it's been years now.
Okay.
It's been at least 2 years.
Yeah. You had, the Florida game. You can't call one game an epidemic.
No, that's not an epidemic. That's just.
It is 2 conference games so far.
That's when you have a week off, you don't practice sometimes. You just kind of chill out.
Right. I guess that's what Texas did before Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And as Steven says, yeah, ESPN's FPI also says Texas is favored in 3 of their last 4 games. All 3 games at home. They give Texas greater than 50% win probability. The only game Texas is an underdog, at least according to the FPI, is that trip to Athens.
Yeah, well,
Georgia.
that's okay because they're not going to win that game, no matter what kind of role they get on, including this week, Arkansas or whatever. That's not going to happen.
So it feels pretty important to win this week.
Yeah,
huh?
I'm not to the point of that yet, and I don't think you're to the point of that Georgia game.
Dude, Texas could be 8-0 right now.
I know, and still
rank number 1 in the country.
You wouldn't buy that.
And I still would not be picking us to win at Georgia.
No, I'm not quite to that point yet. They're doing a lot of good things, and they've done a lot of good things, but I'm not. I mean, I think I picked them to win one of those Georgia games last year, but after, when you start talking about Georgia, it's like, no, you're right. What am I doing? Why am I even saying this? They could crush Vanderbilt, but once you get to that point, no. Kirby starts crying and whining about how nobody respects him.
He's clapping his hands, Buck.
Yeah, that's still not going to happen.
Yeah.
And we know about the last game. It doesn't matter if Texas loses them all from this point on; they'll win the last game anyway.
Well, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Then, 4 games left. I think everybody knows the drill at this point. Vanderbilt at Georgia, Arkansas, A&M. If I told you right now, here's a sheet of paper.
Sure.
There's a dotted line right here. Texas goes 3-1 in the month of November. Are you signing?
Yes.
You're taking it.
I'm taking it.
Okay. 3-1.
3-1.
3 of your last 4 opponents are currently in the top 10.
Yes.
So that would mean you're getting at least 2 wins over top 10 opponents. I guess we'll see where Georgia and A&M are ranked when those games come around. But at worst, they'll be ranked somewhere. So you're getting at least 2 guaranteed wins against a ranked team. And if you go 3-1, that means you have 1 guaranteed win over Georgia or A&M.
Right.
I guess if you lose to Vanderbilt, that means you're getting guaranteed wins over both Georgia and A&M. But I think I would too. I know that's 9-3. That's, again, it's dicey if that's good enough to get you into the SEC title game or to the college football playoff. But
kind of close to where I thought the season would be.
With
9-3.
With the way this team has played this year, some of the questions that we still have as the calendar flips to the month of November, I don't know if I feel great about them going 9-3, but I definitely would take them going 9-3.
Yeah, and I had 9-3, 8-4, and 8-4 was going to be not a really good season, but
you didn't have 9-3, Buck. You had 1 more loss than you did last year, which was 10-2. Don't change up on me here.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. You always said you thought they were going to lose 1 more regular season game than they did last year, which is 10. They were 11-1 last year.
Well, I wasn't
10-2.
Yeah, well,
that's what I was too. I thought they'd be 10-2 too, and I guess they could still get there, but
no, there's 1 more here somewhere.
I think you're right. Yeah,
and that is in Athens.
Yeah,
and I feel good about this week.
Okay,
I feel good. I feel good about the backup quarterback. I feel good about the team itself. I know there'll be a lot of excitement, even though it's 11 a.m. in the morning. I think there's a huge amount of excitement, and I think this defense will really, really play well. I just don't know how long the offense can hold in there. They've got to be able to do something on the ground with the ball, because you can't put everything on your backup quarterback or your starting quarterback here. And eventually, you have to be able to run the ball somewhat.
Yeah, it'd be nice. And they've averaged 94 rushing yards per game in the SEC.
Yes,
that ranks 14th in the SEC, which is third to last. Buck, they also have 1 rushing touchdown from a running back in the SEC. That ranks tied for last in the conference. That ain't good.
Yeah, it's hard to change this up at this time of the year. It just is. But for defenses, the ones that have played such great defense all year in football all over the country, you're looking at some of these scores, BK. People are running up scores on pretty good defenses right now.
Yeah.
You start getting worn down. You start getting 8, 9 games into the season, your defensive players aren't quite as fresh. And we always talk about how in the summertime, and everybody talks about the defense is really, first, and the offense will start to gather themselves a little bit.
Mhm.
Well, as the season goes on, it's kind of the same too. Your defensive guys start to wear down. Your offense, same thing, repetition over and over and over again. You start clicking a little bit.
Yeah, people probably don't want to hear it, but I think you can attribute at least some of Texas's rough defensive showing in Starkville to the fact that they were on the field for 40
Oh, yeah,
minutes
for sure.
in that Kentucky
My
game
goodness.
7 days before. So, those guys were tired. And here's what I wonder, Buck. Texas is back home. That's the good news.
Right.
It's been a long time. They had a brutal month of October, a lot of travel, a lot of games in hostile environments. That can take a toll on a football team. The good news is Texas is back home. But the Longhorns are also at the end of this 5-game and 5-week stretch. They obviously have a bye coming up, but it's the 5th of 5 consecutive football
And you're playing the
games.
number 9 team in the nation. It's not like you're just playing nobody.
Right, all in the SEC.
Right.
And yeah, you're playing a really good football team. So the question is, are they tired? Or is there too much wear and tear for this game? Or just are they going to be so rejuvenated with the fact that they are back in Austin for the first time in
Well, once
forever?
again, emotions can only take you so far until you start getting punched in the head over and over and over again, and your offensive line is just getting beat on for a team that, it's your opponent has something to play for too.
For sure.
It's not like you're playing Mississippi State or Kentucky again. You're playing for a team that has a lot to play for themselves. So they're going to get on the road. They're going to do all the things that Sark talks about, where you're on the road and it's us against the world, and nobody thinks that the machine, you know, the little duckling or the little frog can come into the palace here and beat Texas, the mighty Texas. It's a long season, but like I said, they have something to really really play for. The Horns have something to play for also, and now you got to play. You may be playing with your backup quarterback, so there's that additive incentive for your football team, for Texas, I believe, to get it going. They want to show that, even without the quarterback playing, this is still a really, really good football team. They've got good players on it. But Vandy's playing for an awful lot too. And boy, when they are a physical group. I wish they weren't so. I wish they were more a little bit finesse. I could feel a little bit better about them trying to finesse their way around and throwing and doing this. But they want to be in a dogfight. They truly do. They want to be in a fist fight. And is Texas going to be up to the fist fight? Do they have enough stamina right now to do that?
Great question.
I I, I don't know. I don't like the way the run game looks. I just know that over and over and over again, Vandy is going to try to run the ball against this Texas defense. They are going to try. But you talked about the linebackers not playing that great last week. They're going to get really tested. It won't be dropping back in zone coverage. It's going to be at the point of attack. Are they going to be up for it? And the offensive lineman for Vandy, they got a little bit of mean on them.
They do.
That's different. That's a different offensive line compared to what Texas has right now.
Oh, I would trade O-lines in
Oh
a
my
heartbeat.
goodness, it's their world's different, and they've got an attitude. They got their coach's attitude right now.
Who is the little duckling you were referencing
That
earlier?
team, I meant the little frog that's wanted to be a prince.
Who's that?
That's the whole Vanderbilt team. It's not just a little quarterback, little stubby fingered quarterback.
Stubby fingered now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's your synonym for fat today.
No. He's
Just fat fingered,
he's
not fat.
I've seen him. I've seen shots of him up close. He's got a little stubby, not Kyler Murray stubby, but
Okay.
a little thicker.
Fat.
And he's going to be, and he's going to want to be all world everything this week. And once again, follow him to the restroom.
He's fat.
Wherever he has to follow him. You can't make that mistake. You can't go Jeff Levy. You can't do that. You can't make a mistake in this game because all the downs and all the situations will cost you with him.
He's a good player.
He's a really good player.
Yeah. All right. We'll dive back into this game. We got some more sound from Steve Sarkisian. Sark was actually asked about preparing for your first home game in a long time. Some of the challenges. Hey, you're so used to being on the road. How do you make sure that you're ramped up and ready to go for.
To be comfortable. I'll just say this: you should be really, really comfortable after all these road trips and everything else. You know, being here or doing what you do the night before, whether it was at the hotel or whatever, you're comfortable. You should be very comfortable in this football game, and you do a lot of good things at 11 a.m.
I like that. Yep. Jay says 35 minutes, by the way.
Oh,
that's
sorry about that.
pretty average timing for us.
It is.
Before we body shamed anybody here on this show. Sorry, you body shamed anybody here on this show.
Wow.
I don't do that. All right, before we dive back into Texas and Vandy Buck, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Shout out our friends over at Tony C's Pizza, of course, Austin's original coal-fired pizza, serving that New York-style pizza and the Italian food straight from the cookbook of the Ciola family. This is Wednesday. It's Unwine Wednesday. That's half-price bottles of wine. Yesterday, of course, was 2 for Tuesdays, and always a great meal over at Tony C's Pizza. Highway 79, right there beside the Del Diamond, Anderson Lane, Bee Caves. Austin's original coal-fired pizza, delicious. Don't forget 2 for Tuesdays, and don't forget any of the great meals at Tony C's Pizza. Love you, Mr. C.
Love Tony C's. Also love audio-visual consultations. Oh, man, what a great sports weekend we have coming up. World Series baseball, college football, the NFL, the NBA, the NHL. Tom McKay's favorite. Oh, by the way, college basketball is back next week.
It's the start, isn't it?
Don't forget about that. Texas will open up 6 days from now against Duke is Duke.
Duke is Duke, you know.
In Charlotte. So great time to make the call to audio-visual consultations to elevate your home TV setup. If you want to do what I got, the 4-TV setup, the man cave, you can do that with AV Consultations. If you want to be like the Buck, get the 85-inch big screen. They can make it happen for you. The home theater room with the giant projector and the great surround sound. You want the patio setup. Weather's finally starting to cool down. Maybe you want that nice TV outside. Doesn't matter. AV Consultations can do all of that for you because they've been doing all of that for Central Texans since 1988. They've been around longer than I've been alive. The best quality work. They get the best prices. You're going to love making that call to AV Consultation. So make your home the place to be for friends, for family, for yourself, for all of the sports all year long. Just give them a call, 512-255-8678, or find them online at avconsultations.com.
It'll be a good burger day for Hat Creek Burger Company, of course. They also have a spot up here, I think, that may be selling, doing breakfast. Certain parts of the city, folks, 7 a.m., they start their breakfast menu out there. And tacos, of course, pancakes, the whole works at Hat Creek Burger Company. But it is about the burger. It's about the lunchtime burgers over at Hat Creek Burger. And also, mom and dad, if you decided you want to have a little margarita at the end of a day, the kids are at the playscape, you can have that at a lot of locations throughout the city. 25 locations throughout the state of Texas. Born and bred right here in Austin, Texas. Nothing better than Hat Creek Burger Company.
Yeah, we're right here on Burnett Road.
Right up the street.
Half a mile up the road, you can find a Hat
Absolutely.
Creek Burger. May have to get one.
Saw one of their bosses at the golf course yesterday.
There you go.
Out there swinging them.
How's his game?
His game is balls are flying right up next to me. They hit them long.
Oh, no.
And you need to get a move on there, sir.
Oh, you're on your third shot while they're
Yes.
driving?
My goodness, man, oh, man.
That's the worst feeling in the world.
It is.
Yeah.
It is the worst feeling in the world. You're hitting 3, and they're right behind you, 20 yards right behind you after your third shot.
Yeah.
Nice to be young.
Nice. Yeah.
And flexible. And it's nice to be flexible.
I wish I had that excuse.
Wow.
Yeah. Shout out to Hat Creek Burger Company. Also, some love to CentexTickets.com. Again, Texas back at home this weekend for the first time in forever. If you want to be at DKR for a massive matchup against
and the free concert,
number 9 Vanderbilt, and the free concert too, CentexTickets.com has you covered, all of your Longhorn tickets. So if you want to be there for the Arkansas game, the A&M game, if you want to go to all 3 of these home games down the stretch, you can find tickets available at CentexTickets.com. And of course, we always say it, don't forget the promo code Centex10. You type that in at checkout, you're going to instantly receive 10% off of any ticket purchased. All right, here's a bit of sound from Steve Sarkisian talking about Saturday's game and talking about, coming back home. You know, how do you make sure that your team is prepared for your first home game since September 20th?
I think there's a fine line. In games like this, I listen to other coaches talk a lot of the time about relying on the fans to provide the energy into the stadium. And I know Longhorn Nation is going to show up Saturday at 11 a.m. But we need to make sure we provide energy for them too. And part of that is our style of play. the speed in which we play with, the violence in which we play the game with, that keeps the crowd energized. And so it's a two-way street there. And so we can't just go into this thinking, hey, we're at home and now we got our fans and everything's going to be great. No, they're an added bonus. We still need to play, our brand, our style of football against a very good football team.
We're still trying to figure out what that offensive brand of football is, but you need to really throw the first punch at 11 a.m.
Be nice.
You have to. You have to get off to a fast start. That's asking a lot of this team, BK, when it says, when you say fast starts. But offensively, you definitely need to throw the first punch at this group. You can't be passive, and I don't care if it's run or pass. If you're going to run the ball, you got to run the ball with a little bit more vigor than they've run the football. And if it's going to be passed and you got to throw it 3 downs for it, throw it. Just go. But you got to get going. You can't sit back and take punches against a team like Vandy, because they will really thrive on if they have success. And if they have success running the football, they're still going to be doing it in the fourth quarter. Once again, they're going to try to do it anyway.
Yeah.
Teams don't seem to give up on Texas, even over the last 2 years, when they think they can run it and you don't, and Texas stuffs them. These goofballs continue to try to run it up the middle against Texas, and they've had some real hard times. Thus, 2 semifinal, games for the University of Texas.
Sure.
But no, we've seen over the last couple of weeks the teams still want to try to prove themselves in the run game.
Well, that's the strength of Vanderbilt, too.
Yeah, and that is their strength. And the thing about it is, for Texas, that hasn't been their strength. So, what is it that you do best? You have to do it on Saturday.
Offensively?
Yes. Throw the ball.
Yeah.
I mean, that's throw the ball and return punts. So you got to throw the ball. I mean, it's, if you're going to turn around and think you're going to hand it off, no. But it doesn't mean you don't try. But how much time do you waste doing that in this football game?
That's a great question, right? And, I mean, Sark talked about it on Monday. Vanderbilt wants to slow the game down. We live in an era.
And that's your way of slowing it down, too, if you can't get any yards.
Well, we live in an era where up-tempo and no huddle and spread, that's the fashion. That's what people do. That's in. And Vanderbilt is like, to hell with your fashion trend. We're good. We're going to do what we do.
Sure.
They huddle just about before every play. Then they run the play clock down to under 10 seconds before just about every snap.
They call their plays and then let their quarterback improvise if it doesn't work.
Yeah, and they run a lot. Yeah. Look, Diego Pavia running is a huge part of their offense, but, I mean, they'll do some triple option stuff.
Sure.
They'll do a lot of zone read stuff.
They'll use that tight end.
They'll use their tight end, but their running game, Buck, they have 3 players with more than 380 rushing yards this year. For reference, Trey Wisner, who leads Texas in rushing yards this year, is in the 260s. And he's the only player on this Texas roster with more than 200 rushing yards this season. Vanderbilt has 3 guys with at least 380 yards rushing this season. So it is a balanced attack. The quarterback runs it a lot. Cedric Alexander rushes it a lot. They've got Young, who rushes it a lot too. They will slow things down. And what that does to an opponent is it maximizes the importance of their offensive possession.
Yeah, Cedric Alexander is going to get a lot of carries coming back home.
I think so. Texas did a good job keeping him in check last year.
Yes.
He also fumbled twice and lost 1. So Texas was able to do a very good job against the Vanderbilt rushing attack in that 3-point road victory at Nashville.
Their coach is going to be pretty smart about a kid coming back to his hometown.
Yep.
And letting him play.
Well, he is the starter, so it's a little easier for Vanderbilt to do that than Jarrett Gibson in Gainesville. But I don't think Cedric Alexander is going to hit the portal a couple of days after this game. I think he's pretty locked into what Vandy has going for them. But, I mean, if you're Texas, again, you have to take advantage of your offensive possessions, because I think the Longhorns had 84 offensive snaps in Starkville this past Saturday. It's going to be like 50 to 60 this Saturday.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty quick game.
Yeah, it will. It will. The clock will be running fast.
Yep.
And again, you have to take advantage of your opportunities. And for me, from a Texas standpoint, I think you're right. I think you got to throw the ball more. I mean, there's 3 things that I wrote down that I would like to see more of from this Texas offense. Throw the ball more, up tempo, and less 12 personnel.
Yeah, we don't need to see very much tight end.
No. Especially, I'm okay with maybe some 12 personnel inside the red zone, but in between the 20s, you were just wasting.
Yeah, it hadn't been a lot of talk about the red zone lately.
No, because everything else is bad.
Yes.
They're also not really getting to the red zone as often as we would like.
Having punt returns.
Yeah. I mean, in that Kentucky game, the only red zone appearance Texas made was because Ryan Niblett returned a punch
Right.
at the 5-yard line. That was the only time they got into the red zone the entire game. The offense couldn't get them in there. So, yeah, there are too many other fish to fry. The red zone.
Well,
offense.
I'll say this: when you don't have your starting quarterback, any way you can win is a good way to win.
Of course.
So you've got to figure that out. This is where the head coach has to figure this out. Yeah, we'd like to be able to be at home at 11 in the morning and run the ball with a little bit of power. We don't have a power runner right now, and we don't have a powerful line. But we may be able to protect long enough and scheme some things to get some guys open. And the individuals who are really good players have to make big plays. Can't be a bunch of drops this week.
No.
You know, you got to, everything will matter. Every catch, every play will matter in this football game.
Yeah.
Every special team snaps, it's all going to matter in this game.
I
We
would
don't have
say
your starter.
I would say the same thing if you did have the starter, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
You're playing a top 10 team that's
playing-
7-1 right now. Just find a way to win.
As I said, they got a lot to play for too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Vanderbilt. I mean, if the season ended today, they'd be in the college football
Yes.
playoff. And
Yeah, and we talk about them. I think when people talk about it, when fans talk about it, they just think, yeah, this is the prince right now who used to be the frog, but right now this team is a lot to play for. They're coming here with a mat on. They're coming into this town thinking that Texas is wounded right now. They may not have their quarterback, so they're going to have some little bit of extra incentive.
Yeah.
And if he gets in the game and if he does play, they're coming after him. You're going to have to protect your guy. This is one of those weeks. If he does play, you know, you and I are thinking it's probably not going to, but if he gets in that game, your offensive line, no matter how they've been, are going to have to protect their quarterback.
Of
Period.
course,
And
of
your
course.
coach is going to have to protect the quarterback.
Yeah, they've got to find a way. And shoot, even if Arch doesn't play, I mean, Matthew Caldwell,
You got to protect this quarterback.
protect him
You got to
too.
protect the guy who's starting right now, or you'll be into the next guy.
And that's a true freshman.
Yes.
With KJ Lacey, who I think has a very bright future at Texas, but it's a
You
scary
don't want to
thought.
start it here.
Yeah, scary thought talking about a true freshman who only has a couple of college snaps
No.
under his belt. Obviously, none of them meaningful. You don't want to get to a situation where you're relying on him in this football game.
I was going to be.
Win a
I
game.
was excited about this game anyway. Coming up.
Yeah.
You know, this is like it's very similar to how I feel about like the Aggies. This is a team that's from top to bottom pretty good. They're just a solid football team right now. But boy, this is where you like to bust their bubble. They got to come to your place.
Mhm.
It's going to be 11 in the morning. You got stuff to play for. They got a lot to play for. And you're talking about making them feel bad. This is the way to do it. And stopping the momentum of their quarterback because he's having a fantastic last 2 years.
Yeah, it'd be nice. And, you know, the toughest road atmosphere that Vanderbilt has had to play in was at Alabama, and that's their one loss
Yes.
this year. Now, they did win a road game in conference play against South Carolina. Helps that Lenore Sellers got hurt pretty early on in that football game. And look, Vandy's played some good teams. They've played a tougher SEC schedule than Texas has to this point. But going on the road against a team like Texas and an atmosphere like Texas, we'll see. Again, the one time they've had to do something like that, Alabama's better than Texas, don't get me wrong, but that's a game that Vanderbilt lost this year.
Sark needs to get his arms around the officials this week.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
But Texas had 10 penalties for over 100 yards in the game in Nashville last year. And that was like Texas won that football game. They were their own worst enemy. They did a lot right, but they had a couple of turnovers and they had 10 penalties.
Yeah, the physicality starts to make you hold on for dear life. And this offensive line against this group, BK, and I'm saying protect. And a lot of
This
times,
group, what do you mean? Like 5 customers here at Sue Patrick?
No.
Rushing the passer?
no, the 5 blocks of silly putty
Oh,
on offense and on the front there. You're talking about holding on for dear life. When I say protect your quarterback, that means grab him by the jersey and yank him down. That's why Sark has to do his. He's got to go in there and politic a little bit.
to the refs?
Yeah, absolutely. At home at 11 a.m.,
Mm-hmm.
those guys don't want to reach back and have to work and pull out a flag.
No.
The flag's in their back pocket.
Take a day off. You know?
Yes.
Your family's seen you enough. They don't need to see you on TV
Absolutely.
today, ref. Just let that one go. a little bit
Absolutely.
Today, please.
We got to have that because this is, as I said, these physical games. See a lot of officials want to make sure that guys aren't holding guys, and you know their coach is going to be talking about the offensive line too. The only reason they're going to be able to hold us out is because they're going to be holding us, Mr. Official.
That's what we have to tell them.
Yeah.
You know, Vanderbilt does something so unique on their offensive line. And like this is something that's done at times in high school and it's done at times in Pee Wee football, but I don't know the last time, Buck, that I have seen a college football team do this. They flip their offensive line. So most teams have like a left tackle, a
Right.
left guard,
Sure.
right tackle, right? All of the standard positions. Vanderbilt has a strong side offensive line and a weak side offensive line. So they will flip their guards and their tackles based on wherever they have their tight end on a certain play. So if the tight end's on the right side, they will have one guard and one tackle on the right side. If that tight end's on the left side, the very next play, that same guard and tackle
Go the other
will
side.
move over to the left side.
That's
So
interesting.
it's very interesting. The center stays the center, but again, it's very rare to see this at this level of football. Sometimes you do this in high school when it's like, well, these two offensive linemen suck, so we're never going to run behind them. So we're always going to make sure that we're running behind the guys that we have faith in. But Vanderbilt does this with a strong side and a weak side, and that's a unique challenge for this Texas defensive line because they haven't seen that this
And
year.
there's got to be some keys and giveaways in that. The fact that they'll run certain plays to that.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, that's on PK. He's been watching a lot of film this week of what they're going to do because they're going to run at him.
Yeah. And Vandy's offensive line coach was actually at Louisville when Lamar Jackson was their quarterback and won the Heisman Trophy. So this has had success not only in Nashville, but in the past at other stops too. But it's just pretty fascinating to see that actually happen where they flip-flop the offensive line around. Wondering maybe Texas should try that. But then again, I don't know if any of our offensive linemen are good enough to be doing stuff like that.
Trying to figure out your left from your right is not good for them right now.
Yeah, you're right. They might not.
Just stay on one side. I'm a left guy. I'm staying on the left side.
They got to do the thing where you hold up your hands, like hold up the L. Okay,
put the tape on their foot.
Which way is
left foot, right foot? There you go.
So it's worked for Vanderbilt. Again, they're 7-1 football team this year. They've run the ball incredibly well, and that's been a big reason why. But just something to look for, and something very unique at this level of football.
Once again, 3 and outs are allowed. If they want to try to power run you and they get nothing on first and you can contain them and get them in throwing situations, I'd rather have them in those throwing downs than, feeling good about themselves at 4 and 5 yards a clip on the ground.
Yeah.
You're talking about just trying to grind out a win.
And that's what Texas did last year. They did a pretty good job keeping the Vanderbilt rushing attack in check, and they kind of made Diego Pavia beat them through the air. He made some good plays, but he also had 2 interceptions in the football game. He only threw for 143 yards.
What's his stat like this year of throwing interceptions? I think taking pretty good care of the ball, obviously.
He's got 5 picks so far this year. 15 passing touchdowns to 5 interceptions in 8 games.
He'll still throw it up there.
So, yeah, I mean, he struggled against Alabama. Again, Alabama was able to get pressure on him, and at times it felt like he was trying to do a little bit too much in that football game. He loves him some him.
Yes.
There's no doubt about that. He's got some ego to him. He rubs some people the wrong way, and it felt like in that Alabama game, he really wanted to be the hero. And instead of trusting the guys around him, he would just try too hard to make that big play. I think he had 2 red zone turnovers in that game. Threw a bad interception and also lost a fumble. Yeah. Yep. So if you're Texas, again, it's the name of the game. If you can stop the running attack, turn this Vanderbilt offense one-dimensional, and get some pressure on Diego Pavia, obviously easier said than done, then that gives you your best chance to slow down their offense. And I will say this about Vanderbilt, like in SEC games this year, their statistics aren't going to blow you away. I believe they're 8th in scoring offense in SEC games, 10th in total offense in SEC games. So they're not like doing anything super crazy here. They're also 12th in total defense in SEC games. So they're 3-1 in the conference. And again, their only loss at Alabama, who's tied for first in the league. Not a lot of shame in that. But they're not like doing anything super elite. They're just finding ways to win football games.
Yeah, and I think special teams wise, they're going to do a bunch of directional punting. They're not going to kick the ball to Ryan. They're not going to kick the ball to Nibble. They're not going to say, hey, our guys are just better than your guys and we're good on special teams. Let's just run down and cover this kicks. They're going to directional punt it left or right. They're not punting right down the middle to him. He's going to have to go field some punts this weekend.
Yeah. Well, as college punters, you could tell them not to punt it to the punter. They might still punt it to the punt returner.
No, Levy told the guy, just kick it. We're good on special teams. We'll go down and cover it. You don't worry about it.
Hey,
you just get it off, and we'll get down there and cover it.
Well, you hope that, look, if Vandy does decide to kick it out of bounds this week, maybe You get
A real
thing-
shankopotamus.
Yeah,
huh?
you get a shank or two in there, right? Like the guy, they're so scared of kicking it to Niblet that, oh, shoot, it ends up being 15 or 20 yards shorter than it would have been if it was just a normal punt.
And sometimes that ain't bad to kick it rather than kick it to that dude.
It's better than giving up a touchdown
Yeah,
if
no
you're the
kidding.
opposing team. Believe me, I would prefer teams to punt it to Ryan Niblet versus, sacrificing 10, 15, 20 yards
Oh
on a
yeah.
shankopotamus. But these are college punters we're talking about. They might not all be great at angling things the way that you're talking about.
Well, they're going to try like hell. They're going to be working down to the other field by themselves along with their kicker, doing that. Where they go by themselves and they're not wanted by the rest of the team.
I hope not.
So just go down there in the corner and kick corner kicks, will you?
I hope they don't do
Yeah,
that.
that's just smart football. You can't, if you got a punter, I don't care what is in Pop Warner. If you get a week to practice and this is what you're going to do, hit that corner over there. If it goes out 8 yards before the spot that you're looking at, don't kick it to that dude right there in the middle. Don't hit one in the middle that we got to go
Who are you
cover.
rooting for? No, kick it to that dude.
Well, I want him to kick it to that dude.
Just in case Clark Lee is listening, I don't want him to know.
Clark Lee is a lot smarter than that Yahoo last week.
Yeah,
You know that.
it's a pretty low
That
bar
guy,
to clear.
that guy spent time in Norman, so he's not that smart.
No, he's not. No, he is not.
This guy's going to be a little bit smarter than that.
I'm just hoping and praying that teams continue to punt it to number
Oh,
21.
I do too.
He's a weapon right now. He's the
Man.
best punt returner in America. And yeah, he's the reason why Texas has won these last two football games.
Some of these guys, part of that salary, that $8 to $10 million that they get, is not to do that. Hey, by the way, the administration is looking at that too, going, hey, would you not punt it to that guy?
Yeah.
We've seen games with him now. We need to understand that you're getting a lot of money here, so don't do that. And don't let your special teams coach talk you into, hey, we can cover it. We got this.
No.
It's like not telling your offensive line, hey, we don't have to go out and get any offensive linemen. We got this with our high schoolers. Everything's going to be good.
Yeah, that it's not going really good.
No, it's not.
On the Texas offensive line standpoint. Special teams could be a big factor. Vanderbilt's pretty good on special teams, but we were saying that about Mississippi State, and Texas won that battle. And again, obviously a huge reason why the Longhorns won that football game.
Now, do you see anything that offensively tells you that running the ball is going to be?
No.
No, not at all. No, I mean, like, C.J. Baxter another week. He's not on the injured list, folks. That I believe that's true so far, right?
Right.
He didn't show up on Monday, so this is another week of healing, right? Unless today he comes up that he's probable or something has happened during the course of the week.
Right. Yeah, we'll get the first official report tonight. But
So you got to be feeling pretty good that that's another week under his belt, and then he got some live action last week.
So here's some interesting numbers here, and credit on Texas football for doing the research on these. Texas has played 5 Power 4 football games this year, the 4 SEC games, and obviously the season opener against Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
The Longhorns have scored 11 offensive touchdowns in those 5 Power 4 games. 1 against Ohio State, 3 versus Florida, 1 versus Kentucky, 1 versus Oklahoma, and 5 last week against Mississippi State. On those, there's a few stats to dive into here, but since you asked me about the run game, on those 11 possessions, only 2 of those 11 drives have seen 3 rushing attempts or more. Only 1 running back rush out of 24 attempts on those drives has gone for more than 10 yards. There have been 14 explosive plays on those 11 touchdown drives. One of them is an explosive run from the running back. So when the Texas offense has been at their best, aka scoring touchdowns, they're doing it through the air.
Yes.
They're not doing it on the ground. So this team is banging their head against the wall repeatedly, trying to run it as often as they are. And I'm not saying like don't hand it off at all on Saturday, but if Sark does have an inner Mike Leach, I would like for that to be channeled.
Yeah, this is the time to show up, right?
Because you can't run the ball. I said it earlier, 4 SEC games, you rank 3rd to last in rushing yards per game. You only have 1 rushing touchdown from a running back in the conference. That ties you for dead last in the league.
Dude, your running back room they've got to be just so livid at themselves because that's what they blame. They don't look at the offensive line and say it's about there's nothing up front. They talk to each other about we've got to do better, which is a good thing.
You don't think so?
No, they don't. They very seldom, running backs very seldom look at the offensive line and say they're stuck up front. I don't know. There's no place to go. It's generally about them. They always feel like they've got the ability to make somebody miss or hell, I can run the ball for 3 yards if they just let all 11 guys go. I should be able to get 3 yards. If you toss it to me, I'll get 11 for you, or 3 yards. I'll find a way to get it against 11. They don't blame the offensive line, so that room has got to be buzzing. And then you start to figure out who's the starter, who's the guy that you can lean on. There's nobody they can lean on.
No.
You know.
Yeah, it's just been too inconsistent all year long. And, Trey Wisner and CJ Baxter are both playing, but I don't know if they're like healthy. They're definitely not 100%.
It's like it's never been that way from the beginning of the season.
No, I don't think it has.
For Trey Wisner. Yeah.
I mean, Trey Wisner apparently injured that hamstring injury in the offseason.
Right.
Toughed it out for Ohio State, but obviously missed the next 3 games after that. And we know the injury CJ Baxter's coming off of. So it's clear to me that he's not the same guy he was in 2023 before the knee reconstructive surgery.
And that was going to be hard enough as it is. And then he hurts his hamstring along with that.
Right. Yeah. So it's just, the run game isn't good. It isn't good right now. So again, you don't not run it at all, but your offense has been better when you've thrown the football this year. So
no, my whole deal is to get it on the perimeter on Saturday, get the ball on the perimeter early in the morning. See if they want to tackle you out in space, or can they tackle you out in space? And how do you get your running backs out there? And it's got to be Trey Wisner, because there's not another back that they have right now.
How do you get your running backs out there? Maybe throw them the ball out there.
I would agree.
Like, I don't disagree with your strategy at all.
Once again, I'll say this about the wide receivers. They have early in the season, and it happens early in the season where you're not quite sure on how to block those quick screens and backs coming out of the backfield. But they have it down pretty much. They very seldom now get a flag for holding. You'll get one every 3 or 4 games, and that pisses you off. But dude, generally in the course of a game early in the season, you can have 2 of those in a game. Guys holding on to guys on quick screens or backs. They do a good job. Chris Jackson has done a good job of coaching that part. That'd be a hard one. That's a hard one to coach out in space. Little goofy defensive backs that want to get off. They don't want to try to run through you. They want to get off of the blocks, and you got to grab a hold of them because you don't want somebody to get blown up. So they find a way to get these guys on the perimeter. Try to get Trey Wisner on the perimeter in this game.
Sure, I like that thought, and I do think
Wingo more than one gets sweep.
Well, the bubble screen, you ran it twice.
Yes.
Or at least twice. You had 2 great plays doing that. That sparked the offense, especially on that first drive of the football game when it went for 60. So
plus Caldwell's going to have to there's going to be times, it's not called run, but he's going to have to run anyway.
Yeah. He's a good enough athlete.
Sure.
I think we've seen that. He's got 2 carries this year for 64 yards.
Yes.
One went for 50, one went for 14. So I don't know if that average is going to hold up over the course of a whole game. But, he could scoot a little bit.
He will be running more than twice this week.
I think so.
Yeah,
I think
he's going to be on the run.
He will be on the run. And, look, hopefully if you're Texas on those designed pass plays, they are designed to get the ball out of his hands quickly.
And the Texas defense will play better than they played, at times last week. Even with or without Michael Tapp, this is just as you're right, BK. They don't have a choice.
Yeah,
they have to play better. This is a much better offensive team than they saw last week.
It is, and you can't give up 38 points every week and expect to win. Again, it is more than a minor miracle that Texas is 2-0 in their last 2 games.
Yes.
Like they should have lost both of those games at Kentucky and at Mississippi State. So you can't be living on the edge. I mean, Sark talked about it after the game on Saturday. He's like, we can't be living on the edge like this.
No.
Especially not against good teams. I mean, Mississippi State and Kentucky, they are not good football teams.
No.
Vanderbilt, Georgia, Texas A&M, those are good football teams.
You have to beat those teams.
Yeah, they're not going to just give the game to you on a silver platter.
No, they won't do that.
You've got to go out and actually beat those teams, like you said. All right, more Texas Vanderbilt conversation. We also have to get into some odds for some big openings in college football, and also where Brian Kelly will be coaching next.
How's Boston College sound?
Maybe they're on the list.
Yeah.
We'll get to those stories in a moment, but before we shift gears, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, my messed up back support has always been super difficult, and nothing gave me the comfort that I needed like our good friends over at Relax the Back. They've got everything that I need over there. Office chairs, select office chairs, of course. They got great specials on zero gravity recliners, and they've got wonderful locations, 2 of them. We're close to one up here in Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center right across from the Container Store, and then BK's at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods. I love Relax the Back. I love the accessories that they have. If I'm not in my chair, I use some of the accessories that I'm given from Relax the Back, and folks, it has made a world of difference for my thoracic part of my back. Also helps my neck area also. Now I'm in a different chair today. When I get back home today, I'll be in the comfort of my office chair, and I love that. And I love the folks at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Relax the Back, and also shout out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave. Here's a word from Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Of the Covert family. And of course, our friends over at Horseshoe Bay Resort. Go to horseshoebayresort.com. If you're coming into town, maybe thinking of coming in a little bit earlier, or if you want to leave town and you don't want to go a long ways, Horseshoe Bay Resort out there is absolutely beautiful. The floating bar there on Lake LBJ, all the great amenities at the resort, at the hotel, and also the villas that they have. The 4-bedroom villas are fantastic. And the folks out at Horseshoe Bay, I was there yesterday. What wonderful folks, PK. The golf course is in great shape. A little windy yesterday for the old man out there, but boy, it was a beautiful day. The courses are as green as can be, and it is a great, and they have 4 great courses out there. They also have a private course that's available free out there, but the amenities that they have at the hotel, none better. And you don't have to go very far. It took me 40 minutes. Actually, took me 40 minutes from my house
There you go.
to get out to Horseshoe Bay. So it's not that far away, but you'll love Horseshoe Bay. For more information, go to horseshoehsbresort.com.
How fast were you driving to get out there?
Yesterday morning, I was in that 65-mile-an-hour range. I didn't have to fly out there. Tea time 11:55. So it was a good nice little ride. Stopped off for a little coffee and then get out there. I got a chance to loosen up.
Okay.
They got all the great spots to loosen up there. And nothing like every once in a while going to the Blue Bonnet Cafe at Horseshoe Bay. Blue Bonnet Cafe, the legendary Blue Bonnet Cafe down there in downtown Horseshoe Bay. It was nice. It was nice. It was a nice ride, and the sun was nice. It wasn't that hot. Nice little breeze. Too much breeze for me, but
Pretty windy
it
yesterday.
was windy yesterday. Yes,
Yeah.
indeed.
And you did not get pulled over like Arch Manning did.
No, I did not. I wasn't breaking any laws. I was going in that 65-mile-an-hour range. Yes.
Okay. All right. I like that. Love Horseshoe Bay Resort. Also love McCall Custom Homes.
Yes,
How was your
indeed.
putting yesterday?
My putting was not good.
Okay. Well, I was going to give McCall Custom
The wind.
Homes
Let's
some
not.
love.
The wind.
All right.
It's
Well,
the wind.
McCall Custom Homes, don't blame them.
No,
That's on you.
that was on me. Yes.
You need to learn how to read greens better, sir.
Yes.
McCall Custom Homes, they hooked Bucky up. They installed a putting surface in his yard.
Got a couple people that are now interested in doing that. They
They-
want to have that at their house.
They can do it for you. It's not just a Bucky thing. They can
No.
do that for anybody. We talk all the time about kitchen remodels and bathroom renovations and, adding on to your home, but you can also add on to your outdoor space
Yes.
as well. And yeah, for you golfers out there, not a bad way to do it. A little putting surface, a little chipping net. They can do all of that stuff for you. McCall Custom Homes, they've been around Central Texas for 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience has been right here in our own backyard, so they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly special. Don't just take our word for it, although you should. I mean, we trust our homes to McCall
Yes.
Custom Homes. Rodney got a master bathroom redone by them, but these guys are 8+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. They've got tons of 5-star reviews online. So if you don't believe me, just check it out yourself. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Right now, they're offering free estimates to TSU listeners. So if you want to have them out to your place risk-free, you can do that, no charge. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. All right, let's get to some Vegas odds here,
Okay.
Buck. We've spent some time this week talking about the college football coaching carousel. I think everybody has spent some time.
By the way,
this
how
week.
did I do in Vegas yesterday for the people? Oh, I had those Blue Jays.
You did have the Blue Jays.
Sorry about that, Otani. I know you needed your 10-hour sleep. Sorry you didn't get that.
Oh, yeah. Blue Jays get the win 6-2 in game 4 of the World Series. That best of 7 has now become a best of 3. Game 5 tonight in LA. Rematch of game 1 that was dominated by Toronto. It'll be Savage against Blake Snell. But a nice win for Blue Jays, and a nice win for you last night. Going against the grain, betting against Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, I just, I kept hearing so much about he needs his rest. He's got a routine, and that whole 18 innings, nobody was getting a routine last night.
No, they weren't. And Shohei was pretty good, but the Dodgers bullpen didn't do him any favors. And the Dodger offense, I mean, they scored 1 run in the first 8 innings of the game. That's not going to win you a lot of baseball games. So, the Blue Jays, nice bounce back for them. I think a lot of people thought they were dead after losing that 18-inning marathon 2 nights ago. They bounced back to even up the series. And the good news for Toronto, 2 of these last 3 games are north of the border.
Yes.
I mean, game 5 in LA, but that's the last game in California. Then they will shift this weekend back to Canada.
It's got to be a massive line. Do they play again tonight?
Tonight, yep.
We're going right back. No more sleep again?
Right back at it.
Yeah, that's going to be that.
Well, last night was a 9-inning game.
Yes.
Which does help. But, there are still some taxed players, especially bullpen arms on both sides.
Yeah, that's got to be a huge line again because this is one where the Dodgers will win at home.
Feels like they have to, right?
Yes. Because they're gonna struggle back in Toronto.
Yeah, let me see.
Because they've got to go out of America.
The Dodgers minus 190 this evening. Toronto plus 160 on the money line.
Well, last night was 200 plus 200 with Ohtani on the mound.
So what are you going to do tonight?
I'm going to go ahead and take the Dodgers.
Okay. How many?
100,000 units.
100,000 units.
Yeah, they're going to get that. They got to get that done.
All right, you've had a great start to the week. You were 2-0 on Monday, one with the World Series, one with the Kansas City Chiefs on Monday Night Football, 1-0 yesterday. You're now up 300,000 units on the season.
Well, you know what game I didn't see last night, BK, that was out there right down in San Marcos? Texas State played Dolly Madison. And Dolly Madison just, for them, their head coach down at Texas State, his name was showing up on the boards for a lot of these jobs. And, they're getting ready to join the Pac-2 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
His name has not been talked about. They got whomped yesterday. It was like 52-7 or some weird number last night. They just got crushed.
52-20, the final score. Yeah, James Madison going into San Marcos.
One of the presidents is pretty good. They got a pretty good team.
Yeah, I can't believe he's still playing after all these years.
I know.
Impressive stuff.
Good grief.
Yeah, that guy's done a lot for your country. That's not what your country
Dolly Madison,
Yeah, that's not what your country can do for you. That's what you can do for your football team.
That's a pretty good football team if you watch any of that. If you just peeked and saw that group play.
UTEP lost last night, too. Don't look at how UTEP has played since the Texas game.
No.
That's going to annoy you a little bit. All right, so some Vegas odds for the college football coaching carousel. We'll start with Brian Kelly here.
Okay.
First of all, let me ask you this. Do you think Brian Kelly's going to coach again? 64 years young, just got paid more than $50 million to leave LSU. Has obviously accomplished a lot in his coaching career. Hasn't won a national championship, but we're talking about the winningest coach in Notre Dame history.
Yeah, he likes a lot of himself, so I think that he wants to show that he can continue to coach. I mean, he's the winningest coach in Notre Dame history.
Brian Kelly was also a college softball coach at one point.
I didn't realize that.
According to his Wikipedia page, from 1984 to 1987, he was the defensive coordinator for the football team at Assumption. He was also the head softball coach for the Assumption Greyhounds.
Wow.
Division II.
Okay.
How about that?
Well, he's not going back to softball, but
those chicks probably hated him.
Oh my God. Can you imagine how mean that too could be?
And that was in the 80s, so maybe he wasn't as old and bitter and crotchety as he is right now.
Yeah, he's kind of a bitterman right now. I got to believe that he wants to prove that he can still coach football at a decent level. I mean, I know he's probably part of the deal is you need to go try to find a job, at least give it an attempt. Sort of like James Franklin. I mean, I'm saying that, but I don't know if that's a part of it. Maybe just straight out can have that money.
I don't know.
That settlement money. If they just fire him. So, but who knows? But I could see him wanting to try to prove a point of him being a pretty good coach.
Well, the favorite for Brian Kelly's next head coaching job
is from Boston.
The Arkansas Razorbacks. Of course, fired Sam Pittman earlier this season. They were in the market for a new coach.
Well, they fired a nice guy, and then they want to bring in this dude.
Would they do that?
I don't think they would. I don't think they would. I think they'd go totally in a different direction. They'd give a young coach, an up-and-coming coach. every year you look in the MAC and there's always some up and coming young coach. But the MAC, hell, they don't even put them on TV anymore. We're supposed to be having MAC games here by now on Tuesdays. What happened to the MAC and ESPN?
Starts in November.
It does?
I think next week we'll get our first Tuesday night action.
Wow, we have not had any action yet.
No, they keep pushing it back.
I know.
Same thing as last year.
They're not happy
doing to us.
No good teams in the MAC this year. So now, where do you see him? Where do you see that dude?
Arkansas is the favorite, followed by
Besides Arkansas.
UCLA, which that doesn't feel like a fit at all. Virginia Tech, Stanford, Oklahoma State. Those are your top 5 Vegas odds for Brian Kelly right now. Oklahoma State would be interesting. You'd think they'd maybe want to go younger after Mike Gundy was around there for more than 20 years, but
yeah, the hit is on Bill O'Brien, and I think I think he's from Boston, so why wouldn't he do that if that's part of his settlement? Go get at least attempt, and you get a job like BC.
Well, all of those jobs that I mentioned are better than BC, no?
Yes.
So that's why he wouldn't do it. I mean, if nobody else offers him, if nobody else wants him,
that's what I'm saying.
And there's been a lot of name smearing.
And you don't get to keep all that money if you're not
right.
Then yeah, go back to your hometown and coach there.
But I think you'd rather take like Arkansas. If Arkansas offers, that's interesting. I don't think it'd be a horrible hire for Arkansas. I don't think they'll do it.
I don't think they'll do it either.
I think Brian Kelly's rep is too bad right now for an SEC school to
like
hire.
I said, they've gone from a real nice guy to this guy. I don't want to flip that around like that.
But LSU is also really good. I don't want to go to bat too much for the personality of Brian Kelly because it's not like we didn't hear stuff like this when he was at Notre Dame.
Sure.
But LSU, I remember what they did to Les Miles after they let him go, just totally dragging his name in the mud, even though he won a national championship and a bunch of games there. They did the same thing for Ed Ogeron, too. Like now everybody loves him, but like right after they let him go.
Oh, no, they hurt you when you leave.
Dude, they destroyed him. And
they're going to give you $54 million. They're not going to say nice things about you.
He's hanging out with all these people and he's doing all this and he doesn't care and this, that,
he's
and the
at
other.
the golf course too much.
So don't necessarily believe everything you read with LSU and the way they talk about Brian Kelly because, as soon as they turn on you, they turn on you.
Yes.
So I don't know. I think Brian Kelly could still get a decent coaching gig if he wants one. Favorite to be LSU's next head football coach, by the way, John Summerall, coach at Tulane. He's a Louisiana guy. A lot of ties to the state. I don't know.
That's quite a jump from Tulane, though.
Yeah, I think LSU's ego is too big for that.
I do too.
Like they want to go get somebody bigger. I mean, I like Lane Kiffin is their top target. No, that feels obvious.
Well, yeah, he is there. He's everybody's main target.
Now the Vegas odds aren't for who's the first call. The Vegas odds is who's going to be the next head coach there. Lane Kiffin does have the third best odds. It's John Summerall 1, Joe Brady, the former LSU offensive coordinator, who's now the Bills OC, number 2. Lane Kiffin, number 3, followed by James Franklin and Eli Drinkwitz.
Yeah, Joe Brady's going to get a shot if he wants to come and coach in college, I believe.
I think so too.
One of these jobs.
Yeah, he's done a good enough job as a coordinator in multiple stops now.
I can see Joe Brady going to a place like Penn State. They've been taking a shot at him.
Yeah, I think he'd prefer LSU because he knows he can.
Dude, everybody would prefer LSU than they would even Florida. You got a better chance of winning it.
No, you're
LSU
right. You're right. LSU's
right
the best job that's open right now. I don't think there's any question about that. It's crazy that Penn State's probably number 3 on that list.
I would agree.
A job like Penn State opens in a normal year, that is the best vacancy by far.
Yes.
But when LSU and Florida are out there, and all the history that those two schools have, yeah, that's where the money is, literally, right now. By the way, current Vegas favorites for other openings around college football. For Arkansas, Rhett Lashley, head coach at SMU, who's an Arkansas alum, by the way. So that's potentially a name to look out for.
And if he gets an opportunity, he better take it because he's having his struggles right now.
Yeah, SMU, they're not going to be a playoff team this year like they were last year. I would not go to Arkansas. I would wait for something better than Arkansas. But again, because it's his alma mater, maybe he'll take that gig. Florida, by the way, the favorite to be the next head coach at Florida, this line, is now 1-1. Eli Drinkwitz, head coach at Missouri. That do anything for you?
I don't know if it does anything in the state of Florida for recruiting, but I mean, he's been a winner.
He's done a pretty good job at Missouri. I still don't think he's that great of a coach, but I mean, 11 wins in 2023, 10 wins last year.
Yeah, I can see them
6-2 this year.
And I can see them taking a flyer on him at Arkansas too.
he wouldn't take Arkansas. Missouri's that's a lateral move right there. He
It
wouldn't go
is?
to- yeah, he wouldn't go to Arkansas.
Not much more money at Arkansas.
I think if Arkansas came calling, Eli Drinkwitz would go to the powers that be at Mizzou and say they're offering me this, and they would pay him to
Okay.
stay. Yeah, I don't think like
Because I think
it's harder to win at Arkansas than it is at Missouri.
for the next guy, they're going to open up a little bit of everything at Arkansas for the next guy. You know,
Sure.
they want to get right back in the thick of things, NIL money and everything else. I think their alums going to do everything they can to get right back into it.
Yeah, but Florida's a better gig.
Oh, for sure.
So if it's between Florida and Arkansas for Eli Drinkwitz, he's going to
It's
the
going
Swamp.
to, for sure.
Yeah, Drinkwitz, 42, actually born in Norman, Oklahoma, but
Let's just hold that against him.
did not go to Oklahoma, so we don't have to hate him that
No.
much. He's just a weird guy. He's a very weird guy. So I don't know if that is going to factor into anything here. But for Oklahoma State, Zach Robinson, the favorite to be their next head coach, their former quarterback, who's now the offensive coordinator for the Falcons in the NFL. For Penn State, the aforementioned Joe Brady, followed closely by Matt Rule at Nebraska. For UCLA, the favorite is Jed Fish, coach at Washington.
Mm-hmm.
For Virginia Tech, how about John Gruden? Could you imagine? John Gruden wants an SEC job so bad. John Gruden is praying that Arkansas
He wants
or
Blacksburg.
Kentucky or Auburn, like any of those jobs that open up, he's not going to get a call from LSU or Florida, obviously, but like he would take.
He would take Virginia Tech.
I think he would take Virginia Tech.
He just wants to coach.
Yeah, I think he just wants to coach again.
Yeah, okay.
And Virginia Tech, like that's a solid program. They've got some history. I know they've fallen on some hard times as of late, but there are worse gigs out there that
Well,
you can
no,
take.
he can get their student body going for sure.
Yeah, you can get people excited again with Virginia Tech football. So again, I think he wants to be an SEC coach, but if no SEC opportunities come his way, then if Vatech comes a calling, then yeah, John Gruden, Spider 2Y Banana will be.
Dude, bringing out these oldies for these places.
Yeah.
Belichick in Carolina, John Gruden there.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep him down there then. Keep him down there in the South somewhere.
How old John Gruden is. He ain't Bill Belichick old. I can
No,
tell you
he's
that.
not.
John Gruden is stalling here, 62.
Yeah.
He's younger than Brian Kelly, 62. So I think he's got a few more years in him. We'll see if his name got smeared for a couple of years. Some of those emails that popped out from the NFL, but I think Gruden's going to get some looks this offseason. So a lot of guys are going to get some looks.
But you don't think Gruden get a look at Florida though, right? No, they're not going to do that.
No, I don't think so.
They're going to stick to a college coach.
I just think they want a more proven guy at the college level. Boy, they have to be so pissed that LSU is now open. They are praying, and I think a lot of people would argue that Florida's a better job than Oklahoma, but they are close. They're close. They're praying that like other blue blood type of gigs don't open up either, because that obviously hurts their chances of getting a top
Joey
guy.
Freshwater's doing a good job of keeping everything kind of under wraps right now with his Mississippi team. You know, he's still right in the hunt, so he's not talking to anybody. He may not even be talking to his agent.
We'll wait and see what Diana Rossini has to say, because she knows everything apparently when it comes to coaching rumors. So no, Lane Kiffin is absolutely talking to people behind the scenes. And his people are absolutely talking to people behind the scenes.
And Mississippi's absolutely talking to his people behind the scenes.
100%. Now, he may end up staying, but it's not like Lane Kiffin.
Well, he's not staying pat. I understand that. No matter what happens, he's about to make more money than he made last year.
Oh, for sure.
So it doesn't matter. He's not, whether he stays or goes, he's making more money.
His people are talking to the people at LSU and at Florida and at Penn State and anybody else right now.
You know, with the deal at Florida, they may make him an offer he can't refuse, though.
Yeah, I mean, it could turn into a bidding war.
Yeah.
LSU could do the same thing. And LSU's a better job. I think they have more money than Florida, too. So that's the thing.
Isn't that state always talking about how they can't support their football right now? We don't have enough money in the government. We can't do this at LSU.
They'll find.
Sure.
It's Louisiana. They will find money.
Yeah, some floor pisser will get them some money.
By the way, we will play that Diana Rossini sound before we get out of here. Diana Rossini appeared on Dan Lebitard's show yesterday and was asked about, her report from this past Saturday on Steve Sarkisian mulling NFL interest. So we'll let you hear from her in a moment.
Hopefully she said just a friend of a friend.
She didn't, it sounds like she was backtracking a little bit.
Mhm.
Didn't give a whole lot, but we'll get to that in a second. Before we get to our world famous QVC segment
Yeah,
with
baby.
Jay Buck, how about another quick round of sponsor shout outs?
And of course, let's say hello to our friends over at the League Kitchen and Tavern. We're loving the League. All day breakfast, happy hour from 3 to 6 each and every day. That chef inspired comfort food made from scratch each and every day. Of course, Hawaiian wings, pulled pork sliders, teriyaki glazed pork chops, the great Cobb salad, and all day breakfast. Great savings on glasses of wine, glasses of select beer, and cocktails at their 4 locations: Lakeway, Belterra, BK's, Avery Ranch. 4 great locations, 1 great place to eat. The League Kitchen and Tavern.
Get you some Altstadt beer at the League.
Some of that Lonnie's famous fried chicken too. Let's not forget Lonnie's famous fried chicken.
Lonnie didn't die for us to forget about his fried chicken.
No.
Is Lonnie alive? He might be alive. I don't know if Lonnie
Yes,
is,
he
so
does.
Sorry about that, Lonnie.
Lonnie just loves his famous, and it's famous fried chicken. It's not just fried chicken, famous fried chicken.
Famous fried chicken. Hopefully,
Yes.
I didn't just Chad Hastings Lonnie.
No,
right
Lonnie's
there.
cool.
Apologies for that one, Lonnie. Shout out to Altstadt Beer, though. You can get some of that at the League Kitchen and
Yes,
Tavern.
you can.
You can get Altstadt all over the place. Your favorite bars, your favorite restaurants, all throughout the Austin area, but all throughout Houston and DFW and San Antonio as well.
It is there.
And of course, next time you're shopping for beer at a liquor store, at a grocery store, wherever you get your beer, make sure you shop Altstadt. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. Weather finally cooling down. Perfect time to drink that Altstadt Oktoberfest. They also have the fantastic Vienna Red Lager as well. A couple of great seasonal brews that are perfect for these cooler months. And if those aren't your thing, they've got the lager, they've got the Kolsch, they've got the light beer, they've got the Hefeweizen. I'm telling you, it is fantastic. We're about to talk to our guy Jay from St. Patrick. I know he's had a couple of. Oh my God!
The lager.
Asking ye shall receive a 15-pack.
So, BK, the reason you're getting a 15-pack isn't because I felt guilty that I spent so much on Bucky's present he's fixing to get in here, and you don't ever get anything. It's all they had left. The whole thing was empty.
About that?
They had been crazy. I wanted to get you a seasonal one, and the whole row was empty.
That's amazing.
Wow.
At HEB?
HEB.
Golly. With reason,
I'm
by
glad
the
you
way.
did that, Jay, because he'll be cracking that open on the way home.
Jay, you want one right now?
Yeah,
the store's not open yet. You can have one. Thank you, Jay. That's awesome. The Altstadt Lager, it's my go-to. The best one they've got.
I think I left your OLIPOP over there. Let me go see.
OLIPOP too? Oh, man.
Oh, man, goodness.
The gifts are coming. Well, speaking of OLIPOP, we'll thank you for that one.
I'm struggling today.
You all
I'll tell
right?
you,
What's
with
going on?
all that wind blowing and everything, I'm telling you, I'm having all kinds of allergy problems here. I wake up with allergy problems.
You're
but
like
that's all right.
Brent Venables, blowing and going everywhere.
Blowing and going, brother.
That's what you do. Well, shout out to the OLIPOP.
Oh, look at this.
Here we go.
Oh,
Our guy
nice
Jay
and
coming
cold.
through for us. He
Grape.
listens every day. He knows us well. We got a cream soda. We got a classic grape. 2 of our favorite flavors of OLIPOP right here. Thank you, Jay.
And they had no pineapple.
No pineapple paradise.
I wanted to get you some pineapple.
Yeah.
Bucky loves the upside down pineapple.
I know. I always like to taste sweet.
I was thinking pineapple and your girlfriend in that special way.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Jay. Thank you for always thinking of us.
Nothing like the sweet taste of pineapple.
That's the truth.
Goodness
Those
gracious.
are bad.
It's a family show. What do you mean we're bad, Buck? What are
Yeah.
you insinuating?
Nothing.
All right.
Nothing
Sounds
whatsoever.
like you were thinking of something
But
else.
you know, OLIPOP must be selling great.
Yeah.
HEB has like 6 feet devoted to it.
Oh, they
Crazy.
do. It's incredible.
Everywhere, man.
And they don't mess around. If you don't sell in their store, you're out.
Is that how it works?
Right.
Yeah. Love the
Kind of the
OLIPOP.
same way here.
No.
About to say, what's going on? It's good to see you, Jay.
Thank you.
It's been a long time.
Long time.
Hopefully, we never have 42 days between home games again.
And you know what I've missed about these 42 days the most?
Besides us.
With you, this is about y'all.
Thank you.
I didn't get to come on here and have my own little soapbox and say ugly things about Mike G.
Our resident Alabama fan, Mike
I
G.
think he's really a Sooner.
Maybe. The way he talks about Texas. There's
So,
reason to
BK,
believe.
this is the day to put on the calendar a present that Bucky will keep.
Oh.
Right. And what's really sad about this present is if I'd waited 3 more days instead of $7 on it, I could have got it for $3.50.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Whole 350.
big spender over here, Jay.
What do we got here, Jay?
It's really good.
Wrapped up, too.
Yeah.
It's wrapped.
Yeah, it is wrapped in.
It's like
and-
Tupperware.
well,
Oh no. Well, this one is
oh, it's a keeper.
The lean, mean, fat reducing grilling machine.
it says George Look at this. Autographed by the late George Foreman.
Yeah.
Isn't that great?
That's a real autograph too.
And this is not the little one. This is not the little ghetto blaster, right? This is the real. This is one that you can actually.
It's not like the deluxe one you gave Roberto. Right.
Be the guy who stole it out of my garage.
Yeah. It's the guy you told here.
look at this.
Says you can have it.
So this is this one right here is the one that in the early 90s and 2000s became the real George Foreman grill. Not that little. There was one that looked like a little waffle maker. That was the junky one. That was the one you couldn't put on the counter. This one you can put on the counter. It looks like, I mean, it looks like it belongs right there with the microwave and the air fryer that you don't have to hide from the people. If they come in and see this in my house, this is okay.
It's perfect.
Is this new or used, Jay? Do you know?
You know, most of the merchandise I get, Bucky, is used.
Okay. There's a chance this is mine, Buck.
This one may get to you.
I had that exact model of
Oh,
George
you
Foreman
did?
grill for a few years.
You know what? It looks like a grill, but it also looks like one of those robo vacuum cleaners you just put on the floor that goes and cleans it in all the
Little
corners.
Roomba.
The real Roomba. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Thank you,
it
Jay.
Came from Next to New, which supports St. David's Episcopal Church.
Love that.
Yes,
So, Jay, you were confident that Bucky is going to keep that.
100%.
Don't,
Yeah.
don't put the. Oh, okay. I thought that was the headphone wire.
No, no,
there.
no.
That's the cord.
No, Joyce is
My
gonna
bad.
love this. She was very
And
disappointed.
let's hope when you open it up, Bucky, it's taped shut. Let's hope it's clean inside.
Yeah, those things do gather some oil.
Some
right?
grease in there.
Yeah.
Oh my
You
god.
can do your car. You can change your oil and use the pan from the
So
grease in this thing.
We've got a couple. It's pretty
Oops.
funny because we've had 5 comments already, Jay. One of them from Shelby here at St. Patrick.
Uh-huh.
Right now we have 3 that's saying yes, Bucky is keeping that, and 2 that are saying yeah, no chance, Buck is keeping that.
That
The crowd is split early on here.
I do have that air fryer. When I got the air fryer, I do a lot. I mean, I even do steaks in the air fryer.
Did I give you the air fryer?
No. You guys haven't. You haven't come with that, but we have one of those.
Wow.
And that thing is so hidden, so deep in the closet.
I hope you kept the garlic cooker, the little stone garlic.
Oh no, I got the one that you gave me, the clay pot things that you put stuff in.
And of the hundreds of presents I gave you last year,
The
Bucky,
baked potato one is the best.
baked
Because- although I
potatoes.
do my best version of a baked potato. I don't really need the clay pot.
Yeah, you do your best version of a baked potato
Oh, yeah.
camping.
Yes.
Yes, for sure.
God, nobody needs to try that.
Oh yeah. So cold weather, guys.
Yes.
Cold weather. Look at this. Your basic pullover, screen printed fleece
Look at that.
Oh,
sweatshirt.
nice.
It's just perfect.
I love this right here. That feels good, BK. That one.
This is all you need right here. Perfect for a day like this.
Then there's the home version, away
Wow.
version.
Nice. Yeah, you got the white.
How much do these run right here, Jay? These?
That runs, if I can see good, $49.
Wow,
It's a great deal.
it is a great
It'll
deal.
keep you warm.
And before I forget, a sad note, Longhorn legend Scott Wilson has entered hospice.
Oh,
Oh,
Just
man.
breaks my heart.
I know
you
he's
know-
been battling for the last few weeks. but
yes.
A great guy.
Yeah.
great
Longhorn
guy.
legends right there.
And,
And
and if you've ever met him, truly a nice guy.
nice guy.
Absolutely.
And just an encyclopedia of Texas sports
Yes, for
knowledge.
sure.
And
Oh,
it's just-
don't you know he's seen it all?
Yeah.
The good, the bad, and the ugly.
yeah, no kidding.
Right.
In every sport.
Yes. Every sport. Yeah, he had floor seats at volleyball. So I'd always see him there too.
Hmm.
Yeah. Very sad. But
Very,
anyway,
very sad.
a little
This one's cool. I like this embroidery. Yeah.
applique and embroidered.
What's that?
Oh, I like this.
Getting towards the holidays, Jay. These are
These are great. And it's crazy with the under 30 crowd. They really wear sweatshirts year round.
oh yeah.
Definitely.
I love that.
Yeah, you'll sell a ton of those. We've got a hoodie here.
A little hoodie, zip
that?
front.
Nice.
And I always
Front
look-
hoodie.
And whenever they put Austin, Texas on something, it's I think I lost it
Look
a
at
year
that.
ago.
There you go.
We get
Oh, this is pretty
it,
cool.
it does great.
Longhorn logo. Texas Longhorns,
Zip
Austin,
front.
Texas. Like a little sleeve patch there too.
Loving the zip front.
There's a lot going on.
A lot going on this. This is nice.
You got a pocket to it too, BK?
Yep,
Side
hand pockets right there at the bottom. Absolutely.
A little hand warmer on this one from Nike. Little Edith and
A little off white. I like
Oh,
that.
look at that.
Royal
Yeah, how about
English
that?
logo.
Angry Bevo right there.
Yeah.
Oh, this is really nice.
It's a good one right there.
Yeah, a little vintage
And,
look.
and they put a vintage T on the side.
Oh, here you go.
Which
Yeah,
is,
make sure we'll
which
show
just
that.
like UT and T, they all belong to us.
Of course. They should know that, but they don't.
They don't.
They don't. They're not very smart
No.
up there in Knoxville.
Oh, little Columbia's a great brand. Little men's zip front fleece.
Look at all this good winter stuff coming
Telling
on.
you, man, you don't hate the winter as much anymore.
You
No.
know, I
'Cause I get tons of these.
I stocked up on winter stuff because I knew we were going to be playing some games in cold weather.
There we go.
Yes.
Yeah. It's coming.
And when we win the next
Since we don't get back until the cold weather, which is probably a good thing.
4 games,
There you
we
go.
will be playing in cold weather.
You're putting in the call, huh?
I'm putting in the call.
4-0 in the home stretch.
Yeah.
I
These
like
are
it.
great for golf too, right
A
here.
little windbreaker.
Windbreaker.
Front.
Oh man, this is a great look too.
That's what you may need right there Saturday morning
Yes.
at
Yeah.
11 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah.
like that.
And the 8:30 drinking.
The 8:30 drinking.
True.
Oh yeah.
Oh, this is different, Jay. What is this? What is this material?
That is a little poly and guys snap front and quilted. It's really a cute little
It's a good little look right there.
good little look.
I
like
like
that.
this.
Pull out to dinner.
How warm is this, Jay?
It's not too warm.
Okay.
Right.
This is cool.
Let's
Some
get
of-
out to
some
dinner.
may be great for you and not so great for Bucky.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And-
Bucky can't handle this.
but Bucky, I did get that in a small.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
There you go.
Did you get in 3X also?
I did.
Gotta have that.
Diego Pavia.
Yeah.
But Bucky, sometimes I like things to be 3X and sometimes I like them to be 2X. And every now and then I don't mind a 4X. Right.
They don't do 4Xs, do they, Jay? No.
I have some, but not from that.
Okay. Look at this.
I thought of you, Bucky.
Little Tommy
Tommy
Bahama.
Bahama, baby.
Tommy Bahamas.
This is
Oh.
good stuff here.
Little
Oh, yeah,
quarter zip.
This is not. You can dress this one up here too.
Yes, you can.
This is a great
That's
look.
that's a good everyday.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
That's the one I like right here. I haven't
if-
had
if-
this one.
If Shelby's listening on that day that it's 35 degrees outside here and the wind is blowing and she has the air conditioner on and the front door's open.
Yeah.
Right. That's
Come on, Shelby. Yeah, no kidding.
Yes.
This is the one I'm just
That's
picking up
great.
for today.
Yes.
I like
That's
this.
perfect.
Long
I don't
sleeve,
have this one.
dry fit, PFG.
Oh, but Bucky, I didn't think I had that in the small. I thought it started.
No,
in
no, I'm medium, Jay.
Medium.
Medium. Let's not.
Yes.
No, I'm not small.
Oh, he's the big man now.
I'm medium.
Yes.
Yeah.
Will
And,
do.
and up until today, your average was good. It was usually 65, 70 minutes before you call me fat.
Well, we're
Right.
talking,
35
we're
minutes
talking about their
today.
quarterback. He's got some kind of
Well-
Tootsie Roll fingers.
See vest, zip front quilted vest for ladies.
Very nice. Oh,
Very nice.
shout out to the ladies.
And I don't think you guys realize you have a lot of ladies listening to you.
We love the
Because
ladies.
They
yeah.
talk to me about it.
There we go. Thank you,
Yeah.
ladies. We need more of y'all. Tell your friends.
Oh, I tell everybody.
There we go.
I'm sure Cheryl Spencer's watching this morning.
Shout out, Cheryl.
Yes, ladies zip front. This is the girl version of the gray one.
This was
They
nice
got-
right here. This
they-
is
they've
nice
been-
fit right here,
They have
Jay.
been doing this forever.
Have they? This is a nice. This
It's
feels
just-
good.
Basic.
You
Nice.
can still get. We can wear those if it's 60 degrees right there.
You're gonna wear women's clothes again, Buck?
Yeah, if I have to.
Okay.
Can't find anything to fit in the mix.
Little zip here. This is nice.
And I know y'all didn't mean not to talk about this, but the girls have a home game on Monday night at 7 in basketball.
It's coming up.
Yep, coming up.
We'll be ready. Next week is basketball week. I'm excited.
Jay, how
Go
we doing? How
teams.
we doing with the Jellycat sales?
We're doing incredible with the Jellycat set.
Hey, but people wonder why are you grown guys talking about Jellycats? What aren't those for like kids? No.
Well, unfortunately, Bucky, the people that just listen on your app,
Yeah.
they can't see what a Jellycat is,
Hmm.
and they don't know what it is.
Oh, they think we're talking about a football itself, like a Wilson football or something.
They're not sure what it is.
Oh, look at that, BK.
And I say to them, all you have to remember is you don't have to tell me it's for your wife or for your niece.
That's right.
If it's for you, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Very
Your
nice.
mom's gonna grab that BK right there. She's gonna
So,
see that.
Zip up fleece.
Yeah, that fleece is
Our
nice.
little volleyball. Had to put that back out again because we're doing so great.
Oh, won't lose. 18-0 now, Jay.
Oh, it's crazy
Yeah.
great.
And
Yeah.
unfortunately, Nebraska won't lose because they're number one and we're number two. Not that it matters
Yeah,
that
and,
much,
and,
but
and sometime in November we're playing number 3 Kentucky at home.
this week, I think it's this week is A&M in College Station
Mm-hmm.
and Kentucky at home. I think on Sunday. So huge week for the volleyball
Yeah,
team.
I shouldn't say this out loud, but the volleyball seats for the Kentucky game are selling for $300.
Oh, you should say that out loud. That's great.
Isn't that great?
Yeah.
Shout out to the volleyball. They deserve it.
Syntax
Yeah.
tickets probably have those 10% off.
There you go.
Yeah.
Get you some of that. We
Yeah,
got some
that's-
pajama pants.
Because of the limited seating, that's actually a really hard ticket to
Oh,
get.
I bet.
Buck, do you have these?
I don't have that style.
Okay, but you do have some UT pajama
I
pants.
do have
yes?
some pajama pants
There you go.
when I wear pajama pants.
All right.
Okay, guys, y'all know
Oh,
we need to sell a bunch of these. I bought
Yeah.
too many.
these are great
it's
right
the
here. And they're on sale right now too.
National Championship Volleyball.
All right. Yep, the 5-time.
And it's a classic cap.
You want to put that in the wash, you can. If you get that thing, you get hot and sweaty, you can throw it right there. It looks great right after.
Well, may you sell as many of those as you did these?
But BK's a seller of these. BK wears
BK.
this. I don't have this hat, this particular hat, but BK sells
Thousands
of those.
Get you some of these.
I'm buying 60 at a time routinely.
How about the shirt that he's wearing? How are we doing sales with that still?
We're doing great. Yeah, 40 acres, best shirt on the market, all over little baby Longhorns in case you can't see it on camera.
Isn't that awesome?
Super soft. And after you start wearing that fabric, you don't want to wear anything else.
No, you start talking about it. People love those shirts.
Then I found some of these. I thought I was out.
Oh boy.
Oh,
I thought you were out too.
Yes.
I have that, Jay, because you gave us one of those last year, and I have it at the desk or on the desk at my place. And when I have people over, they're like, "What the hell is that?"
Wearing that, BK. Wear it.
You know what? If we go 4-0 down the stretch, like you're saying, I will be.
This is great for
I'll be
this
wearing
weekend.
this.
Yeah,
Show the people when they come from Nashville how you dress back here.
This is what we do here.
Yeah.
This
This is how we horn.
Yeah.
This is how we horn back
This is
here.
how it works.
Wear that to a game and you're on TV
Oh
for
boy,
sure.
yes.
Oh my God. Yes. Yes, you are.
That's what you need at the volleyball game.
Yes. Yes.
One of those hats.
Hey, you ever wear these to the volleyball games, Jay?
I got the best mileage wearing it to the girls' basketball game when I had courtside seats.
That works.
Yes.
Yeah, we try to take those to OU and we get punched in the head for that.
Oh, you.
That's an automatic fight.
Yeah.
We punched them in the head this year.
Yes,
so.
you did.
After going to the Florida game, I am now 100% sure I'm never going to the OU game. Right. Oh,
You were treated much better at the OU game than you
Would
would
I-
be in the
would I
state of
really?
Florida.
Yeah.
Yes.
yeah. There was
Yes.
some fan who was old enough to know better that was harassing all the UT fans that were getting water at halftime.
Mm.
And the sheriff told this young man who was like 35 or 40, he says, "If you don't calm down and stop being ugly, I'm going to put you in the holding tank."
How about that?
Holding tank.
Holding
at the
tank.
Stadium.
That shut them up?
Welcome
Yeah, a
to the
little
game.
bit.
Welcome to Gainesville, Florida,
That's
folks.
Yeah,
amazing. They got sharks in those holding tanks, I
Man.
believe. Maybe
Yeah,
gators in
and,
there.
The stadium is like, I don't know, 6 or 7 trailer parks from the airport.
Oh my goodness.
Right.
Mm.
Yes.
That game sucks.
Yeah.
Everything about that game sucked.
Oh, yeah.
God.
Yeah, making that trip and losing. Right.
This is what you need for those 3 days that it happens here.
That'd be a
But
good
this is the also-
Saturday morning cap.
But this is also the one that gets sent to your friends around the country. This is
Oh,
the way you
yeah.
send these back north.
Yeah, like Columbia.
Winter cap, little beanie.
And then we don't ever talk about glassware hardly. Look at that. Martini or Cosmopolitan. All over etched Longhorn around the rim.
You a martini guy, Jay?
New.
It makes two of
I
us.
gave up hard liquor. I'm an Altstadt drinker now.
That's all you need.
Good for you,
Oh
Jay.
yeah, this is nice. Let's see if I can hold this. It may be tough with the glass, but
But I don't want to be ugly about your
cool.
your sponsors, but the OLIPOP was a couple of bucks, BK.
Mhm.
And the beer averaged out to be about $1.05, $1.10.
Wow.
There we go.
So here you go.
You got a sale on those too?
2 beers or an OLIPOP.
Those are the rules these days, huh? Hey,
I think I'd rather have the 2 beers.
I know. I know you would.
This is exciting right here,
This
Jay.
is great.
What do we got?
We have our good
I
friend.
remember a
Bijan.
year and a half ago, we tried to get this in and
It was
wasn't.
hard.
and it
Now
was
it's
hard, like-
easy. Yeah.
And they're selling too, huh?
We've been selling about 50 bottles a week.
How about that?
Wow.
Bijan Mustardson.
Yes.
Get you some. I might buy one of these today, Jay.
Oh, they're great.
Need some
Bijan Musterson.
Yeah,
Dijon at home.
The guy that sells these says that Bijan routinely goes into stores that sell them and autographs them.
How about
just,
that?
Just out of the blue.
Really?
We got to
Which
get
is
them
Smart
here.
on his part.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Got to get him in town for that.
They've got Dijon, they've got honey mustard, and some regular yellow mustard here.
Yes.
Get you some of that.
Good job.
And then a little tailgating,
This is the stuff you need at
plastic,
your
all
yes.
mine.
So when you drop this down,
20
or you slam this in one of your kids' heads because they're taking all the hot dogs
Little
off the
frisbee.
tray.
Hey, you want to be just like your favorite quarterback,
Yeah.
right? Boom.
There it
Absolutely.
is.
Little dishwasher safe.
This is
Don't
nice.
microwave with it. $25.95, I think.
Like
somewhere
that.
in there.
I love that stuff for
And
pregame.
then,
Oh,
this is not Jellycat. It's just as great. It's Stife.
Guy?
what?
Yes. Remember,
Jellycat's not going to like you doing
remember,
this.
Remember
Uh-oh.
Stife? They were famous little bear things in the 1900s, and they always had
1900s?
Yes, and his little ear is the little Stife thing. If you have watch Antiques Roadshow, which I know you do routinely, BK.
I do.
Yes,
Buggy does.
you'd see them doing Stife. So an original Stife bear is probably worth $500.
Oh yeah.
So one ear covered, or I guess you can cover both ears. What is this? I don't even know what this is.
It's a little stiff bear dressed as a skeleton.
This
They
is
dress up-
this is $500.
They dress
No,
up.
no,
Oh.
that's like $20.
Oh, the
They dress up
original.
all their little bears.
Got it.
Isn't
Got
that
it.
great?
All right.
This is Jellycat though.
And they got the inspiration for that, Stife did, from our friends at Jellycat.
This is
Of
real.
course.
This is legitimate, right? This is the original. Look at that.
Yes.
Look at that scary thing coming out Halloween on Friday.
Oh, isn't that
You
great?
scared of this? Oh, my bad.
Look at that. Isn't that something?
Grab it out of your hand, knocking everything over. Little
But
Jellycat.
I predict, here's another Stife. I predict that Stife is making this giant comeback. In a year from now, I'll have 500 square feet devoted to
How
Stife.
about that?
Like you do the Jellycats.
What about Labubu? Jay, you familiar with those things?
The distribution on that's not very good. The company
scary.
that owns it wants to sell them all direct to consumer, pretty much.
Okay, I keep hearing about those things.
Yeah, and not to change the subject, but when y'all were talking about coaches a minute ago before I got here,
Yes, sir.
I didn't hear Mike Gundy's name come up.
No, he is probably not going to have his name mentioned.
Is he washed up?
I don't know if anybody wants my Gundy.
They're not even talking about how much he got in his buyout. That $1,200 that they gave him is probably. Well, they paid him millions over the course of the years.
Maybe-
He's been there 100 years.
Maybe Boston College will hire Mike.
Maybe
Gundy.
that's the one.
Maybe that's your fit.
Is there an opening at Boston College?
There will be.
about to be.
It was about to be.
Maybe Bucky will get a call. Who knows?
Look at that.
More Jellycat?
Jellycat Snowman.
Oh, here we
Or
go.
Snow Lady or Snow, whatever you want it
Tis
to be.
the season.
Look at that.
Well, what's their name? Do we have a name on this one?
Yeah, and it's on there.
Jesse. Oh, that's
Jesse.
one of those gender neutral names. You have no idea if it's a
There-
snowman
there
or
you
snow.
go.
Jellycat. Hockey puck.
Yeah, I
or
thought we would.
Where's Tom McKay
I
at?
thought I'd show it for your TV.
Whoa!
Isn't that great?
The jelly puck. Look at that.
Yeah, it's.
And the big ones, the big cats are still the big
I
Jellycats.
have a sun, a moon, and Bartholomew Bear, which is great.
All right.
We need to get rid of Bartholomew Bear.
I'm tired of seeing that guy.
Yeah. How much is Bartholomew?
I think he's 1,000. It's either 1,000 or 1,100.
It's $1,000 during the holiday season. Come on, y'all.
Nothing.
And the last one we sold, the kid brought her allowance money in for it. Right.
For $1,000?
Yeah, it was like 10s and 20s. It was great.
Amazing.
Some
God.
change.
A couple of coins in
Right.
there too.
It was great.
How about that?
What is he, all in nickels or something?
But you guys are having a great show as usual.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks, Jay. Look at all the good stuff.
Yeah, love it, love it, love it.
Great to be here.
Absolutely. And
Let's just keep on winning.
yeah, let's just keep on winning. And don't forget to drink your grape, Bucky.
Oh, I'm drinking the grape now.
Yes.
I'm putting this Starbucks stuff aside and drinking the grape.
Jay,
This is-
somebody has asked if you still have the white polo with the all over tiny print Texas in stock.
Yes, that's the opposite of what you have.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Still
yes.
in stock.
And I have that in all sizes. The one you're wearing, and Bucky's not going to want to hear this, the 2X I've sold out of. Right.
Okay.
Right. But I have lots of smalls.
All right.
Right.
You have 3XO too?
I do have 3X.
Yeah. So are you extra large, folks?
It's all good, Bucky.
There it
Come in there and get it.
Absolutely. You guys have a great
Thank
You're the
you.
man,
Thank you,
Jay.
Jay.
Great rest of the
Thanks for
show.
having us.
Y'all come see Jay and the entire crew here at Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road. Store opens at 9:30.
What are we doing about Saturday, 11 a.m., Jay? Will we still be open in the afternoon?
Yep, they'll be open on Saturday before the game, after the game. If you want to come by, get you some Texas gear, hopefully some Longhorn gear.
Just enough coming in at halftime. He said you can start coming in at halftime.
Jay saying 50-0
Yeah.
Texas
So
at
start-
halftime
Yeah,
on Saturday.
so start moving in here at halftime.
All right, that works. They'll be open. They'll be happy to sell you any gear that you want. But yeah, if you want to get a head start on your holiday shopping, this is a great place to do it. But obviously, 3 of the last 4 games are here in Austin. So if you want to make sure you've got the gear for your
All the
tailgates,
Bijan. That's crazy.
for your watch
Oh,
party.
here comes Bartholomew.
There. Oh, yeah, we got to bring Bartholomew back.
Only a grand.
Yeah, let me-
Only a grand.
Let me move the camera. Make sure Bartholomew gets his airtime.
Somebody's granddaughter is going to love this.
What about yours, Buck? You've got one.
I got too many grandkids. I can't. If I get one 1,000, that's $7,000.
Well, they got the sun and the moon and the bear. There you go. There's 3 grandkids taken care
By the
of.
way, I don't have a grandkid worth $1,000. So how's that?
I didn't
have a kid.
You feel the same way about your kids.
Yeah,
right?
the kid wasn't worth $1,000.
Yeah,
Believe me, the
God
grandkid's not
bless.
worth $1,000.
That is fantastic. All right, good stuff there for Jay. Again, you can shop online, SuePatrick.com. Free shipping on online orders over $59.
Love it.
Good stuff there. All right, I did tease the Diana Rossini sound. We got just over 10 minutes left in the
Okay.
show before we hand things off to the boys from Chaos Theory. But I think this is worth playing. Obviously, a massive story that broke over the weekend was ESPN's Diana Rossini reporting that Steve Sarkisian's people have been reaching out to NFL teams, and Sark is potentially interested in some NFL head coaching opportunities, including the Tennessee Titans, which,
Yes.
as of this moment in time, is the only vacancy in the NFL.
Sark himself said, hell no. What are you talking about?
That obviously went viral. Steve Sarkisian's agency released a statement Saturday just afternoon before the 3:15 kickoff against Mississippi State, saying that, Sark's only focused on being the head coach at the University of Texas, and those reports are patently false. Obviously, Steve Sarkisian, after the game Saturday night, went on a bit of a rant talking about how, the media shouldn't have ran with it and y'all shouldn't have taken it seriously. And I didn't say anything like that. And my people didn't say anything like
Where would
that.
you find that at? Where would you get that from?
Right. So Sark obviously wasn't very happy with that story. Well, here's Diana Rossini. This is the first we've heard from her. She appeared on the Dan Le Batard show yesterday. And here's a little bit of her talking about Steve Sarkisian's reported NFL interest, but also where she got that intel. Take a listen.
You got NIL and just all the weird landscape of college now that goes with this. Like you're right. Like years ago, who cares? Who cares? Steve Sarkisian wants to be an NFL coach. Not breaking news, right? Most college coaches want to coach in the NFL, but in 2025, there are just so many different factors and so many, with the portal, players wanting to maybe leave if they don't trust that their coach is going to be there. There's a lot of layers and they have every right to be mad. Unfortunately, they never added that Steve Sarkisian wants to stay at Texas, right? They just said, this is not true. We did not talk to any NFL teams. And Jimmy Sexton and Steve Sarkisian, just to be clear, that the reporting I did not come from them. Like Steve didn't call me on Saturday morning and be like, hey, report this. So I think, does Steve Sarkisian have thoughts about coaching the NFL? Absolutely. We'll just see how this goes the rest of the year. I think it's totally fair and understanding to say that Steve Sarkisian is always going to keep his options open. He should. It would be smart business for Steve to always have options outside of Texas.
Yeah, she's just guessing.
Did you get anything from that?
No, she was just guessing that, and then trying to make it easy by saying all coaches want to coach at the next level from where they're at. A high school, and that you're absolutely right. There's some coaches that are very satisfied where they are, whether it's high school, whether it's college, whether it's the NFL, whether it's part-time coaching. Some coaches don't want to go any higher. They don't have this need to fulfill their lives by being at the highest level. So I think she just guessed that and to make that public was just kind of weird to do it. The timing was really bad, but he's not going to run around. So I mean, if he does have the thought of being a coach, he's never expressed that he may have expressed that when he was going in the business. Well, one day I want to be an NFL coach.
Right.
I've been in coaching in the NFL before, but one day I want to be an NFL head coach. I mean, that may have come up in conversation somewhere, but for her to take that and as if he just said it, last week to somebody because of NIL, because of the things that are going on in college, she just kind of seemed like she made a bunch of that stuff up.
Yeah, I don't know. She sort of tiptoed around it, right? And
right.
Journalists
stuttered a lot.
Journalists don't reveal their sources. So she did say who her sources weren't. She did say, hey, Steve Sarkisian didn't tell me this,
right.
or Jimmy Sexton didn't tell me this. So I don't know where she heard it. She didn't really elaborate on where she got it from. And yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of confidence from Diana Rossini there.
Yeah, unless she can tell me who it is, or
she doesn't have to tell me who it is.
Yeah.
It just has to be like, I believe my source. My source is very tight in. He or she knows what he's talking about. I am very confident in my reporting, saying that
just
Steve
seems like a very shitty guess on something that's pretty easy to say. Yeah, a lot of people want to move up to the next level. That's okay.
She didn't really do anything.
It's like saying I want to make the same amount of money forever.
Right. I don't know. Look, I mean, we talked about it on Monday, and we talked about it a little bit during our pregame show Saturday. Like, is there a world that exists where Steve Sarkisian does want to take an NFL head coaching job? Yeah, that will definitely exist. But Do we have any reason to believe right now that Steve Sarkisian is going to leave Texas after this year? No. Man,
No.
I don't know if he's going to be offered an NFL head coaching job too. It takes two to tango. Maybe Sark does want
By
to
the way,
leave
he
for
has
the
to win
league.
some more games here.
But yeah, like
if you go on a losing streak, they're probably not calling you in the NFL.
right. Yeah, I don't know if after this year he's going to get the call. Look, we'll see how this season ends. If Texas goes 4-0, like Jay says, and they make the playoffs, then there's going to be some more NFL interest. I just don't know. I mean, maybe there is right now, maybe there isn't. But that was not really good from Diana Rossini. Like you said, she just was kind of blabbing there for a minute and a half and didn't really give people reason to believe that her reporting is accurate or justified.
No, it was just that basic kind of an easy target. Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to someday coach in the NFL. I may have said that 8 years ago. Where did you get that from 8 years ago? My buddy and I were sitting there having a drink or having a tea or something, and I said that to him. And you're thinking that everybody needs to move up in whatever they're doing. Not everybody needs to do that. Not everybody wants to do
That
that.
can't be your reason for reporting.
No, that's what I mean.
Oh, he's a college coach, so he must be wanting to go to the NFL. Like that's not every college coach. Not every college coach wants to do that.
Now, in the back of my mind, has somebody leaked something out? I'm not saying that's not true either, but the way she reported it, that's not good. That didn't seem like it was very good. Especially the comeback right there.
Right. Yeah, that's
After throwing that out on a Saturday morning before a game.
again. So some Texas fans would be calling it BS regardless, and because of the way Sark and Jimmy Sexton responded once her report came out. But like she had a chance if she was going to talk about it, if she was going to do this interview, she probably knew there was a good chance she was going to get asked about it, considering how viral it went over the weekend. She had to be a little bit more confident than that.
Yeah, and some coaches would take that and just blow their mind. You do that to them before a game, and some guys would just take it pretty calmly. That's just the nature of who they are.
Yeah.
Some coaches would lose their mind over that kind of report that would come out about them before a game.
Oh, right. Yeah, I
Have
mean,
that
Sark
on game
wasn't
morning.
pretty happy. Like,
No, he wasn't happy, but he didn't go absolutely berserk. I mean, he just his regular way of dealing with it. So
yeah, for Sark, that was I mean, it wasn't quite him reacting the way he did before the Alamo Bowl.
no,
That guy
no,
filled him
that's
up,
what I'm
felt
saying.
him
I
up,
wouldn't
so-
I wouldn't have been very good at something like that. I would have got on the phone immediately
Yeah.
while I'm having breakfast with my football team and said, "Where the hell did you get this from?" I'd have gone nuts.
Maybe he did. I mean, maybe
And he may have. And he may have.
He went and talked to Jimmy Sexton. He's like, "Hey, did you tell her this?" Like, I didn't tell her this. What's the deal? Okay, we got to say something here because we got a game to play. So can we please put out a statement or something that says, like, no, I'm focused on being the head coach at the University of Texas right now. And,
And
all of
some
this
people
is
wouldn't even
work.
put out a statement before that. They just go play the game. They got things to do.
Right.
Yeah, that's just a weird shot and a weird timing by her, and too many stutters of her trying to explain what she was saying. Well, we understand that there's some people that want to move up in business, and there's others who are very satisfied with where they are.
She's talking at the beginning of that cut about how you got to deal with NIL and the transfer portal. Yes, there is a lot to deal with being a college football coach.
And they understand that. They understand what it is. They understand the business.
You don't have to deal with that as an NFL coach. But you know what you don't get as an NFL coach? You don't get full control.
No.
So that's why a lot of guys want to stay in college football. Like if Steve Sarkisian does take an NFL gig, he's going to have to work with the general manager.
Absolutely.
He's going to have a scouting department that's like they decide who to draft more than he does. And they decide what free agents to look at more than he does. Like he won't have the type of roster control that you get when you're coaching college football.
Her reporting is just too easy. That was just too easy to throw that out there. She could have thrown that out about a lot of different people right there,
Right.
That they would like, yeah. Well, everybody wants to move up. I mean, I'm like, come on, not everybody. There's a lot of people that are very satisfied, lady.
And it was pretty interesting too, where she's like, well, they didn't bring up that he wants to stay at Texas. I mean, the guy has signed 2 contract extensions in the last 2 years to stay at Texas.
Yes.
So like he has had other opportunities at other places and he has not left. Again, he could at some point he could decide, you know what, I want to try my hand at the NFL. It's the best league in the sport. Like, let's go do this here. But to say like, he doesn't say he wants to. It's like, well, he's done a lot to show you that he likes staying at the university.
Yeah, she may have heard that he probably wasn't very happy, or she may have got his last interview about somebody asking him whether he can call plays or should somebody else take over the play calling. And she probably took it on her own to think, well, maybe he's interested in something else. Maybe he's got something else up his sleeve. But that's not for her to throw out there, really.
I don't know.
And like you said, she's not going to tell her source. I mean, we're never going to hear that. Or she just sat back, and thought of that herself. But that the timing of
hopefully it wasn't that.
Yeah.
I defended her, and I'll still defend her and assume that she was told that by somebody.
Sure.
But again, there wasn't a lot of confidence in her reporting.
No, there wasn't.
With that answer that
Oh,
she just gave
I
there.
think you felt the same way about Sark by when it happened, him not going, absolutely not, I'm not going anywhere. You were thinking he should have been shouting to the moon, I'm here.
Could have said that. He could have said that, but I mean, to act like he doesn't want to be at Texas after he signed 2 extensions the last couple of years.
Well, he's shown he wants to be here.
Right. I think so too. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. Again, nothing's going to happen in the middle of the season.
No.
Sark isn't going to Lane Kiffin or Nick Saban this thing where he just ups and leaves a job for a different job. That's just not going to happen.
And if the dude had an opportunity at the end of the season, no matter what, who's to blame him? I mean,
he'll listen. He'll probably listen.
You've done what you had to do here.
Maybe he'll go back to Texas and see if he can get another contract extension or a raise there.
Sure.
But yeah, that was bizarre timing of that report.
Yeah, I thought that was that. It ended up now being a whole lot about nothing.
Right. Yeah.
About what a lot of people like to do. Yeah, I'd like to be coaching in the pros if that opportunity ever came forth. It doesn't have to be this year.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be this week. Doesn't have to be on Saturday morning when you're reporting it before one of my big games here.
Yeah. That's right. Troy says you guys are trying real hard to believe what you think is true. She has no obligation to even defend her reporting. Her track record speaks for it. Sark was angry and defensive, not saying much. Well, she's been wrong before. She doesn't have the cleanest track record, number one. She was asked a question about her reporting, and she chose to defend it the way that she did. Like she did that interview. It's like that she did that. So, look, I don't know. I don't know what's true. Again, we're keeping everything open here. There is a chance if he gets offered an NFL job, he'll take it. But again, what she did there, what she said there was not very confident in her own reporting.
No.
That's something that's actually out there. So I will defend my stance on that. All right, I see Double R in the waiting room. We'll bring him on here.
What's up, boys?
All right, boys, you guys go right ahead because you know who has to get going? The Buck.
Oh, the Buck doesn't talk anymore.
No, I don't like cross.
He doesn't like you, Rodney.
No, I love you, Rodney. I love you.
Oh, man.
Awful lot. And I've got all kinds of stuff right in front of me to tell you how much I love you. Look at all the stuff I bought for you today.
I see that, man.
Show that he doesn't want to talk to you anymore.
Yeah,
I got a guy who needs to touch my back today.
Oh, nice.
And I got to go back and I got to drive back to BK's neighborhood.
Oh,
you know
man.
where that is, don't you?
Drive the speed limit. Officer, what's his name, is going to be looking for you.
Oh, no.
Peacock?
Officer Peacock.
Oh, Mopac.
Smallcock, Woodcock. What is his name again?
That's out there in Lakeway. Officer, what was his name? Peacock.
Peacock.
It was Peacock, yeah.
Peacock.
He and I have not crossed paths in quite a while. I don't go down that street anymore, by the way.
Really? Because of him?
Yeah, I'm a little nervous about that. I think he's like waiting in the bushes for me there.
Too scared?
Yeah. And I will be taking the George Foreman grill with me to ride. I got a brand new George Foreman grill. I won't say brand new. We don't say the word brand new on my presents. I just to appreciate them. And I'm pretty sure my wife's going to appreciate this one, BK. This one will not. Since you were probably the one who gave it away.
Yeah.
She's going to be very, very happy with it.
There's no chance that gets in the house.
It's still, that one fits in my work truck too. I just want to throw out there. So
right. I won't let it happen. No matter what, I won't let it happen. One way or the other. I'm not going to let Jose. Was it Jose who got in my garage? No, it was Juan.
Not every Mexican's
Jose, Juan, Pedro. Yeah, it's like
what else you got?
Yeah.
What else you got there?
Oh my God.
Oh no. Come on now, Consuelo.
That's when people tell me, "Oh, last name Rodriguez." I know one other Rodriguez guy. I'm like, he's probably my cousin. Yeah,
Yeah, we're all cousins.
That's how it works.
There's only one other Rodriguez that I know of. Yeah. So
all right, boys. Listen, you guys have a great day. It was great to be here, BK.
Yes, indeed.
It was. It's always great to see Jay in the game.
All right, I'll hang out here for a little bit and do some crosstalk as the Buck makes his way out of here. We can bring on Wags as well. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are we? Good morning, Jay, Corbin, if you're back there. Good morning.
Yeah, man.
Any government cheese over there laying around that you can bring me back?
No government cheese, no government snacks. We do have some Bijan mustards though. This stuff is a little higher in quality.
That's too fancy for me, man. I can't put that in my body.
It's too high quality. The ingredients
it
are
doesn't
good.
It doesn't break down.
Yeah, that's right. It's right.
It's a huge problem for you.
Yeah. BK, I defended Diana Rossini. And that was more for me because she's an NFL, columnist or reporter or whatever. So I thought, okay, there had to be some insight. There had to be something to that. But that was a very half-hearted, half-ass, I just made this up answer. It sounds like.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's look, again, I don't think she just made up the story. Some people do. I think she was told by somebody that Steve Sarkisian has some interest in the NFL. So, all right, her job to report some of what she hears. That's what she does as an insider. But I'm with you. I was like, the way that she answered that yesterday, it did kind of sound like she made it up. And
Yeah.
it did kind of sound like she didn't even believe in her own reporting that much.
Right. It's like you
So
said, there wasn't much confidence back behind her weight, right? Like the
right,
weight
and
of
I
her
don't need her to say that, it
Right.
was, George Smith who works for the Tennessee Titans front office.
Right.
He's the guy that told me that Sark reached out to like, I don't expect her to say that, but I thought she could have given a little bit more than that to defend herself in that spot, and,
Yeah.
there are a lot of people doubting her right now, and I think there are even more after that appearance
after
with
that.
Levitt.
Right.
But maybe
Yeah.
she doesn't care, so
Well,
we'll see.
and the thing about it was, I think in hindsight, and again, hindsight's always 2020, but I think if she was going to release that, I think I would have said NFL interest, because to me, it just, when I saw Tennessee Titans, I'm like, why would he want to go there? Wags, we talked about that,
Right.
woo, go coach Cam Ward. But I mean, that organization,
that's your aspirations, right?
Yeah.
That to be with an organization that's going to dump you like they dumped Vrabel. Right on.
Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe, the Titans, that's the only opening right now in the NFL. So, like,
Right.
look, if Sark gets his pick of the litter, which I don't think he will. I don't think this is a Ben Johnson situation where,
Right. Like I think the Giants position will open up, but even that spot is not a desired spot for Sarkisian. Like I would not want to be there.
well, I don't know. Some coaches are so hell-bent on coaching in the NFL to where they'll take any job that
That's
they
true.
can get.
Yeah, that's true.
And for Sark, if he really wants to coach in the NFL, he's got to potentially take any job that's offered his way.
Yeah.
Again, Ben Johnson is like, dude, you interview for 5 teams and all 5 of them want you to be their head coach, so you get your pick of the litter. With Sark, it might be, do you really want to coach in the NFL? Then sorry, you might be stuck with the Titans and their horrible ownership and their bad roster right now.
Right. Yeah.
So, look, I think there are a lot of reasons why coaching at the University of Texas are better than coaching the Tennessee Titans. But if the guy is all about coaching in the league and that's his only opportunity, then he would take it.
Go.
Yeah, it's just maddening though to me. Like the thought of all these like coaches today in college football, it's their world. It's been their world, right? But I mean, my God, if you're going from in Steve Sarkisian's scenario, right? 10.8 million, you're going to take a reduction and go down and maybe you negotiate and get a couple more million than Callahan did at Tennessee, but still you're taking about a $5 million pay cut if they give you around in the middle of that mean there around 5 million to 6 million. You're taking around a 5 million pay cut.
You're right. Yeah, that would be a part of this too. I don't think Sark would get. I think there are some NFL coaches that make more than he does, but again, a guy who's never been a head coach in the NFL. And look, if Texas goes 10-2 and makes a deep run in the playoff, then all right, maybe he would get paid a little more. But if Texas ends up going 8-4, 9-3, and they don't make the playoff, and it is a step back for his program, then I don't think someone's going to be like, no, we have to pay you $15 million to be our next coach. I think he would be taking that cut like you're talking about, Wags.
It's funny too, right? Like the one thing that Sarkisian has is I forget the scores, or I guess the scoring that he does per game, or what he averages, but it's usually around like 30 to 31. I don't have that stat right off the cuff, but he's down a little. It's down like 10 points this year, right? But still, NFL people probably see that this dude can put up like some superior offenses and can score. But how does that transition, or how does that move over into the NFL?
I don't know. Yeah, nobody knows. I mean, look, Sark's been an offensive coordinator in the NFL, and he got fired because things didn't go well.
Correct.
So he came into Atlanta after Kyle Shanahan took the head
big
coaching
game
job with
too,
the
right?
49ers, and their offense took some steps back. So, I don't know. That was a while ago. I feel like Sark's name, even though, again, this year has been this year, but I feel like Sark's name is in a better spot now than maybe it was back then. But,
I agree with that.
I don't know. I don't know if teams are going, like, it takes 2 to tango. Sark could have interest in being an NFL head coach. Guess what? I have interest in being an NFL head coach. Ain't nobody got interest in hiring me. So someone's got to be willing to interview and offer Sark for this to even be
What's your
the
Madden
conversation.
record, my guy? What's your overall Madden record? That's what we're going off of. That's the pedigree that we're going off of.
If it's Madden 2004, I would be like Bill Belichick, NFL Bill Belichick. If it's Madden nowadays, I would probably be like
Bill
Jim
Belichick in
Tom.
college?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, right.
I was gonna say Jim Tom Sula, but Bill Belichick in college.
Oh,
Bill Belichick in college. Gotcha.
Got to make some phone calls. But like with the college coaches, I mean, the two best examples, and again, this is at a much smaller level, but the dude in San Marcos and the dude in San Antonio that are coaching college football. Those dudes were hot commodities, but all of a sudden, they have lost a lot of their luster.
Yep.
You know, these guys are being mentioned for lots of jobs. I mean, maybe not Penn State and Florida, but I mean, lots of interest there, and it can change that fast. So if there is that NFL interest, I think Steve Sarkisian carries a weight where he has a longer leash. But kind of back to this whole thing, the report was just, Diana, you're not defending yourself very well. Not that she has to. I mean, she's in the job of getting clicks.
No, she chose to talk about it. She chose to do that interview, and she chose to talk about her report there, and that's what she did. So
timing too, buddy. Timing.
She didn't save face, but again, some Texas fans are like, screw her. She said something I don't like to hear. So, and then Saturday was very interesting, and I'll let y'all go on this. Like, I got a few personal texts, and I'm sure if you did or checked social media, it wasn't like 100% of Texas fans were like, oh, God, we got to keep Sark. These reports better not be true.
Yeah.
There was some like, good riddance. Get him out of here. We're done. So
I got a few that said, hey, here comes Lane. And I'm like, no, let's chill the hell out.
There are some people who are hoping Diana Rossini is 100% accurate here.
I got one that I thought was really interesting. That it's like it was the one text that I got that said this. It's like, okay, somebody's doing damage control before Texas gets beat today. Texas is going to get beat today. So boom, here's this, because there's other things that you can fault the loss on.
Yeah, I had a few people from WVU, like some WVU alums, saying like, "Oh my God, they're planting the seed. They're trying to throw some semantics out there, some dark ops, so you guys can lose against Mississippi State." Like that's all. I was getting a lot of those texts, but a few of them were like, "Hey, here comes Lane. You guys got Lane coming here." I'm a guy that I love Lane. You guys know this, man, but I'm happy with Sarkisian. I love Sark too. Like we have a great culture set up, man. Sark does not need to go anywhere.
Wags, he is great for this job because like you and I talk about, we can be as pissed off at him as we want, but then we play those sound clips of him and it's like, oh, you know what? He's right. Yeah,
BK just got a new co-host.
I think
it's Paddington Bear.
It's the Bear, yeah.
It's
Buck was in such a hurry to leave that he literally just walked back in here.
Yeah,
so
really.
Did he come back in to buy that bear?
Now I'm really offended. I come on and he leaves, and he's still there lurking around.
Double R, the bear does have a little bit more of an appeal than we do. It's soft, it's cuddly.
Hey, I'm furry.
Yeah, but he can't stroke your furry little hair like in that bear.
You roll up in here at 8:00 at night and watch me stroke.
All right.
Jesus.
On that note,
later, brother. We love
furries,
you. We're sorry.
Stroking and goodness. All right. Thanks to Sue Patrick for having us out. Y'all do a good show. See y'all tomorrow.
Double R. My God.
Here we go again.
Where do you want to go first, amigo?
Well, I got to tell you, man. For one thing, look at us in hoodies.
It is. You know what? You know what? The concrete's finished. Everything's done. We're waiting for the finishing to get on, and now it's freezing. And my son's just like, man, I can't wait to do that cold plunge. I'm just like, motherfucker, just stop.
So everything.
Backyard done. We're ready to go into the final phase of putting the sod down. So getting the construction and the debris and removal out of here, man.
With a pool, when you have a pool in your own private residence, because I don't know this because I've never had one. The only pool that I had was the one that you blew up and filled it with a garden hose, all that great water. So how do you did you have to like set up a whole different kind of plumbing system?
Yeah, so we got a flood drain in here. We got plumbing and drainage going through the backyard too. So if you ever need to drain the pool, you can drain it as well. But it costs about $400 to fill the damn thing up. Yeah, man. You're paying for luxury. That's what you do. You pay for luxury.
Are you doing regular water? Or are you doing saltwater kind of pool?
Regular water. I wanted to go saltwater, but we had saltwater when we were in Hawaii. It's a lot more better on the skin, softer on the skin. But yeah, we elected to go with chlorine just because it was a much cheaper option. It's so funny. And it is because of the limestone down here. Any side on this, any place on this side of 35, on the west side of 35, you're going to be paying an arm and a leg in a life, essentially, just to dig, right?
Yep.
Up in Maryland, like where the soil is there's not rock, there's no rock at all in that soil. You can just dig straight down. It costs about $25,000 to build a pool, 25 to 30,000. That's still a little steep, right? That's what prices were about 3 years down here. 3 years ago, that's what prices were around here. Now, I mean, you're looking at if you want a decent pool, like you're no bullshit, you were looking nowhere south of $80,000. Nowhere.
Well,
you're not even getting close. Nowhere.
When you were embarking on this venture right here for you, because I had a lot of real estate clients in the past that on this side of 35 that would go in and do the pool thing, and they had folks that came in and kind of did a half-ass job on it. And that, I mean, immediately within, a year of having that thing done, I mean, they were having problems because of the soil.
There was concrete cancer that was going around, a couple of years ago. It was just, bad resources getting mixed in with the concrete. But now all that stuff's gone away. Like all the concrete cancer, there hadn't been any reports of that. So
great.
Yeah, that was around like the COVID era too, like the COVID time. So everything and COVID fucked up everything for a lot of people. So, and as you can see, pool rates have skyrocketed and gone straight up, man.
Yep. Everything you saw today, Sue Patrick.com, and they will actually ship it to you as well. So if you did see something that you liked, go to SuePatrick.com, and odds are you're going to find it there. And
you need to go down there and get me some new hoodies. They got some great hoodies. You guys know me. I could wear a hoodie almost every day except for in the summertime.
Dude, I wear hoodies all the time. I mean, I just like wearing them.
Comfort. It's a comfort shirt.
It feels good. Yeah, it's kind of a security blanket.
And it sucks too because I was telling my wife last night when we were on the walk. This is kind of like my favorite time of year, right? In Texas too, like October. It reminds me of like the fall almost everywhere in the East Coast. It's finally like that turn of fall, right? It takes till November to get here, but you do get fall weather. It's just right next to Christmas, all right? And then you get like a blimp of, actually it's a blimp of fall, and then it's winter for 2 months, and then it's back to spring. So
yeah, that is the thing here. We freak out when it's just a little cooler. I mean, just a little.
When it gets to 70 degrees, oh my god!
Yeah.
Bring out the tundra gear.
Yeah, no doubt. So Wags, so yesterday, obviously we were all up late on what I guess it was Monday night. We were all up late, with the 18 inning affair. So yesterday I took a nap. I'm like, I need to take a nap because I can't do that again. Stay up late for that, and I'll be damned. It's only a 9.
I didn't take a nap, but I was nodding off around like 9 o'clock. Like I was bobbing for cock. Like we call that bobbing for cock. Like going down. Like sorry, you shouldn't really stand that, but
things. But
yeah, it's a military term. Like stand up when you get tired or whatever. But yeah, I was out. Like I was on life support last night, just trying to stay awake, man. And luckily I was able to make it through it, but damn, dude, thankfully we didn't have to go into extra innings and extra frames. We treated to a dandy, but still, everything from 2 nights ago, or I guess after 2 nights, is going to be a little bit of a downfall or a drop off, right? Yeah. After that peak, after that climax of game 3. And now, game 4, cool, great. Game 4 of the World Series, 6-2. Wow, great. Shohei's pitching, cool, great.
Yeah.
That's it. That's after game 3, like that's all you had is you're coming back to see what Shohei could do. And then, thankfully it didn't go into 18 frames or it didn't go into extra frames.
And it turns out the dude is human, right? It's like, okay. Yeah.
And
go for 3.
Yeah. And to that point, like I'm sitting here thinking, all right, here comes, this superhero of all that's going to just mow down, the Toronto Blue Jays. And now he gets touched up. He got touched.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah,
it's everybody's human, right? Everybody's human, but still, the dude's still perfect from the bat or from the plate.
Man, I'll tell you. So it was like, so the wife and I.
No, I'm sorry. I think he did get out last night.
Yeah. So it was like last night. It was like our date night was going to be. We're gonna have dinner. We're gonna make dinner, and we're gonna watch the game. And I'm going on about Ohtani, and of course the wife knows who this is because we talk about him a lot. But she's like sitting there watching it, and she's like, "You're talking like this guy's like the $6 million man." She's like, he's just a Jag. I'm like, well, hold up on that part. He's not just a guy, but it did turn out. He was tired. He had a long night.
And my wife gets this too, right? She understands how difficult baseball is. It's the game of failure, like we always that old
humbling game.
It's a humbling game, right? And I say, hey, you understand that if you show up and go 1 for 3, that's a really good day, right? Yeah. She's like, yeah. I was like, in the World Series, in the stage of all stages, the biggest stage of his sports career, he is 7 for 7 with 5 home runs, 2 doubles. And this was, of course, this was before last night, right? He is 7 for 7, 5 home runs, 2 doubles. Oh, and by the way, do you know anybody that bats and pitches? She goes, I've never seen that in my life. And I'm like, yeah. He's pitching too, right? He's thrown 6 innings, 6 scoreless innings and struck out 10. So he's just must-watch TV. She actually sat down and watched last night, right? After I said all that, she was just like, all right, let's watch some baseball. And he gets touched up and he was just like, I thought this was the guy. I was like, Katie, come on, really? Yeah. Of course, I'm sitting here trying to prove that he's the best in all of baseball, and then he actually gets touched up. And I looked at her like, well, it's a game of failure. That's all I had. It's a game of failure.
Well, and that's where Tracy's like, so what does he play? I'm like, he plays whatever he wants. It's like wherever you need that dude. And I'm trying to correlate this. I'm like, because years ago, I was on a beer league softball team for a company I worked for, and we had this one dude that played in the major leagues, and we would bring that dude in when we had to win a game, and we put that fucker wherever we needed him. I'm like, you remember? I don't want to say his name. I said, that's Ohtani. Whatever. That is where he comes in, but. I just think I
don't even think we can call him the best baseball player. He's the best athlete, right?
Yeah,
he is. And you don't tell me that athletes don't play baseball, right? And I get like Bartolo Colon. You're going to throw people out there like that, sure, right? I get that, but there are athletes like you have to have exceptional athleticism to play baseball.
Yeah,
you have to.
The agility, the mind part. Because it is just
knowing exactly.
Yeah,
like knowing 2 plays, being 2 plays ahead of the situation that comes to you, right?
Yeah,
or just going through all your options or all your alternatives of plays that come to you, right? Oh, if this happens here, I'm gonna step 1/3 and throw it over the first, all right? If you're playing the hot corner and shit like that, if you're trying to double up,
and it's like. Yeah, you're reading the batter.
And I was a catcher too. So I was always like I was down looking in the dugout, getting people in position, or seeing who's coming up next to go through BVP. Like there's a lot that's going. And this was high school baseball, right? Like this isn't college. We're not playing college baseball here. This is high school ball.
Yeah. Well, I had a message from a guy yesterday to where it's like he listened to our show and he's like, well, yeah, I know that they played 18 innings, but a bunch of those guys were just standing around doing nothing. I'm like, no, you are never doing nothing. And that goes back to where we talk about people that don't really understand baseball. Right. To where it's like baseball is boring. Bullshit.
I hit you up the other day. I was like, man, if you ever get on a call for a baseball game again, bring me with you. I'm itching. I am itching to get back into it, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's probably the best. For me, it's the best sport to call because it allows me to get into like my flow of storytelling, right? Like baseball is different than every other sport because it's true. Like you have to be a good storyteller with baseball as well because the game does slow up, right? Mm-hmm. And then there's laws in baseball. Everybody knows that it's a long game. But then also like football is great too. I love football because it's identifying what's going on right directly in front of you, but it doesn't allow you to get like intimate with the vibe and the setting, right? And that's what baseball's so good. Hockey, no chance. You're there to tell the description, right? Like there's too much going on in hockey and soccer for you to even do some storytelling. But baseball's just great because of that, man. It's baseball's pastime.
And it's, think about softball. If you've ever played rec softball or beer league softball, you're standing out there, and if nothing's happening, your mind can totally wander off.
I'm gonna raise the bullshit flag on that. Beer league softball, I'm just thinking about getting back in the dugout and getting another beer. Right? Like,
well,
beer league
that's
softball,
what I mean.
I'm just like, all right,
mind can wander off.
This dude can't hit. Come on, throw him inside, make him hit, make him pull the damn ball so we can get out of here and get back in the dugout and chug some beer.
Yeah. Temple, if you're talking about mine, Wags has on a genuine Texas Longhorn one. Mine is this came from ACL. This is of course, I'm
That's
representing-
weird, man. That's
representing
just
my,
weird.
My lady right there, I got to have her covered.
I'm just not. I think she looks like a doll, like a porcelain doll.
Yeah.
Just not into her.
I am. I like
to each their own, amigo. To each their own. What else you into, man? Where do you want to go? We had some sound from Sark that we weren't able to get into fully. There's some sound on Caldwell that we didn't hear from, and of course, Caldwell is going to be the dude that's leading us into this to the fray here. Or I guess defending us against the fray when the Commodores come to DKR here. But yeah, man, I'd like to get into that a little bit. I'd like to get your thoughts a little bit more. Your thoughts on the World Series last night. Dallas, and the Caps, the puck dropped at 7:30. We'll break that down a little bit. I mean, not still beginning of the hockey season, not really much to break down there. But yeah, your thoughts, man. How was your night besides that?
Oh man, like I told you, it was in anticipation of another long night of baseball. And hey, man, not 9 innings is not a bad thing. I'll take that.
We also so we got to do a make good too, right? Probably not today because again I forgot about it. But yeah, it is the blockbuster deals for our top 5 that we need.
Oh, that's right. I still have that.
Blockbuster deals. All right.
Oh, I have it right here on my.
You
paper.
have it, but I only have 2 blockbuster deals. All right, so I need to come up with 3 more, or at least list 3 more. But yeah, amigo, on the ice last night, Dallas took care of the traveling Capitals who were in town. For Dallas, just for a little brief stay, and they treated them to a nice little 1-0 victory. The Dallas Stars did, got it on the power play goal, and it was just defensive hockey after that, man. For a team that's known for their power play scoring, Washington was able to kind of, I guess, steady the scoring insult there for a while and just kind of make it 1-0 there and escape. Well, they didn't really escape anything. They were able to come out there. No injuries, thankfully. But yeah, Dallas is one of the better teams. And I don't have much aspirations for Washington. I still think they're in rebuilding mode. We'll see how far they can go. It's still on Logan Thompson, right? It's the netminder there. But no, we will see how far Washington can go. Dallas still top 3 in the West for me, like we said. But fun little showing last night. Just wish it would have been a better outcome for the Caps.
And that's
Dallas
where
take down the Capitals 1-0.
That's where it gets to, like right now, where we talk about just the great time of sports with college football doing what it's doing. The NFL, never stops, and here we are with the
10
NHL
million
and the
too,
NBA.
right? What's the the average person on that is like 10 million, I think. I don't have the actual number on that, Rob, but yeah, I gotta get that deal, report that deal. But yeah,
so
man,
like
sorry about that.
So for NBA, it's like, okay, Christmas is when it used to hit its peak.
Are you kind of falling out of the NBA already?
No, because the Spurs are doing well.
Okay, yeah. So that's what I was going to piggyback, right? I was like, your team's balling out right now. Like, when do you lose steam or when do you lose interest in the Spurs?
Usually for me, what it is opening night gets me fired up. Whether the Spurs or whoever are good at all, it's like for about the first week or so, I'm kind of honed in just to, like the people that are cry me a river after Dallas loses a couple of games. I'm like, just hold on, give it about 2 or 3 weeks, then maybe from that point. But that's usually what it is for me. But now I'm bought in more, I think, and I'm
because your team
want to watch more
because you're interested. Yeah, well, be a Wizards fan, dickhead. Right? Like it's tough,
look,
bro.
It's been for me. It's been for the last several years to me, but it's been different, I think, in the sense.
Can you please stop? You have gone through 20 years of championship basketball.
Well, that's
you're talking to no Rolex wearing guy. You're talking to a Wizards wishing.
You got that $10 Rolex we were talking about the other day. You bought it at the gas station. That's where you got yours from, right?
Everybody's got a Folex on there, man. Oh my God.
So for the past few years, for me, it's been to where I have
Rodney. You do not. And I love you. But I don't know if you have a safe space to complain about basketball here. All right. Like, as a Spurs fan, I don't know that we can allot you a safe space to complain. You've been dominating. You have to endure a little bit of heartache. Okay? Well, you have to endure just a bit. All right.
And that's where I think it's been different as a Spurs fan, because the last few years have not been the best when it comes to record or whatever, but you're sitting there watching because of what's about to happen. You know what I mean? When it's like,
oh yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah, when you're sitting watching,
right? Gotcha.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, you've got 10 years of dismalness that's about to happen, and no end in sight to things getting better. That's when you're like, yeah, fuck it. But I mean, right now it's like, okay, this thing is building and building and building and building, and now the way it starts, it's like, holy smoke. I mean, but you know that's and I think that's where you're more honed in as a Spurs fan now, because like you mentioned, I mean, you ain't got one key piece of the puzzle even playing yet.
So, I mean, there's some young talent. There's a couple of pieces that Washington have, but here's the thing that Washington does, right? They usually pawn it off, or they try and piece it out and get some other pieces coming in on a package deal, and then that doesn't really work out, and they get fleeced somewhere. Washington is the organization that is known for getting fleeced in terms of trades, in terms of deals in the NBA and the association. It's just tough. So usually around like 3 weeks or so after kind of like the I don't know, like the just the flame, the fire, right? Like all the interest of the league and the NBA kind of, I don't know, the hype, right? Once the hype kind of just fizzles out for me and sizzles out and the flames kind of go silent, then I don't really pick back up until about Christmas, right? And it is because I really don't have like a home team to kind of root for, or my home team isn't exactly great, right? So I don't really get a chance to watch basketball or good home team basketball. I'm just watching, the superstars around the league, beat the hell out of or beat the brakes off of Washington mainly. But yeah, I stopped getting NBA League Pass. Because there's just no point in watching Washington anymore. So I just watch whatever is available on ESPN.
And what's different now, Wags, is I think we mentioned this too. We alluded to this the other day. I think right around opening day of the NBA is to where it's like NBA kind of around Christmas was that time to where it's like
it still is too, right? Like it still is. Like, but
now the NFL
for you guys for teams that have good for I guess fans that have good teams or a good fan base. Yeah, you guys are locked in, right?
But it's like so if I'm sitting around on Christmas Day, you do your gifting, you do all that shit that you do, have dinner. If you're sitting around and the NFL's on, and it's one of those things to where it can be a bad NFL game, but it's usually not. I'm probably going to turn on I know that we got the AV consultation systems, you can watch all that shit, but that's usually family time where you don't want to, blow people away with multiple screens and all that. I'm probably going to turn the football on.
We have a lot of sports on for Christmas Day, right? We'll have like Christmas carols, playing, but usually the sound's down or it's up just a little bit, or you can come up here into the studio and see all the other games, right? Like the downstairs is the family place where we're watching, the Macy's Day for whatever parade she watches down there. I forget which parade my wife watches, but yeah, it's tradition. Like her dad comes over, they watch that stuff. Me and Reed, we usually sneak up here to the to the AV consultation studio and what? And hell, before her mother passed, her mother-in-law would do the same damn thing. She wouldn't be downstairs. She'd come upstairs and watch football with us, man.
Yeah, I get there's people that come here. I mean, all the time, not just the holidays. People that come here and it's like a gathering downstairs where there's an AV setup down there too, but it's only one TV. But I get people that come in and it's like, anything on up there? I'm like,
what's up in the den? What's up in the back cave, man?
I said that room never turns off. I said if you could watch energy consumption, which by the way it is lower because all of this is energy efficient. By the way, AV consultations do that for you, but it's like there's always something on up there. You go find what you want. You even find dog TV up here for my four-legged kids. I mean, all that shit.
You need to send me that link because I need to find something that's kind of entertaining for the dogs, right? Like there's some things on here that Rock Monster sees and he just starts growling at, right?
It's $9.99 a month. It's an app that you put on, and I shit you not. I told Tracy this. I'm like, you would not believe these dogs with that programming. She's like, bullshit. It doesn't matter if you have that.
Send me the link. Do they got a free thing that I can I guess trial.
I think you do like 14 days. I think you do 14 days for free. But they got different channels. So they've got the live stream that's always on. the live stream that's always on. Then they have
the dogs have different. The dogs have a network.
Well, you have to change it for them, but it's got the regular live stream that's always on, which is like ESPN, and then you got like ESPN2 that would be relaxation. If you need them to relax, you put it on that one, and then they have separation anxiety channel on there. So
who's making $1 million off of this?
And they are all into these two. Sit there, Wags, and they are just glued to that thing.
God, somebody's making so much money off of this, dude.
I know. It's like God,
and it's probably like little snippets or little clips of just animals, right? It's probably like little 3-minute frames and just slides.
They show dogs running around. The sound, you hear all the sounds like if you were out on a walk. It's like you hear different things and you hear like a bird. And then every now and then you hear a little kid go, "Good boy, good boy,
good boy."
And it's like, dude, it's seriously dog TV. I'm gonna quit talking about it because they need to be like paying me residuals as much as I talk about it.
Sure. Well, hey, let's talk about our guy Hurricane Hecht real quick, and then some of our sponsors, and let's get into some Longhorn football here, huh?
Hey, let's do it
for you, bud. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, the new lawyer in town, and he's your go-to lawyer. And when that storm hits, like the other day, you got to call Hurricane Hecht. Ryan's not just your personal attorney, though. He's a Longhorn through and through. Your personal go-to attorney, though, right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas, so you don't have to look anywhere else, right? Injured in a car accident, you got a dog bite, you're hurling a job, you just got to give Ryan a call, right? He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade now, and you don't pay unless you get green in your pocket. Aggressive in the courtroom, compassionate with clients, Ryan knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right. Austin-based, Texas proud, supporting local sports, businesses, and families, and you when you call him today at this number, 512-938-8929. That number again, 512-938-8929. Email Ryan at hechtLawFirm.com. That's Ryan at hechtLawFirm.com. Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
Absolutely. Talking about that AV consultations setup. Yeah, man. Football season's hitting that halfway point. College football maybe a little bit further past the halfway pole. But you can have that set up that so many of us at Texas Sports Unfiltered have, and that's courtesy of audio visual consultations. If you're looking to have that done, it's one phone call, 255-8678. Check out the gallery of projects at avconsultations.com. Talking about hockey season, well, how about a word? How about talking some hockey with the kid and Tom McKay?
This is the kid with Audio Visual Consultations.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audio Visual Consultations.
And we wanted to prepare you for another incredible season of sports. Football is upon us.
And hockey season is upon us too.
And everyone here at ABC wants to make you feel like the real winner, even if your team doesn't make it to the playoffs.
Well, I know you're not talking about the Stars, so you must be talking about your Bruins. You're going down this year, kid. It's a numbers game. Just check the stats.
Well, why not check ours? ABC has been servicing homes and businesses with surveillance, sound, and visual setups for almost 40 years, and we've never come in second place.
That's right, kid.
If you want to ensure a win this season, call Audio Visual Consultations. We've got a roster of cool stuff, and we're ready to play.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Even if your team doesn't take home the cup this season, remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want. That's 512-255-8678.
Absolutely. avconsultations.com. Friends, don't forget, if you are on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app, you can hit us up on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Our man, Gorgeous Greg from Gorgeous Georgetown, always with the enlightening conversation right there that probably only he and I would look at the text line and be able to read. A few of you others could probably understand what we're talking about. CoverBcave.com if you're looking for that newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. We've got an early game this week. Get yourself out there after the Texas win over Vanderbilt. Hopefully. And you can get that newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. Here is Cobra Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Thank you, Miss Hayden. Thank you, Mr. Dan. It is coveredbcave.com. Nobody beats a cover deal. Not now, not ever. Also have to tell you about my friend Mike McCall and the amazing team at McCall Custom Homes. Been doing this stuff for over 4 decades, friends. Central Texans that have been looking to have that space redefined, or maybe you're looking for a new build. We talk about that quite often on here. I tell you, as just lots of years that I was in the real estate industry, that probably right now is the time, if you're sitting on a property with a lot of equity, to go in there, reimagine it, and add some value to it. And that's what you do when you work in you get work done in the kitchen, you get stuff done in the primary bathrooms or bedrooms, wherever it is, even in the outdoor space. A little cooler like we were talking about today. Wags and I are both in hoodies. This is a time to be spending time outside, and it's only going to get cooler just for a little bit. McCall Custom Homes can do that for you. If you're a TSU listener or viewer, free estimates right now. But you have to mention Texas Sports Unfiltered when you make that call or text to 512-633-9580. That is Mike McCall. They will get you checked out, hooked up, take your vision, take their vision, put it all together. If you don't want their vision, that's fine. Tell them this is what I want. I had somebody call me and ask me something about our project here, and they were like, so they have to tell you what they want to do? I'm like, no, I mean, you tell them what you want, and they'll tell you, hey, what about this? And it's pretty easy. You just tell them no, and they'll do whatever you want. It's McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check them out online today. The gallery of projects is there for over 4 decades right here in Central Texas. We build value into your home. It is McCall Custom Homes.
All right, amigo. You want to get into some Longhorns today? We got the Commodores. We got the Commies. Commies are coming to town. You got to take Pavia.
Diego Pavia about to take Austin, Texas. I'm waiting for the shit talking. Like we said,
It is absolutely scary and terrifying that most of the nation thinks that the Longhorns are going to win this game. All right.
Yeah.
What is the line on this here too, by the way? I just had it pulled up, damn it.
And I need to add a disclaimer because
2.5, 2 in the hook for the line right now.
I texted the wife and said, hey, people are really liking my sweater. She purchased this for me at the ACL. I didn't go to ACL. This is ACL original. So thanks, babe.
Your wife bought you that damn sweatshirt?
She bought me this. She did. I was on the road. She said, I bought you a souvenir. I'm like, I don't want no damn souvenir from ACL. I'm one of those guys where you buy me something, like you buy me an event shirt and give it to me. You know, like if you went to, I don't know, whatever, and you're like, hey, I bought you a shirt. I'm like, yeah, but I wasn't there. You know, it's like somebody gives you a marathon shirt. Hey, here, cap 10K or whatever. I'm like, I didn't run that. I have to have been there.
My wife does that too. She does it for like if she goes to like a place, she'll bring you like, I brought you back a St. Thomas shirt. You know what I mean? Like,
the travel,
or I brought, you know, like whenever we go out of seas or go to the Caribbean, we always bring back like these huge bottle of boozes. You don't get. You can't have like the gallon of booze in the liquor store here, right? But you can get it in the Caribbean, right? Or you can get it like a gallon of rum, and I don't know if it's an actual gallon, but you can get larger quantities and portions of rum, and or liquor outside of the States. You just got to check it in through customs, but again, they just don't sell them in the States.
No, but
so,
we
usually bring back a lot of booze when we come back from the Caribbean.
And I'll tell you the cool thing about this hoodie is the back. Look at this.
Jesus God. Yeah. I'm just not into it.
Come on, man. Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. So and I'm sure it wasn't cheap.
I'm not into Miley Cyrus either. Maybe I think it's the Disney singers it's just too poppy, too bubblegum stuff for me. I don't know.
I will tell you, did you see that your girl got the bob haircut going on? Did you notice that? Miss Sweeney.
I didn't notice that. I think she's pretty, you know what I mean? But
a lot prettier now. I think she's got that little bob thing going on.
Let's talk football. Let's go from girl to girl here. Another, I guess you could say she's somewhat of a looker, right? Diana Rossini is back in the mix here. We have some, before we get into a little bit more of Sark's comments, let's kind of close the circle here, come full circle on the Sarkisian going to the league, the NFL. Diana Rossini was asked, and here's a little bit of a follow-up on her comments about what she reported on Steve Sarkisian last Saturday.
You got NIL and just all the weird landscape of college now that goes with this. Like you're right. Like years ago, who cares? Who cares? Steve Sarkisian wants to be an NFL coach. Not breaking news, right? Most college coaches want to coach in the NFL, but in 2025, there are just so many different factors and so many, with the portal, players wanting to maybe leave if they don't trust that their coach is going to be there. There's a lot of layers, and they have every right to be mad. Unfortunately, they never added that Steve Sarkisian wants to stay at Texas, right? They just said, this is not true. We did not talk to any NFL teams. And Jimmy Sexton and Steve Sarkisian, just to be clear, that the reporting I did not come from them. Like, Steve didn't call me on Saturday morning and be like, hey, like, report this. I think, does Steve Sarkisian have thoughts about coaching the NFL? Absolutely. We'll just see how this goes the rest of the year. I think it's totally fair and understanding to say that Steve Sarkisian is always going to keep his options open. He should. It would be smart business for Steve to always have options outside of Texas.
Wags, we talked about that the other day, where your options are always open. Your options are always open.
Perfect. Yeah. I think it's smart business to understand that you constantly want to write a story about a coach that wants to go to the NFL, right? Nor did they deny that they were leaving Texas, but Diana, you didn't deny that you had sources. Like, where did you tell us that you had any sources? Who were your sources? Where did you just conjure up the story?
Yeah,
based off of what you think.
Yeah, but based off of
like that. That's my question to Rossini. Like, where did you get your sources from? Right,
Yeah.
and what BK was saying earlier in the crosstalk. All you have to say is, I have sources. They're liable sources, and they're very credible, and I believe them. I'm going to stand on it. He didn't even mention her sources.
Right. It's a major assumption. It's like assuming that every male would be attracted to a attractive woman. Yes, that's a great assumption. That's what she's done right here. That the NFL, and like I said in the crosstalk as well, I think where she kind of screwed the pooch here, and the credibility is so jacked up, was when I saw it and I see Tennessee Titans. And again, I know that's the only open job. I would have framed it as
there's going to be other jobs that are opening up, right? Like, right. I think I saw Rob hint to it a little bit earlier. The Giants job will open up. Like, I don't think Daboll will be retained. I don't.
Yeah. The Giants opens up. I mean, that's one thing to where, they're not winning right now, but there's pieces in place. There's the fact that you were in New York City. You were in the major, probably.
But that could also, I know you're going to say it's appealing, but that could also be a major turnoff.
But
right? Who wants to deal with that bullshit?
That was the other part, because I heard the guys talking this morning to where it's like, where in the NFL you have to deal with general managers.
Media is one thing. New York media is a different.
Yeah. But you look at college football, and especially this job, and that's where I thought for a little bit that maybe there was some validity to it, because here you're dealing with donors, you're dealing with sponsors. This coaching at Texas isn't like coaching at Nebraska or even Oklahoma or some of these other places, to where it's like, it's not just the administration, it's the big fat pocket wallet carrying people that you are answering to those people. I mean, whether you want to say that or not, but
Troy brings up, come on guys, she had sources. She can't report without it. Absolutely. Yeah. That we know the law. Troy, here's the thing. Like, I'm being silly because I'm being that silly because she's being that silly. Right. Like, it's again, like, if you're going to come out and stand on ground, stand on fucking ground. Okay.
Well, and look, I like I said, I respect Diana Rossini. I always have. I mean, I think now she's with the Athletic, and the Athletic is kind of one of those where it kind of pushes some of that stuff.
And let me be completely transparent too. I'm not trying to discredit her at all. I'm just irritated with when the story dropped. Right? Like, sure, the story could absolutely have credit and weight to it, but to drop it 2 hours before kickoff, that's just dog shit, in my opinion. And I would like to know where it stems from.
The twofold to this may be, she may have a very valid source to where, look, relationships between reporters and sources. I mean, people tell me shit about high school football, and I'm like, I'm not going to reveal who tells me stuff. I mean, I can tell you right
or else
now.
You ain't gonna get any information. Right. Loose lips sink ships. Right.
Yeah. I mean, I could sit here and start splurging out shit right now that I know about going on in high school football, but it's like people have told me that in confidence. So that's where we can say, with her backtracking and being kind of, not matter of fact or whatever. That's part of doing that job. And maybe we're wrong. I mean, maybe at some point he does take the jump. But yeah, your point, the timing.
I don't know why he would take the jump just because he's having one down year. All right, and especially in a when you almost seem to have endless resources at Texas, right, to get any type of toy that you want to bring into your locker room here. And also it again, like to Herb Street's point, I'll say this. It's tough to win. It's tough to be a coach here because if you don't win consistently, you are ran out. But hell, I mean, isn't that anywhere, right? Like, look at we were just talking about this. Look at the standard at LSU, right? If you're not winning a national championship in the first 4 years, you're gone.
Yeah.
Based off the precedent that Saban, Miles, and Ogeron set, right?
Right.
You're gone.
Right. I think the other part about it too.
Is this not one of the most attractive jobs in all of college football?
The most. I think it is just because of everything, of where you are, what the city has to offer. I mean, I think that, and that's the funny thing about it, to where so many people are like, Austin's amazing. And I'm like, Austin kind of sucks if you've ever been in there, because you can't get around. There's just lots of, on the political side, I mean, there's lots of shit that goes on, but that's any city. But I mean, this really is. This is. I think it's a small, USC. I still think is a job that people could clamor to when it comes to that type of thing. But
Why? Just because of location?
Location, yeah.
Okay.
I think that location.
But when you're talking about program prestige, Texas has got to be at the top of the pantheon, right?
Absolutely.
LSU's got to be there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
Georgia.
I'll say the one thing for me that kind of is a turnoff for LSU is like, you talk politics, like LSU football is a political conversation, right? Like it is a part of their politics, right? Like the governor is involved with LSU football.
Right.
Well,
I mean, look at Texas A&M. I mean, you had John Sharp that was a part of that program for so long. And I mean, I happen to think that when it comes to, I think Texas A&M is an attractive job, because that's one of those things where you get those folks, if they buy into you, Wags. I mean, I think you have a little bit of a leash there to where if they buy in and whatever, I mean, you will keep your job. I mean, and you've got a lot of money. You've got a lot of that's why when the Aggies sit there and
you have resources to, like, Texas Aggies has resources. Yes, where it's like they talk about the tea sippers and bottomless checkbooks. I'm like, come on, man, pump the brakes on that a little bit. You've got a lot of money over there. I mean, by evidence by the fact that they paid off a coach to go fishing or whatever the hell he's doing right now. But the other part of Sark is where Sark is so fit for this job. And I think this goes back to, with him wanting to leave, he fits the spot so well. He's a lot with Mac, where we listen to what he talks about. And it's like, okay, like we said earlier, okay, I'm extremely pissed off about play calling, about all these different things, but he says stuff. And I'm like, okay, I can kind of buy into that. I mean, you can read my facial expressions when we play that sound. Yeah. I got you. Vandy comes to town this Saturday here. The Texas Longhorns, not very good on offense, my guy. They only averaged 375 yards. That's 79th in college football against, a Commodores team that are pretty damn squared away on offense, I would say, or seemingly so, right? The Commodores come in here with the 33rd ranked offense in all of college football here, averaging 433 yards to their better there. On the ground, they can pound it, man. 203 yards per game that they're rocking, and then a nice little balance on offense as well. 230 through there. Rodney, you say this mistakenly all the time. You call them the Vipers from time to time, right?
Yeah.
But remember how the Vipers kind of ran their offense with Drew Sanders, a very balanced ground and pound, and it almost when you saw like the 500 yards on offense, it was 250 through the air and 250 on the ground. That's kind of what you're seeing from the Commodores here a little bit, man. Are they running that same type of offense? You know what's crazy with this team too?
Same colors.
Huh?
Same colors too.
Same colors. Yeah, but I went back and watched some of their game film. So their offensive line plays to strengths too. They have a block, like a big side, and they have a small side where the small side usually pulls and does all their pulling for them. So that's something to key in on there too. Very fascinating how the Commodores run this thing, man.
And by the way, I'm calling a Vanderbilt game on Friday night, so
there you go.
I'll really have them all jacked up on Friday. So be ready. I'll really get them confused.
But you like to think though, like if you're seeing strengths on the offense, right? If there's tells that they're there, you can kind of hone down what they're running on out of sets, right?
Yeah,
you'd like to think. But again, this goes back to execution. It doesn't matter what you do; it's how you do it.
And I do think that you get, especially coming back home after a month, you did have some defensive issues there in the game last week. They responded, which was great, because against Florida they didn't. So I think you see a very inspired defense coming back, maybe with a little question on their shoulder after what happened last week, that wants to come home and just wants to, shut down some of this Diego Pavia hype. And again, I'm waiting for him to start talking, but I think at some point it is going to be, we get an injury report tonight at 7:00 as to, or injury detail, whatever it's called. Arch is the question, but is it just me? It just seems like kind of across the board, so many different people, I think, where, if Arch is going to miss, I think a lot of people feel like it. Okay, we're in decent hands right here with Matthew Caldwell.
I would much rather have Arch. You guys know this, right? Like, again, like what we've seen from Caldwell has been fantastic. Be able to put that thing on a platter, but again,
very small sample.
It's very small, very small,
sample.
short tape. Okay, short tape. Okay. To that, here is Sarkisian on Caldwell. We had some sound the other day that we didn't get to. I've been wanting to hear this. Here.
Yeah, I think what he's done is earned the respect of his teammates. Like I said, I think his demeanor, who he is as a teammate, I think his relationship with Arch is very important to that. I think they have a lot of respect for him that way. And then, when you produce, you get respect too, because his teammates know that's not easy. To come in off the bench and to do what he's done in a couple different games. And so they respect the fact that he's prepared, that he's ready, and that the moment's not too big for him. And I think he's got great rapport with the guys. Like, I really do. I just think he's an awesome teammate with these guys. And so they enjoy seeing him have that success and celebrating with him.
I hope Sark's confidence is telling in a little bit of that testimony, right? Like, I hope, sure, he's talking about his teammates and how they rally around his Caldwell's, just his ability to be prepared and to be able to come off cold like that and deliver. Mm-hmm. But I hope, like, he's earned the respect for Sark too, as well as his teammates, right? Because we know how it is in that Texas offense. If the coaching staff isn't confident in that player, they're not going to get the targets. They're not going to get the opportunities to tote the rock. It's just the ball won't find them, right? But if you're confident in there, and you can, nothing reeks confidence like coming in and delivering in overtime on, when the game's on the damn line, you just deliver an effing platter there. Just big ass cojones, dude. And roll the dice. Let's see what we got. Right? It's again, I'm not trying to be pessimistic. I am just trying to temper expectations. If we beat Vandy, fantastic, right? But we are in playoff mode each week from here on out. You have to win out. Like, I know you think we might be able to sneak in or limp in with 3 losses. I don't believe that. I think you need 2 is the max, 2 is the limit. If you have more than 2 losses here, you're just not getting an invitation into the playoff. It's just not happening. There's too many good teams out there that don't get that chance. And just because you have a marquee name of Texas, 3 losses don't get you a bid, in my opinion, or you don't deserve to get in my opinion. There is another team out there that can give a better product or produce a better product in the playoff than Texas can, in my opinion, if they have more than 2 losses. But gents, I got to temper expectations, right? Like, even if we beat Vandy, Georgia's in 2 weeks after that, and then you gotta look at little brother, who's been pumping some iron. So let's continue to just roll with it. And hell, man, if you gotta roll the dice and let Caldwell eat, let's see what he can do. Let's see the plate that he can take down. But again, I don't think we're winning a national championship. And if we do, it's house money, guys. It is house money.
It very much does need to be that you need to take it as a week by week experiment.
100%.
Yeah.
And again, we can have a good time. We can just call this the playoff. Like, I'm not trying to go into little brother mindset here, right? I mean, we can't go around claiming that we went to the playoffs if we don't go to the playoffs, but still, you can get your mindset right. Like, it's 4th and goal every day. It's 4th and goal from here on out every day.
Yeah. And it definitely, as a Texas fan, it needs to be, let's say the Arkansas game, for example, because that's kind of the one that you can kind of throw in there to where it's not a top 25 team or whatever the case is.
So here's the thing. Like, I love this, but I hate this at the same time.
Yeah.
Right. It leads for bowl eligible because that was the standard at
That's
Maryland.
great for
that was
UTSA
or great at
yeah,
a university
yeah.
like Maryland, not at some place like Texas. And I get it, money, sure, donors, great. But to not be bowl eligible is absolute bad dog shit, right? But that shouldn't even be in the thought process,
right?
Like Texas should always be bowl eligible.
Yeah, and I'm at the point where it's like, if you're not going to be in the playoff,
I'd love to be optimistic, Double R, but I've been hurt too much.
Well, if you're not in the playoff, you need to be. I mean, it's going to be a huge disappointment if you're not in the playoff, just because of the expectations that were set by a lot of people for the program with everything, even with the pieces that were missing that we're now starting to realize were there. But if you're not in a New Year's Day bowl or one of those marquee bowls, I mean, if you're, no offense to the Alamo Bowl.
Right. But I mean, I'll go to the PlayStation Bowl, man. Well, I don't know what the PlayStation Bowl is, but I'll go to it.
Yeah, but this needs to be back to the Arkansas point. So if you get to the Arkansas game, and
I got you, Rob. It's hard to read sarcasm in the comments, though. But thanks for
no, I knew what he meant. But it's like, if you beat Arkansas 21-20, and then we're on the post game show and people are bitching about winning, that's not the mindset to have right now, because you need to win the game last week. You won the Kentucky game. You won. That's where this team is right now, right? It's not, you're not going to go out and dominate people. I think that's what you figured out. Unfortunately, that's
so you feel optimistic about Saturday, right? That's kind of what I'm feeling from you.
I really am. I really am. I don't think Texas is going to come out and boat race Vanderbilt, but I don't know. We'll make our predictions. You'll see them on X, but right now, I'm feeling that, and when it comes to the Caldwell thing, the confidence, I think, is already there, because I mean that's a ballsy call right there to have that dude throw that ball up into the end zone to Emmett Mosley. That when Arch went down, when I saw Caldwell come in, I'm like, okay, I guess we're gonna run the ball.
But so did everybody else.
That
right, like so did everybody. But and that's what I'm saying. Like, and that's got to go with Sark too, right? For Sark to be able to have the cojones and the trust and confidence to put it in the hands of Caldwell to deliver a strike to Mosley there. That's fantastic.
And I'll tell you, here's something that we'll talk about as we get closer to the game. And Chan mentions this on the Coda text line. If this defense comes out and you are not spying Diego
our defense,
the Texas defense.
Okay.
If you come out and you are not spying Diego Pavia, you're doing an injustice and you're digging yourself into a hole. And this isn't a team that you can fall behind, in my opinion, 17-3 and try to gouge your way back into the game, because they're just not going to let you do it.
No, I mean, they put up 200 yards on the ground, right? So I'm not, and Texas is third in rush defense. So I'm not really that concerned about it's going to be one hell of a fight in the trenches with the ground and pound, right? And I think we can win that. What I'm really concerned is like the ability to strike off a play action, right? Because recently we've been able to get to the quarterback, but this is a quarterback that is a little bit better than the two that they've seen the past couple of weeks, right? Like, this dude is, you can put a cape on this guy and he can make some plays happen, right? What I had his stats earlier. What's he rolling with? Yeah, almost 1,698 yards through the air with 15 tutties and then 5 interceptions, and on the ground he's around 500. Where's he at here on the ground? 458 on the ground. So this dude can hurt you in all aspects. I think Hill, getting the assignment of spying on this guy, I think Hill will win that matchup and keep basically everything at bay. But again, like my big concern is, can we produce on offense going up against its defense, right? It's not exactly, one of the toughest defenses, but again, they're ranked, they're 31st, right? Like that's still, it's still formal. It's a lot better than 70. What the hell are we?
Hey, well, you know who the pressure's on this week, Wags? That good old offensive line.
That good old, always on. The pressure's always on him, man. Plug and play. Let's see what we can do.
To Bear's thing here, Bear. I never finished the thought. I'm sorry, but it's like I mean, there is confidence in Caldwell, that the fact that they did make that call. I mean, when we saw him when he came in prior, I mean, they let him take off and he ran for 54 yards. I mean, so that confidence is there, because, like I said, when I talked to the fellow the other day that said this young kid coming in, I'm like, this ain't a young kid coming in. This is a guy that's played a lot of football. So. And that's why I'm feeling confident that he takes the reins, and I don't think that you really have to. I mean, especially what we've seen.
I don't think you have to change the playbook up that much.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you can't do a lot of the RPO with Caldwell that you were doing with Arch, but still, I didn't want to see that much of the RPO with Arch, right? Again, I've been saying the X factor for Arch is scrambling and breakdown.
Well, and to that point, Wags, no offense, this offense ain't blown me away. So
it ain't blown anybody away. San Jose State's the only team that it blew away, basically.
You simplified it about as much as you can. So I mean, hell, you simplify it anymore. What are you going to do? Just give Vandy the ball? No, you take it.
I am very, very curious to see how he can continue his success. I mean, it's tough. The bar is set high for Caldwell when you just come in and you deliver a strike on the platter in overtime, right, to win the game. I guess you can only go down from here, right, or stay even keel. Just continue to throw touchdowns every pass.
Yeah, the poor dude coming in. It's like, okay, here's your two highlights from the season: touchdown pass and this amazing run. I mean, so don't let us down, buddy.
Right,
pressure's on you.
You better continue to throw touchdowns, or that you're getting hooked. Well,
yeah.
He won't. But anyway, I all tongue in cheek, as we like to say. All right, Amigo, anything else? Any other saved rounds before we got to get out of here? Big E, what's up, buddy?
Oh, man, Double R, Wags. What is going on, fellas? Jordan would be
living the dream, putting the hoodies on.
That's cool out there. Cool out there.
Hey, listen, I'm from Florida, specifically South Florida. This is cold. All right.
It's really weather. Yeah, like people, I joke about it from time to time, but I'm a tropical brother. I was in Hawaii before I came to Austin, man.
There you go. There you go. Jordan will be on in just a few minutes, having an issue with the
What's cooking, man? What's on the slate? What are you guys going to get into?
It's a Jordan show, brother. I just show up. I have no idea, but I'll tell you what I will get into. Hey, for the audience here at TSU, you can tell we don't plan this out, right? I show up.
I just flow, bro. I just show up and work.
That's the best shows when they just kind of.
I can make an educated guess that we'll talk Texas football, that we'll talk Texas recruiting. Especially, I'm sure Jordan will want to get into, another coach losing their job, Brian Kelly. Does that open up opportunities for Texas to poach some recruits? I can guess that will be on the slate as well. Wags, I don't know if we'll get into any more, adult actress conversations. I think Jordan's better half might not appreciate that.
I think Jordan kind of shelled up. Right? Kind of.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to talk about it or not.
Yeah. And also, all
right, Eric, that's it. You're going to be our honorary guest when it is a top 5 category. Top 5 adult act for our top 5. Yeah. Top 5 adult actresses. Right.
Yeah.
We'll bring you on for an honor. If you want to, you have an invitation to come on when the wheel hits. When the wheel hits, we will bring Big E on to talk about our top 5 adult actresses.
When the wheel hits, let me just make sure. Listen, that CBS Paramount, they are perfectly fine with that. But I know Eric Henry would be perfectly fine with that conversation. Fellas, real quick, I want to jump into something while I got you guys.
Sure.
You guys were talking about the conversation with Matthew Caldwell. And he is someone who it's not like he's played, 30, 40 games of football, but he's traveled. He's not KJ Lacey. Right, he played. My memories.
This is fourth system now.
Gardner Webb, Troy, and this would be 3. And I think he played for 2 coaches at Gardner Webb. So technically, it could be 4th system, but this is the 3rd program for those who know, FCS Gardner-Webb and then Troy last year where he started. Guys, first start, guys, at Iowa, okay? So I think being there, fellas.
In Iowa? In Iowa?
At Iowa. So he was playing for Troy and they were at Iowa.
Right.
Start. Correct. So guys, being there at Florida when he came in, when Arch lost his helmet and he delivered that 26-yard strike to Wingo for the first down, it didn't surprise me, right? Now, I mean, that was a rowdy environment. Same thing, guys, Mississippi State, I was there. The cowbells are real, okay?
Were you shocked that he got the green light to throw when he first came in? Because, I mean, a lot of coaches
I'll be honest with you. Had the Florida game not happened, because remember, guys, that was a situation where Arch got sacked when he lost his helmet. It was 2nd and 22. They're driving to have the potentially game-tying score. So Caldwell had to throw. They couldn't run it, right? I think Steve, seeing that, gave him the green light to say, hey, we can draw up a play and get open. And also the momentum wasn't Texas's way, right?
Yeah.
You know, the momentum being there in Starkville, momentum had clearly shifted in Texas's favor. So there is that for sure. Something while I got you guys, I wanted to ask. I didn't know if you guys got into it or not. That was a hell of a Saturday morning being there in Starkville. Okay.
Yeah, we've been talking about Rossini for a minute here, man. I played her sound back when she was kind of going back and saying, they didn't say that he didn't want to leave or whatever. So we had a cute little back and forth with that there. But yeah, very, very coincidental and how it dropped and when it dropped there, right?
It was, guys, I'm in Jackson, right? Because Jackson is, that's where the nearest airport is to Starkville, 2 hours away. And I see the report, and me being naive, and I've done this long enough, I shouldn't have been naive. I'm like, all right, I got enough time to get to Starkville. This is not going to just go insane in the next 95, 105 minutes.
Yeah.
Guys,
how'd that work out?
it is one road that takes you all the way up there, not a ton of cell signal, not a ton of Wi-Fi. And my phone is just buzzing every chance, like I pick up a little bit of signal. But to the point where I'm like,
every time you come out of the pockets, right?
To the point where I'm like, yo, is like everything okay back home? Like I'm wondering if it's something like that. Finally, I get into Starkville where I can actually get like 5 minutes of consistent cell signal. I look and Pat McAfee's talked about it. Everyone's talked about it. I'm like, holy cow. CBS is like, hey, whatever you plans you had pregame, go shoot Sark's arrival. So it was wild. I'll say this super quick, and I'm sure we'll get into this with Jordan as well. I don't know Diana super well. We've just been in situations where like we've been in spaces. I've like met her twice. Not like a formal one-on-one meeting. It's like in a group, right?
Not like your wife and her went to the same sorority or anything.
Yeah, there you go, Wags. Yes, not like that. She's super cool chick. But here's the thing, man. One, I disagree with Diana with her sound on Levitard when she said it's not like Steve denied it. The question he was asked was, do you have NFL interest, right? And he answered that. It wasn't, is the report true, right? Based on what Diana is saying, if the question asked in postgame, and I'll shout out CJ Vogel who asked the question. If the question was, is this true? Then I would agree with her that he never said it's not. But the question was asked was, do you have NFL interest? And he went off on that, right? The flip side, and I've taken a little shit from Texas fans. That's fine. The role I have on the side is Jordan is a Texan. Hank's a Texan. Chip's been around Texas football for 30 years. I'm kind of the outsider in the sense. Diana, it doesn't make any sense for Diana to just make something up, right? And
that's my point, Eric. That's my point right there.
It gives Diana. She is a NFL insider. It's not like she's a college football insider. It's not like she's me. I'm not saying I'm an insider, but a Texas beat writer. There's no incentive for her to just make this up on a Saturday right now.
But is there incentive for her? But is there incentive for her to drop it at that time?
That is what I would take issue with, right? Now, I don't know if that was a Diana call, the athletic call, because it was in a story, right? Remember that. It was in a broader story about the NFL. I don't know if that's just when the story was published, but the tweet, she's the one who chose to tweet that out, right? That I would take issue with, no doubt about it. But I will say this, and I mentioned this, the last thing I'll say, we got Jordan, I'll let you guys get out of here. I said this to Chip on the pod. We taped at 8:30 yesterday morning. Diana's spot on Levitard was like 9-something Central. I said, Chip, I'd be willing to bet she didn't talk to Jimmy Sexton or Ed Marinitz Ironically, UCF grad. I was mispronounced his last name, but went to UCF. But I'd be willing to bet that she spoke with someone at CAA, right? That's how these things work. That's how they work, right? You speak with someone in the building, but you don't get. It's very rare you're going to get a direct quote from Jimmy Sexton on that, right?
You get scuttlebutt. You get something.
So, and that's exactly what she said, right? That she said, I didn't speak to Sark's agent specifically, but she said that she spoke to someone with his agency. So that's kind of where I land with that. For me, it's a non-issue at this point because Double R, to your point, where we both say it makes no sense for her to just make this up. I was joking with people for 3 quarters. The NFL wants this shit because you could put Steve Sarkisian, you could put Steve Sarkisian and Mike McDaniel together in the room. Would look like for 3 quarters, and they wouldn't be able to with a police escort to the end zone.
It's like
okay, so there's that.
You want this shit?
Like
take it.
Good call. Yeah, absolutely.
Good stuff, gents. Hey, we'll be listening, man.
Y'all take care.
Sweet. We appreciate it. Hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. We will circle back to the Diana Rossini or Diana Rossini, whatever it is, report because I am very much against the crowd that she pulled this out of her ass. She did not pull this out of her ass. This is a legit report, and I feel for her because she's been called everything under the sun. Should she have put it out Saturday morning? No, she did. She should not have. But I don't know. We don't know the background. Like you brought up, maybe the Athletics said, hey, get this out now. Maybe she heard, from a source that she knows talked to someone else and had to get the story out then so she could be first. Those things happen in journalism all the time. Like, I don't know, man. Like, does Steve Sarkisian have interest in the NFL? Yes, he does. We have heard that since he got the job. In fact, I have heard his dream job is the Dallas Cowboys. They talked to him last year. Did they hire him or interview him? No, they didn't. But it was a big story. The thing I brought up yesterday, think about the success rate of college head coaches that are also the OC and play caller. Not a high success rate. Think about the same thing in the NFL. There's a lot of success there, at least a lot more than in college. So I think that translates better to the league. You don't have to recruit. You might not make $11 million a year like he does at Texas, but you'll make 7 or 8, So, like, it makes sense. And if there's interest from the NFL, that also makes sense. It all makes sense. So the one thing I brought up, like, if he's in this for the long haul, like he says he is, and like Texas says they are as well, there cannot, every offseason or even during the season, there cannot be these reports.
Sure.
There just can't. Because eventually you're getting into Jim Harbaugh, Michigan territory where he's holding, the board and the athletic department hostage every offseason. No, I'm not interested in the NFL. And then the entire NFL media reports he interviews with X team. And then he has to say it's not true when it's documented truth. Like, it cannot reach that level. I don't think it will. But I mean, hey, this is what happens when, you're Steve Sarkisian, you've coached in the NFL, you have a translatable coaching style, and, it's been well reported that you do have interest in the NFL. So I don't know what other stuff there is to hit on there, but we'll probably circle back. CB said, if you believe Mike Greenberg, Jerry wanted Sark as the Cowboys head coach before Sark signed his extension, then he hired Shoddy. Yeah, I heard whispers of this that Jerry wanted him, but I mean, if that was the case, I think Steve Sarkisian would be coaching the Cowboys right now because I've always been told that is his dream job. So, yeah, but I don't know. And people have asked why the Titans. Well, they are the only NFL franchise with an active head coach opening.
Right.
There's also interest in Miami, like what Chip Brown reported later Saturday morning after the initial report came out. But hey, we're going to go back to Starkville. You were there on Saturday. What was the roller coaster like? Like, not even just the coaching stuff in the morning where CBS is saying, hey, you got to get them coming off the bus. But the 3 quarters, I'm sure you had to delete some of your instant reaction and other stuff. Like this, I guess take us through it.
Yeah, man. Roller coaster. And like you talked about, right? I won't cover the pregame stuff already. We talked about that ad nauseum. This is the last thing I'll say, right? Because I guess this point is a perfect transition point. By the time I got upstairs, Jordan, around, like 2 Central Time, 2:30, it's like, oh, wait, there's a football game to be played. Everything else had kind of superseded. It's like, wait a minute. They actually are going to play 60 minutes, in this case, more than 60 minutes of football. CB, I appreciate it with the epic photo, Bob. That's the UT folks. I don't think we're too appreciative that I ruined the photo between. If I'll send it to you, Jordan, you can throw it up there. But I'll finish this point. I ruined a photo between Steve Sarkisian and Vic Schaefer. But nevertheless, yeah, man. It was the first quarter. It was very apparent to me this was a game that Texas could lose. Like, the energy comes from Mississippi State. Everything lined up. Jordan, I think I talked about it on the show with you. I have a bit of a relationship with, of course, former FIU head coach Mike McIntyre as an analyst at Mississippi State, former FIU cornerbacks coach Corey Bell. I didn't talk with them specifically during the week, but just kind of knowing them, I was like, styles make fights, and this is a game that Texas is going to be in a fight for. At halftime, I purposely waited outside the coach's box, the Mississippi State coach's box. I knew, obviously, or I shouldn't say obviously, for the audience, analysts, you don't have so many people on the field, right? Analysts typically are going to be up in the box, right? And I was like, Mac. And he came over and smiled. He's like, he kind of winked at me. I was like, I knew exactly what that meant. Because remember, they're up 24-14. I'm like, oh, he thinks they got him, right? Like, that's what that wink meant. The roller coaster really started, Jordan, was when it felt like, to me, Jeff Lebby was coaching not to lose. It genuinely felt that way to me in the second half. Remember, they get the shovel pass for the score. That's the one that I truly thought, like, man, Texas ain't gonna find a way back, right? Like,
it's over.
Because when stuff like that is hitting, it's like, oh man, Texas ain't gonna find a way back. And that place is loud. It wasn't as loud as Florida, because Florida, they actually were making noise like without the cowbells, right? The cowbells do account for the noise, but the atmosphere at Starkville, not saying it's a place I recommend Texas fans go to because it's hard as hell to get to. But if you're like a bucket list, like, yo, I want to go to every SEC, road venue, I would put Starkville up there if you're committed to hitting every venue, because it is incredible as far as an atmosphere. But that fourth quarter, Jordan, two things. One, Jeff Lebby, you got to bleed the clock, and you have to know how to do that. There was a second down play, and I want to say it was their second to last drive of the fourth quarter, where Blake Shapen snaps the ball with 22 seconds left on the clock. Yeah. And I turned to, Cedric Golden, who I was sitting next to. I was like, what are they doing? And said, just like, I don't know. And then you see Jeff Lebby try and bleed the clock on the third down play. The play calling there opened the door for Texas. And when Texas started building momentum in the fourth quarter, then the roller coaster was back on to like, wait a minute, Texas is a better team. Like, and Jordan is well equipped to talk about this from a talent perspective. Texas is a better team. If they leave them an opening, Texas is going to win this game. And it was probably right around the 7 or 8 minute mark of the fourth quarter when I genuinely felt, I think Texas was still down 10 points or something like that at that point in time. I genuinely felt like Texas is going to win this game because Mississippi State doesn't know how to close. Barring some sort of, fumble, some mishap, Mississippi State's never been in this position. They don't know how to close. And sure enough, Texas came back and won the game. So yeah, kind of the roller coaster there for me. You asked how many words I had to delete as I try to find this picture that Hank sent. How many words I had to delete? The way I write my instant reaction is I do game MVP, unit that needs to rebound, and unsung hero. I had game MVP pretty much slotted, right? What changed was I had to add a couple more players in, right? Because I thought it was going to be a loss. I had Jelani McDonald. I thought he stepped up, him and Anthony Hill. But then I had to kind of step up and add a few more guys in there. Unsung hero, yeah, of course, Matthew Caldwell had to get added in there, right? So I had to add him in. But the unit that needs to improve, I still was solid there. The offense was abysmal for 2.5 quarters, right? Still got to get that fixed. So that was kind of the story of the game for me. But yeah, I'll get you this pic so you can reference the photo bomb. Because yeah, when Hank tagged me, and I was like, I know UT did not want that.
Yeah. A lot of Lebby's play calling is good, but like once every 5 plays, it's like, yo, did you forget how to coach for?
Yes.
Like, I'm thinking about in the first quarter when it's tied 7-7, they're on their own side of the 50 and they go for it on 4th down. Like, have you watched anything on Texas before this game and know how bad this offense is? Why would you give them possession on their side of the 50? Like, that made absolutely zero sense. From that point on, I knew it was going to be like there's going to be some bullshit to this game, and there very well was. You brought up, what the turning points were. The main one I keep going back to is them roughing Archer Manning, the roughing the passer call.
Yes.
That brought life and, extended the possibility of the chances of Texas being able to win. But, I mean, nothing like that punt return. Eric, I've been in a few press boxes for Texas games. I've been in a few press conferences. I know the market pretty well.
Yeah.
There are 1,000% some homers that are in the press box for Texas. The entire SEC is the same way, so I know Mississippi State had a few.
Right. Yeah.
What was the audible reaction in the press box when Ryan Niblett walked across the end zone on the punt return?
I can say this. So because Davis Wade Stadium is open air, it's not like you can hear all the reactions inside the press box, right? Because you could hear a lot of the F-bombs being dropped from the Starkville faithful inside the crowd, right? But there was one person, I didn't catch who it was. It was not Steve Robertson, who Steve, great dude. He's our guy for 24/7 Sports. Him and Jacob Bain, it was not them. But there was someone from over like the corner. And what Jordan's referring to, trying to bring you guys in here, is usually you kind of have the cluster of what I'll say, the traditional media, right? Like your newspapers. And then next to that, you'll have your 247s, your on threes, so on and so forth, right? And then on the edges where like your radio people will be, or like insert guy from, www.hailstateforever.com who just, kind of gets a pass, right? Because he's the guy who's known in the market. And it was over there in the corner that you just heard same old effing state. So that mixed in. And at first I was like, did that come from the crowd? And I kind of looked over. I was like, nah, because I just saw a guy with his head buried in his hands. And I was like, nah, okay. That was one of those guys. So that was the audible reaction I could hear from the press box. But no, when Niblett, it was like a movie when you see him kind of evade the coverage. And everyone, that's an educated football fan base. They all knew Ryan Niblett had success, the week prior and against Oklahoma. So you heard us a few, why did we kick it to him? A couple F-bombs. Are you serious? And you just saw the faces, right? And that was, the air just came out of the stadium.
Man, I've seen some wild punt returns. Dajae Johnson's in the Red River game. What do you know about Dajae Johnson, Eric? It's a Pflugerville native right there. That one was awesome. That's the main one I can think of. Worthy had a few returns during his time at Texas, but man, there's never been anything like Ryan Niblett. And the craziest part, like you think about both his touchdown returns and even the one versus Kentucky where he gets him down to the 5. It feels like half the time he's not even hitting full speed till he's like 40 yards into the return.
Yes.
And he's just like maintaining contact balance and making smart cuts and stuff. Like, he is a very unorthodox punt returner, it seems like. He does it his own way. And I've been referencing this meme every day of the week, but so it's the famous founding fathers like George Washington meme format for those on audio only. And it says, and Texas will have the best punt returner in the country. So this returner feels punts? No. He lets them bounce to the 5-yard line. Why? Nobody knows. It's true. It's like there are 3 options with Ryan Niblett. It's going to the crib, it's going 8 to 20 yards, or it's going to bounce and go down to the 5-yard line. Very few in between, nothing in between. But I thought it was awesome. Hey, like Texas is probably 4-4, 5-3 without Ryan Niblett. I still think they beat OU with or without that return because I don't think Mateer and them are getting in the end zone, but they don't beat Kentucky and leave Lexington with a win, and they don't leave Starkville with a win without Ryan Niblett. Firmly believe that. Here is the photo Eric is referencing. This isn't as bad as I thought it'd be, but still funny. You're also like headless in this, but yeah.
it's one of those things that I won't say who, but I heard about it afterwards. It's like, yep, we're trying to have this. I think because I'm centered in the photo, right? So it almost does, even when you zoom in, it makes it a little bigger, but because I'm centered, it does kind of take your eye away from, the purpose of like the dap up there between. Also, really quick, Jordan, Vic Schaefer, clearly still the man in Starkville, right? He has his crib there, his farm, I think it is, a ranch, whatever it is. Vic was out there just holding court pregame, not just with Texas fans, like Mississippi State fans were coming up. Vic had, I don't want to accuse Vic of drinking. I don't know what Vic was drinking on, but it looked like he was sipping on something, enjoying himself, Saturday morning. Like
he wasn't on the clock.
He wasn't on the clock. So let me paint this picture, all right? I'm not saying that Vic came and had to force a dap up with Steve. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is Steve was locked in. Obviously it'd been an eventful morning for him. So he's kind of walking and, you're not really paying attention. Steve kind of goes up, does a little, horns up to the, hook 'em horns to the parents. And he's making his way to the locker room. And then Vic kind of was like, Steve. And then once like Steve realizes who it is, like it's all good. But for a brief moment, I was like, yo, is Steve going to walk past Vic? Like for a brief moment until he realizes who it is.
The video you posted of him getting off the bus, I was like, something is really weird about this video. Like, he gets off the bus, turns, sees you. I'm sure there are several other media guys, and is like, I ain't walking in that
I ain't going that way. Yeah.
And then he turns, and you can see him just looking around like, oh, shit, what door do I even go into? But yeah,
Jordan,
that seemed...
You nailed it, because that's exactly it's either like he saw us and was like, I can't go that way. And it was only three. It was only me, CJ Vogel, and Levon Whitaker, the only three. So it was like he didn't want to go that way. And then it's like he didn't know where to go. And then Vic pops up. But yeah, you nailed it to a T. That it looked very disjointed when he walked in.
Yeah, and he had those AirPods in until I think it was Kevin Eltief dapped him up. He was like, oh, I'm taking these out. Or it might have been CDC. I don't know. But yeah, kind of awkward there. What were your, I know you kind of hit on it a little bit, but how do you think he reacted to, the question that everyone knew was coming from CJ Vogel about the NFL job? And also, I saw some stuff from the Monday press conference. Did he have to readdress it? Did someone ask another question, or did he just say something about it? Like,
no, Steve didn't. Unless I'm mistaken, Jordan, I was there. I don't remember Steve addressing it again on Monday.
I don't think he did. I just might.
Yeah, no, okay, no. He did not. Let me paint the picture for post game, right? Because remember, the way the game went the way it did, right? So we've got this massive comeback. Texas has won. Arch is hurt. All these things. So the first 2 or 3 questions, like I think my question was Arch's performance, and then what's the injury update on him? Another Anwar Richardson asked Steve about I can't remember the way Anwar framed it, but he was the first person to ask Steve about the report, right? And then Steve didn't go into his diatribe. He just goes like, it is what it is. I had so much to focus on. That's how I focused the team, so on and so forth. Then CJ, I want to say, had the second to last question. And that's when CJ asked specifically about that, right? And that's how it happened. But yeah, again, Steve's a smart guy. I think he knew the question was coming. And when he got it the first time from Anwar, I think that is the way he wanted to address it. If I had to try to analyze, I think him not fully going into the diatribe is how he wanted to address it. But I think when he got the second shot specifically about that question and nothing else, I think he kind of just said, hey, throwing caution to the wall, I'm just going to address it in that manner. Because I'm not going to lie, I think a lot of us thought he's going to hide behind the CAA statement, right? Like, hey, or I shouldn't say hide, but shield himself, which is, hey, my agents made a statement this morning. That's it. I'm focused on Texas. So I was actually a little surprised that he went in as hard as he did on it. But to your point, I think that's the way you have to address it. Barring saying, I will never leave the University of Texas on my own volition, right? They can fire me, but I will never leave on my own volition. That's the way you have to address it. And I want to say this as an addendum, Jordan, and I think, this doesn't have to be today, unless you find it interesting enough. Let's play a hypothetical game. Steve Sarkisian and Texas lose to Kentucky, lose to Mississippi State. I'm not saying Steve Sarkisian is going to be fired. However, it is abundantly clear that the level of patience in CFB is gone. You know why? And Jordan can talk about this because he's deep in the recruiting game, right? One of the best out there. The amount of money you're spending on programs. James Franklin got fired because he asked for the world and lost to Northwestern.
Yeah.
If you're Steve Sarkisian, and I'm not saying he asked for the world, but there's a lot of money being invested in Texas football, and you lose to Kentucky and Mississippi State, again, I'm not saying, oh my gosh, he'd be on the chopping block. I'm just saying the level of patience is gone. Simple as that.
Yeah, and I think one of the main reasons for this, and it's changed a little bit because of rev share, and the money's coming directly from the school now, and they have, they don't have to go full booster funded. They can go like a third or half. But like, man, the main guys you're calling saying, hey, we need this safety. He costs $1.4 million. Can you contribute $800K to this? Yeah, I can. If it's that easy for someone to donate $800K, 9 times out of 10 that person is a voice that is big enough, that is heard enough to where they can get things rolling on a coach firing or getting other boosters against a coach or whatnot. Like, everyone knows how boosters and factions and booster clubs and different things work at big schools like Texas. And like, the thing I keep thinking of, like, Justice Terry's making 7 figures this year. He was the number 2 D-line prospect in the country. Every site. 5-star, top 10 prospect, every site. And he's making 7 figures. And he can't really play more than 5-10 snaps a game because he's not ready. He's not supposed to play. True freshmen, D-linemen, and O-linemen are never supposed to play. They never are. But, like, imagine being the Texas booster that's funding the 7-figure package for him. There's no ROI. And there never is going to be an ROI. Like, donor fatigue was becoming a real problem everywhere in the country. And every GM, booster is thanking their lucky stars that rev share became a thing, because it eases a lot of donor fatigue if you already have $15 million to work with on your roster. So where boosters only have to help with 15 instead of paying the full 30 or whatever it was, right? So I think that is a very real thing that doesn't get discussed enough, because at some schools like Texas, they're not lucky enough to have dozens of boosters who will fork up 7 figures. Penn State probably doesn't have that. A lot of their roster this year is probably coming from a nucleus of 3, 4, maybe 5 mega boosters. And all those guys together have a lot of power to get rid of Franklin when he's losing 3 games in a row as a double-digit favorite when they loaded up and spent this much money on the roster. So could Sark get fired if they were 4-4 and going into these final 4 games, 3 versus top 10 opponents, if they finish 500? Would he get fired? I highly doubt it, because I think everyone knows you fire Steve Sarkisian, Arch Manning is going elsewhere for his 4th year, and you never want that type of PR on Texas. But it is a very interesting, discussion to have. So, I mean, yeah, and there is very little patience, and they're 6-2 right now. You have Vandy, A&M, Georgia, Arkansas. I think they beat Arkansas. Right now, I don't think there's anything anyone has seen that gives you confidence in saying they'll beat A&M or Georgia. And then Vandy, it's still a top 10 matchup.
Yeah.
It's still Diego Pavia, and you might not have Arch Manning either. It could be a toss-up. So, like, realistically, Texas is looking at between 7-5, I think at best 9-3, right? And if you go next year, you look at next year, they have to get a new O-line. They have to spend at least they will spend so much money getting at least 2 interior guards, centers, 2 to 4. I think you have to get. It's going to depend on depth and the attrition in the room from guys that are never going to be able to play. You also have to get at least 1, if not 2, offensive tackles. For any of those guys to be average to above average, like level in the SEC, you're going to spend probably at least $4 to $5 million on those guys alone. Like, you basically have to go get the O-line group that replicates the D-line group you signed in the portal this past year with all the guys who are playing right now. So when you do that, they'll also go get a linebacker, probably a running back, maybe a receiver, maybe a defensive back. That's going to be a lot of money. And it's also going to be year 4 of Arch Manning, probably the last year there, as everyone expects. You're going to try to make a push to go to the Natty. And if they spend more money than they ever have, I mean, you spend more money than you ever have next year because the market goes up every year. But like if they go almost overboard and kind of Ohio State it, like Ohio State did in 2024, they pay a lot for players to come back. They sign the top portal class. The amount of pressure on Sarkisian is going to be unreal. He has to make a Final Four, if not the Natty next year. If they end up doing that, and that comes after, between a 7-5 and 9-3 2025 season. So it's going to be very interesting. And I mean, you're right. The patience thing it's very low in college football right now. It's lower than it kind of has ever been. And, Nick Saban, do you see Nick Saban's quote about Lane Kiffin this morning?
I did not.
So let me pull this up. So he was talking to Chris Lowe. I don't know if this was a live interview or like a phone call, but it was on Lane Kiffin, the Ole Miss job, his name being thrown around Florida and LSU. And he says, jobs that weren't great jobs before are now. Lane is the first name up for Florida and the first name up for LSU, but I think you can have a long debate on whether either one of those jobs is actually better than the job he has now, because he has some guys over there at Ole Miss that give him pretty much whatever he wants from a roster standpoint. Maybe you've got alumni who are passionate about football, but are they willing to invest what you have to invest now to win? Because a lot of people don't believe in that shit.
It's a great quote. Nick Saban is one of the few people, if you take a look at his track record, and I think it's because he's earned it, right? LSU, and granted, this is a different time. It's 25 years ago. It wasn't like you were spending everything you need to, right? But when you can take an LSU who, remember, in 2000, LSU was not what they are now. They hadn't won 3 national titles. That was a middle-of-the-road SEC job. And you do what he did, right? You do what he did at Michigan State. You end up at Alabama. At Alabama, again, Jordan can co-sign this. If Nick Saban wants to walk in and say, hey, insert person, we need $60,000 for an air conditioner for the weight room. That thing's going to be in there tomorrow, right? Because they're willing to invest. We need $500,000 for a cafeteria. I'm just making up absorbent numbers for something that seems basic. It'll be there by the end of the week, right? That's where Nick Saban is saying, are people truly willing to invest what it takes to compete at the highest level in this environment? That's a good point. Now, where I disagree with him is Florida's been slow to come around this. Like Jordan has talked about it, Florida's been slow to come around to the era that we are in, right? With college football, college athletics.
Same with LSU, to be honest.
Same with LSU. I don't know that Ole Miss is the money there. I'm genuinely asking. I don't know. Like, I know there is money, right?
Go for it,
Jordan.
They've kind of, it's a little different this year because they're like investing more in high school now.
Right.
But up until this 2026 recruiting cycle, they would sign between like 10, maybe 18 kids, and that's it. And the rest is all portal. And a fair amount of those 10 to 18 kids are in-state Mississippi kids who grow up wanting to be rebels. And they get kind of, I've talked about with LSU, you can get a hometown discount if the kid wants to be there, regardless of it being a good program or being a good or bad school or being a good or bad coach. So it's changed in 26 where they're now like going after legitimate prospects who are projected to the draft as high schoolers, top 247 kids. And it's interesting because it's at certain positions. You go and look at how they've recruited the portal. They're always getting a quarterback. They're always getting an edge rusher, and they're always getting DBs and receivers. A lot of their O-linemen, though, are coming from the high school level. A lot of their running backs are coming from the high school level. Their star right now is a transfer running back, Kewan Lacey, but their best running back of the Lane Kiffin era, what's his name, who transferred to Ohio State? That was a high school kid that they signed. He's now playing for the Browns. I can't believe I'm blanking on his name.
I know, same thing.
Y'all know who I'm talking about.
Judkins.
Yeah, Quinshon Judkins. So, like, they've done a good job. Now, they've lost/fired basically their entire personnel team, and they have, like, 2 dudes running the show right now. It's very strange. So they're still dropping a ton of money in the portal, and they basically are giving Lane somewhat of an infinite checkbook to do that. But they are investing more in the high school level, and that's something that started this cycle in the spring. And the first thing I thought was like, wow, I guess Lane Kiffin is really thinking about staying there long term, because it's like year 5 or 6 for him there. Why are you waiting until now to really establish, a high school recruiting pipeline when you've kind of been able to thug it out and have success getting 20 to 30 transfers a year? So it's interesting because, too, on the flip side, any school that's in a recruiting battle with Ole Miss is like, buddy, all they do is portal dudes. They don't develop players, because if they did, they wouldn't have to go in the portal for 30 guys a year. And that's like Hayward Howard. His dad literally played at Ole Miss. Yes, this is a kid from New Orleans, and he's committed to Texas. But he never had interest in Ole Miss because all they do is get 6 DBs every portal cycle. And all the guys they actually signed and recruited out of high school never get to play. So at Ole Miss, compared to LSU and Florida, he has to recruit high school more. So it is interesting. Like, is LSU with Florida, the financial support, will it be the same as Ole Miss, where they basically say, Lane, this is an infinite checkbook? I think it will be, at least early on. But the point that I think Saban is trying to make, and that, some people are saying in the comments too, Lane Kiffin can't go under 500 at Florida and LSU and him not get fired immediately after his next year. Ole Miss will probably give him a buffer year, because they've had more 10-win seasons under Lane Kiffin than they had combined as an entire program before Lane Kiffin. He's the man there. He runs the show. Their fans are calling him the Prince of Mississippi. I don't know about all that, but he can afford to go under 500 and keep his job and have security. That is not the case at LSU or Florida. So, yeah. You want to talk some Texas, Vandy?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Diego Pavia coming to town. Some call him the Hispanic Manziel. I don't know about that, but see some of the vision. I think he's an awesome player. I think he's great for college football. I do hate what him and his lawyer have done with the junior college ranks, but, he's a great player, and it's good for the sport, but Texas has to stop him. Saw on the Horns 24/7 group chat yesterday, you were looking at, or going to look at, some of the Vandy Mizzou tape. I don't know if you've been able to yet, but what would be your answers to how Texas stops Diego Pavia on Saturday?
Yeah, I actually haven't, because Chip mentioned that he has an early start on that. So Chip.
Oh, my bad. That was Chip.
No, you're good. You're good. But obviously, I've talked about it before, not on this show, but it's, in general, super familiar with Diego, because I was covering Conference USA. It was his 3rd career start at New Mexico State when he played at FIU, or FIU played at NM State. So I saw him well before he was the person he is now, the player he is now. He's always been the same dude. That's what's fascinating about him. His game hasn't evolved. And I don't mean evolved meaning it hasn't progressed. I just mean it's the same player. It's bubblegum and tape, and I'm just going to run through you. And just what's fascinating to me about how I would play him is this. This may be bold, Jordan. Diego Pavia, the thing that shocked me the most is he's having the success he's had in the SEC. I thought, all right, he could go to, the Big 12, all right, or, anywhere else. Not say anywhere else, but the ACC, right? But SEC defenses are supposed to be able to, from an athleticism and speed perspective, keep up with Diego Pavia. Texas, and I see one of the comments here from Stepdell 23. That's where I'm going. Texas should not need to spy throughout the game Diego Pavia. Colin Simmons, Anthony Hill, Lance Jackson, Brad Spence, those guys are all at well, maybe not left out. Maybe that's going a little too far, but those guys are all athletic enough to keep up with Diego Pavia on their own. I would, and maybe this is me being stuck on the same Diego he was at NM State, right? Which was a hell of a football player, but he ain't Peyton Manning. He's not, going to wow you with his arm. Force Diego to throw. Force him to throw. And I'll take my chances, even without Michael Taff out there. Because if Diego wants to run 20-something times, and he does, right? He is the Manziel mentality. He wants to put his face. He thinks he can go put his face through Anthony Hill's chest, right? Let him try. And then when he gets his head knocked in, okay, I use softer language in today's day and age. when he gets hit a couple times, I can't be Sean Payton, right? That sounded very Bountygate-esque, that quote. I'm showing my age here. When he gets hit a couple times, and when Clark Lee sees he gets hit a couple times, then I think the game plan changes. So that's how I would approach that. But very well the way Vandy is built, right? They want to run between 60 and 65 plays. They want to be efficient. They're going to Cedric Alexander, right? Hometown kid coming back, right? Ground and pound. I'm forgetting the other running back's name. But he's
Kyler Young, who was with them at New Mexico State.
Yeah. Correct. I totally forgot he was. Yeah. They want to ground and pound, but my feeling specifically on Diego is this: let him throw. I guarantee you Texas gets an interception. I guarantee you, from my opinion, 2.5 quarters of Anthony Hill chasing him down, can't turn the corner, Colin Simmons rushing him, game plan be out the window. That's my perspective. And maybe, last thing I'll say, Jordan, maybe, like I said, I'm viewing it as the same Diego. Maybe I'm saying same old Vandy, right? Maybe that's just me. But what concerns me on Saturday is not Texas's defense versus Vandy's offense. It's Texas's offense versus a Vandy run defense that's top 20 in the nation.
Yeah. Man, it's going to be very interesting. I haven't been able to watch a ton of Vandy this year. Watch the LSU game. Vanderbilt was basically able to win because they're like, oh, Harold Perkins can't really do anything besides run in a straight line really fast. He doesn't know how to play linebacker. He's too small to play edge, and he can't cover when they play him at star. Let's just target whoever he's guarding. And they literally won the game because of that. Mizzou, I wasn't able to watch a ton of that game. I know it was like a rock fight, low-scoring one. And Mizzou's quarterback, Bo Prabula, messed up his leg. He's out for the year. I bet Drinkowitz has to be crushed because now a true freshman QB is like the chances of him getting another big job or an SEC job, a bigger SEC job, are now on the shoulders of a true freshman QB. He has to be pissed. But with Vanderbilt, like you brought up, the Vandy defense versus the Texas offense, especially with Matthew Caldwell playing, if he plays like we expect, that is going to be a very interesting matchup. And like I feel like it's because, I mean, I actually don't have an answer for this. Like Eli Stowers not getting it feels like nearly as much hype going into this game or just hype for the season compared to last year. I don't know if how much his production's changed or if defense is scheming specifically against him. But yeah, I mean, I have a lot of questions going into this game and excited to find the answers. Matthew Caldwell looking like he's going to play the Troy transfer. We will get the latest on Arch Manning, Michael Taft, Cole Hudson and company tonight around 7 p.m. when the SEC availability report comes out. But as of right now, the expectation is that Caldwell is probably going to start Saturday. Let's say you're Steve Sarkisian. What do you do to shelter him, make him as comfortable as possible in his first ever start in the SEC as a 6-year quarterback for a 5th-year quarterback who would not have been the starter at Troy this year?
You're asking me what I would do, and I'm trying to project what I would do / what I think Steve Sarkisian would do, right?
Yeah. What's realistic with Sark, yeah.
Jordan, if you remember with Malik Murphy when he came in the game, Steve Sarkisian said he likes to try to get his quarterback a couple passes, get him in rhythm, show that he has confidence in him, right? I can't quote Steve verbatim, but the gist of what he said was, yeah, I always wanted, my quarterbacks to have confidence in me, right? My quarterbacks to know that I have confidence in them, right? Now I'm not going to just run, and then all of a sudden they're making their first big time throw in, the third quarter. 3-step drop, especially with this offensive line. If Ryan Wingo can run the way, and I see Temple of Brutus mention it, run Wingo like Percy Harvin. I wouldn't necessarily run him like a running back, but if Ryan Wingo wants to run the way he ran against Mississippi State with bad intentions, get the ball in his hands quickly, provided he hangs on to the football, get the ball in his hands quickly, let him yards after catch needs to be Matthew Caldwell's best friend. I'm not saying he can't throw it downfield, because eventually you have to threaten the defense downfield. You can't play that way for 4 quarters and not push it downfield. But get Matthew Caldwell in rhythm early and do some of the things that have worked. Those tunnel screens, jet screens, to dear God, Ryan Niblett, some of the other guys, right? We've had conversations about the receivers, the few guys they have that can kind of operate in short area quickness. DeAndre Moore, that's another guy you want to see get involved in the game as well, right? And then when the opportunities show, so when will drop it, I see you, CB. When the opportunities show themselves, hey, Parker Livingstone downfield. But yeah, I think you want to get the ball out of his hands quickly, get into the hands of your playmakers early, try and build some sort of offensive rhythm. And as Steve Sarkisian likes to say, the short passing game is an extension of the run game, right? Do those things if the run game, and especially if, Jordan, the run game with Contreras, Wiseman, CJ Baxter isn't hidden, then you got to find ways to use that extension of the run game to set your offense up in second and manageable, third and manageable.
Yeah. I'm very curious to see the snap count and carry amounts for CJ Baxter on Saturday, because he was clearly on a pitch count versus Mississippi State. Eric, were you surprised at all at the level of play from the Texas secondary versus Mississippi State and without Michael Taft in the lineup? Because I am not. Like, Jeff Lebby is up there with the best in the SEC in terms of scheming towards the secondary. Like, Xavier Philsamy was in a torture chamber for 2 quarters on Saturday. That was bad. And I struggle to believe that would have been the same had Michael Taft been out there. So I guess where are you kind of, with how the Longhorns played versus State without Taft, and what it would look like versus Pavia and Vandy potentially without Taft again?
I'm not picking on Xavier Philsamy here, but I did feel, and it's not that Derek Williams had, some all-star game, but I did feel there was kind of a noticeable drop-off from when Derek Williams was in the game. And those are the 2 guys rotating between Derek Williams and Xavier Philsamy. I thought Jelani McDonald played well enough, right? I was a little surprised, and Grant, listen, every cornerback gets beat, right? But, Brennan Thompson got Manny Muhammad one time, so obviously that happened. I thought Jalen Gilbo had a bit of an up and down game. Overall, to answer the question, CB, surprised? No, because of what Jordan said. Jeff Lebby is excellent in terms of being a schemer for, especially with the pass game, right? And what they're going to try to do there. That didn't surprise me a ton. I do think it'll be a little bit different just because, listen, you can't talk about 2 vastly different, different offenses than Vandy and Mississippi State, right? They're going to try to do different things. So I don't know if it'll be as noticeable on Saturday, but I wasn't stunned. I did feel out the secondary. I thought it was going to be a game the pass rush was going to have to help out the secondary, and it was.
Yeah. Going to be the same on Saturday. Might make some people mad with this, but I do think it's a fun topic. We were talking about Sarkisian in the NFL earlier. Let's say he leaves, right? Hypothetically, which coaches do you think would fit at Texas that are actually realistic? Curious what names you'd bring up. Because, any AD worth a shit, which CDC is one of them, has a list 365 days a year in case the nightmare scenario happens and a Chris Beard situation unfolds overnight, basically, and you got to go get a new coach. I know they kept Rodney Terry there, but you get the point I'm making. Which coaches would you like for the Longhorns in this hypothetical scenario?
How do you know CDC has a list? Because he ended up hiring the guy that he probably would have hired had Rodney Terry not beat Sean Miller in the Sweet 16, right? A few years back, right? So to Jordan's point, there's always a list, and every AD worth a damn should have a list. So that's no indictment on Steve Sarkisian. You made the point of fit at Texas, and I will admit, Jordan, I've been here 2.5 years. I'm still kind of learning what the fit is. I say that because, and just stick with me. I can say this. I guess I can say this publicly. When the basketball opening came available, there were some people who said to me when there was interest in Will Wade, right? Or Will Wade's name came up, that I'll just say it, that CDC essentially said, there's no way I can bring that guy to Texas with the way his teams take the court, right? You remember they were taking the court with the student manager and the music and all that. I I thought that was a little overplayed because it's 2025. You don't think like basketball teams would come to the court with hip hop music? Like, what do you think they're coming to the court with? Like the band? But I only say that is to say, when someone says what the fit is at Texas, I'm like, is this still a place that, the sensibilities of, I'm not saying older fans. I'm saying the fans with the money, right? That they would be offended by a certain style. Would they be offended by a Lane Kiffin, right? Jordan, I don't know. I think Lane can be a jerk. I think Lane can be obnoxious, but he wins, right? I don't think Texas fans would have an issue with that. I could be wrong. So I'm saying all that to say, I think Lane Kiffin would be one. I think Dan Lanning would be another. I don't necessarily know if you could sell Dan Lanning on if that's a lateral move. I think Texas is a better job than Oregon, but we all know the money, right? It's not like the money at Texas is going to sway Dan Lanning. But Lane Kiffin, Dan Lanning, I think you have to kick the tires on James Franklin, right? Just because, he's been a successful coach. I think he would play well, right? Just upstanding, all that kind of deal there. I think he would play well. I don't think it's a Charlie Strong situation because he's much more proven than Charlie Strong, quite frankly. And then I feel like there's like a dark horse that I'm missing. But I think, especially given the success of the program over the past 3 years, you can't really make this a job that we're going to get a young up-and-comer. I think fans would want someone established.
Yeah, agreed. I don't think they'd go Lane Kiffin. Like, the trolling part of it, like, I love it. It's great for college football. But, like, does anyone think Ole Miss boosters or admin thought it was a good look that he was shit-talking David Stone in postgame on national TV? Like, again, I'm all for that. I love it. I love what Lane Kiffin brings to the table. But, like, people who get paid a lot to make these decisions to hire these coaches and fire these coaches, they do not like things like that.
Sure.
And the last time Texas had a coach like that I can think of that did any amount of trolling or embarrass university in a bad way is Tom Herman. Like, imagine Steve Sarkisian mocking the other team's quarterback during a bowl game like Tom Herman did with Drew Lock in the Texas Bowl in like 2017 or whatever it was. That would never happen. So I don't think Lane Kiffin is realistic for that reason. And also, like, with this hypothetical, we're going off like if this happened this coaching cycle, Lane Kiffin would be the highest paid head coach in college football if he ends up at Texas, because Texas would have to outbid Ole Miss, LSU, and Florida. So I don't think that'd be realistic. I think Dan Lanning would get brought up. I think it'd be very interesting. Like, everyone knows Phil Knight's trying to buy a natty before he passes away. He's like 80-something years old, I think, or high 70s. How much longer does Dan Lanning have? And what is Oregon's program going to look like once Phil Knight passes away? Are they, I'm very curious. Someone brought up Bud Elliott, mentioned Will Stein in this hypothetical. I don't think they'd go that route. I think he'd be a name that gets brought up, possibly interviews. He was a GA at Texas under Herman, coached at Lake Travis, then UTSA hired him. Now he's at Oregon. Knows the area, was a former college player, has connections, has had a good offense at Oregon, but I don't know if Texas goes the OC route again. Trying to think I think Marcus Freeman gets a call, but
sure.
If he's like turning down Florida in half a second like he did, is he going to do the same for Texas? It seems like the Notre Dame people seem to believe, it's also Notre Dame people, so take it with a grain of salt. But they seem to believe the only job that he would leave Notre Dame for would be Ohio State. That's obviously where he played. So I don't know how realistic that is. Jeff Traylor would not get a call. UTSA's 3-4 right now. I love Jeff Traylor. Great guy. When he was coaching at Texas, his kids were in the Lake Travis school system. His sister was on my his daughter was on my sister's volleyball team. Great guy. And his dream job is Texas. Like, he told me and my dad, he literally cried when they fired that entire staff he was on at Texas because he wanted to stay. So maybe in an assistant role, if things end at UTSA this year, I don't know the possibility of that, but Jeff Traylor, no. I think Clarkley would be phenomenal at Texas. I keep mentioning Clarkley everywhere. Is he going to leave Vandy? I don't know. It's a private school, so it's not official, but most people report he's making about $4.5 to $5 million a year, which is less than half of what Sark makes.
Right.
Like, money can change things. I know he's a Vandy alum, grew up in Nashville, but that can change things. They already recruit Texas at an exceptional level. Like over half of Vandy's best players played high school football in Texas. And you can bring in some guys from the transfer portal from Vandy. They have a great GM, Barton Simmons, used to work at 247. Like, I think he makes sense. You were talking about dark horses. I got to thinking, mention him for LSU, but I'd love Willie Fritz. I know he's an older guy.
Yeah.
He's won everywhere he's been. He gets dudes drafted. He has a great personnel scouting team he could bring over. You'd have better There is not a coach Texas, and I know this isn't like going to be the reason Texas hires a coach, but there isn't a head coach available that could have better ties to the state of Louisiana, not just in landing kids, but finding and evaluating them first before LSU does. Because Fritz has done that the last two jobs he's been at, Tulane and Houston. And LSU averages like 2.5 flips a year from whoever's in Willie Fritz's class. There's a lot of value there. So I don't know. I think Dillingham could get mentioned, but I don't know. Also similar deal there. You know, he's an Arizona State alum, is from there. And also, like, Dillingham isn't quite on the Kiffin level of trolling, but he will talk some shit, and he's a very loud guy who's outspoken. So I don't know if they'd want to go that route either, but it is interesting. And I know, like, there's so much discourse. Is this really a bad coaching candidate pool, or is it spread out? You know, you look at the top 15 ranked teams right now and look at how those coaches got to the school they're at, what they're doing before. A lot of them were coordinators that came from random places or head coaches from G5 or other smaller power fours. Like, just because it's not a big name doesn't mean it's a great cycle, but I do agree with most people that if Sark left for the NFL or Texas came up in this cycle, it would be much worse than it happening next year, because you also would probably lose Arch Manning. So, yeah, Summerall maybe, but I doubt it for Texas. It is interesting. Hopefully we never get here. But yeah, anything else you want to close it on?
Super quick, I think it was Antoine who said that CDC hired Sean Miller and Sark, who had checkered past. I would slightly disagree. I mean, I guess checkered is subjective, depending on how you want to define that. But we all know Steve Sarkisian's, issues that he went through at SC, right? I don't know that I would consider that something that – I don't think what Steve Sarkisian went through at SC would be a reason why you couldn't hire a coach if you believe he's conquered those issues, right? And that's kind of where you are with Steve Sarkisian. With Sean Miller, okay, my dog was just early to the game. And I'm not saying that because I got to cover him next week. What Sean Miller's checkered past is what the game is now in terms of NIL.
Oh, he got caught paying players under the table or something.
At Arizona, yeah. Like, it was basically, some ineligible players in front of Sean was just early. That's all. So, yeah. Different
man.
game.
A couple of years ago, there was this O-line recruit. I forget where this even was at, but it's the O-line recruit, me, the kid's handler, and like 4 other guys in the recruiting industry. We all know this handler pretty well. We're talking about Kyle Flood in Texas, and one of the dudes in the industry covers a school that isn't Texas, is very anti-Texas himself. So why do you want to coach for, or like play for him? He had all these NCAA like violations at Rutgers. It being the handler, like, do you know what the violations were? He was like changing grades and kids weren't going to class. Like, boo-hoo. You know what I mean? I think he might have been caught paying a player too. Boo-hoo. Like, there's so much worse stuff that has happened. Like, Brian Kelly quite literally killed a kid and got a job in the SEC and kept his job in Notre Dame. A lot worse things. DJ Durkin did the same thing. He's one of the best defensive coordinators in football. Like, it can get a lot worse than the Sean Miller stuff or the Kyle Flood stuff and even the Sark stuff. Like, it can get worse than that. So, yeah. All right. Well, hey, we're going to get out of here. Everyone who tuned in, we appreciate it. Up next, SEC Unfiltered previews the Texas Vanderbilt game and gives their score predictions. Chip and Zay will be back on the live stream at 2 p.m. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. And quick programming note, about to record the State of Recruiting with Hank South. That'll be on the Horns 24/7 podcast feed. Same place you can get to your the flagship podcast with Eric and Chip Brown. You can also check out our written work on horns247.com. So, again, we're getting out of here. Y'all have a great Wednesday. Happy hump day, and we'll see you tomorrow. Peace.